The morning mist clung to the cobblestones of the marketplace like a tattered shroud, and Belle pulled her worn shawl tighter against the autumn chill. Around her, merchants shouted their wares, fresh bread, ribbons, copper pots, but she moved through the chaos as if walking through a dream, her nose buried in a book. "Head in the clouds again, Belle," called Madame Laurent from her fabric stall, not unkindly. Belle glanced up with an apologetic smile. "Just finishing a chapter." "Books won't find you a husband, girl," the old woman chuckled, shaking her head. Belle had heard this refrain her entire life. At 20, she was considered peculiar by the village standards, too bookish, too independent, too content with her own company. While other young women her age had married and started families, Belle spent her days helping her father in his workshop and her evenings lost in stories of far-off places and grand adventures. Her father, Maurice, had once been a prosperous merchant, traveling to distant ports and returning with exotic goods and even more exotic tales. But fortune was a fickle mistress. 3 years ago, a storm had destroyed his merchant ship, and with it, their comfortable life. Now they lived in a modest cottage on the edge of the village, and Maurice made his living as a clockmaker, honest work, but humble. Belle didn't mind the change as much as her 2 older sisters, Marguerite and Clarice, who never tired of lamenting their fall from grace. They blamed their father's poor judgment, blamed Belle for being content with their reduced circumstances, blamed the world for their misfortune. As Belle turned down the narrow street toward home, she could already hear her sisters' voices drifting through the open window. "Father's gone mad," Marguerite was saying, her voice sharp with irritation. "Absolutely mad." Belle quickened her pace and pushed through the door. Her sisters stood in the small sitting room, still in their dressing gowns though it was nearly noon, while their father sat at the table surrounded by maps and papers, his spectacles perched on his weathered nose. "What's happened?" Belle asked. Maurice looked up, his eyes bright with an emotion Belle couldn't quite name, hope, perhaps, mixed with something like fear. "News has arrived from the port. The ship is my ship, the one we thought lost 3 years ago. It's been found." Belle's heart leapt. "Found? But how?" "It washed up on a distant shore, damaged but not destroyed. The cargo is mostly intact. If I can reach the port in time, I may be able to reclaim what's mine, what's ours. We could restore our fortune, Belle. Everything could return to how it was." Marguerite clapped her hands together. "Finally! When do we leave?" "You're not coming," Maurice said firmly. "The journey is dangerous, through the wilderness. The autumn storms have already begun. I'll go alone." "Then bring us back presents," Clarice demanded. "New gowns, jewelry, perfumes from Paris." "Girls," Maurice interrupted gently, turning to Belle. "And you, my dear? What would you like me to bring you?" Belle thought of the adventures in her books, of treasure and luxury, but when she spoke, her request was simple. "Just a rose, Papa. A single rose." Her sisters laughed at her modesty, but Maurice smiled, something sad and tender in his expression. He reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "A rose it is," he promised. He left the next morning before dawn, kissing Belle's forehead as she stood in the doorway, wrapped in her shawl against the cold. She watched him disappear into the mist, a small figure on horseback carrying all their hopes with him, and felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. She didn't know then that her simple request would change everything. She didn't know that by asking for a rose, she had sealed both their fates. Maurice had been traveling for 5 days when the storm caught him. At first, it was merely a darkening of the sky, clouds gathering like bruises on the horizon. But within an hour, the wind had risen to a howl, and rain fell in sheets so thick he could barely see his horse's ears. The road, little more than a forest track, had become a river of mud. "Easy, Philippe," Maurice soothed, patting his horse's neck as the animal whinnied nervously. "We'll find shelter soon." But there was no shelter. The forest pressed in on all sides, ancient oaks and towering pines that creaked and groaned in the wind. Maurice had taken what he thought was a shortcut, a path shown on his old maps, but now he wondered if he'd made a terrible mistake. Nothing looked familiar. The landmarks he'd expected to find weren't there. Lightning split the sky, and in its brief illumination, Maurice saw something that made his heart race with hope, a break in the trees, and beyond it, the glimmer of lights. "Thank God," he breathed, urging Philippe forward. But as they emerged from the forest, Maurice's relief turned to confusion, then to something approaching wonder. Before him stood a castle. It rose from the darkness like something from a fever dream, all Gothic spires and soaring towers, lit from within by what seemed to be thousands of candles. Impossibly, the storm seemed not to touch it. The rain fell everywhere except on the castle grounds, stopping at an invisible barrier as if held back by an unseen hand. Maurice dismounted on trembling legs. His practical mind told him this was impossible, that exhaustion and the storm had addled his senses. Yet the castle remained, solid and real, its massive iron gate standing open in silent invitation. "Hello," he called out. His voice was swallowed by the wind. "Is anyone there? I need shelter." No answer came, but the gate seemed to open wider, and Philippe, usually so skittish, walked forward without hesitation, as if drawn by invisible reins. The courtyard was immaculate, the gardens manicured despite the lateness of the season. Roses bloomed everywhere, impossibly vibrant, their perfume heavy in the air. Maurice tied Philippe to a post near what appeared to be stables, noting with relief that the shelter was clean and well stocked with hay and water. "Someone lives here," he muttered. "Someone with means." The castle's front door was unlocked. Maurice pushed it open and stepped into an entrance hall that took his breath away. Marble floors gleamed under the light of floating candelabras, floating, he noted with growing unease, with no visible means of support. Tapestries lined the walls, depicting hunting scenes and noble gatherings, but there was something strange about them. The figure seemed to watch him as he passed. "Hello," he called again. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I was caught in the storm. I mean no harm. I can pay for lodging?" His voice echoed through empty corridors. No servants appeared. No master of the house descended the grand staircase. Yet as Maurice stood there, shivering and uncertain, a door to his left swung open, revealing a dining room. A fire crackled in the hearth. The table was set for one, laden with food that steamed as if just prepared, roasted meat, fresh bread, wine in a crystal decanter. Maurice's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten since morning, and the smell was intoxicating. Still, he hesitated. This was too strange, too uncanny. Every instinct screamed at him to leave, to run back into the storm, to take his chances with the weather rather than accept the hospitality of this impossible place. But he was so cold, so tired, so hungry. "Just a little food," he said to the empty room, as if explaining himself to an invisible host. "I'll leave money on the table. I'll leave at first light." The meal was the finest he'd ever tasted. The wine warmed him from the inside out. When he finished, a door at the far end of the dining room opened, revealing a bedroom with a fire already lit, a bed turned down, nightclothes laid out. Maurice told himself he would leave in the morning. He told himself this was simply the custom of this strange place, hospitality offered freely to travelers. He told himself there was a reasonable explanation for everything. But as he lay in the impossibly soft bed, listening to the storm rage outside windows that somehow let in no cold, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was no longer in the world he knew. That he had crossed some invisible threshold between the ordinary and the extraordinary. And that there would be a price to pay for the castle's generosity. He woke to silence. The storm had passed, and morning light streamed through tall windows. Maurice dressed quickly in his own clothes, now mysteriously cleaned and dried, and hurried downstairs. A breakfast was laid out in the dining room, but he didn't stop. He needed to leave, to put this uncanny place behind him. Philippe was waiting in the courtyard, groomed and fed, looking better than he had in days. Maurice saddled him with trembling hands, glancing nervously at the castle windows, expecting at any moment to see a face looking down at him. But the windows remained empty. He was leading Philippe toward the gates when he saw them, the roses. They grew along the path, magnificent blooms in shades of crimson and white and pink. In the morning light, they seemed to glow from within. And Maurice remembered, with a sharp pang of guilt, his promise to Belle. Just a rose, Papa. A single rose. He glanced back at the castle. Still no sign of inhabitants. Surely one rose wouldn't be missed. Surely it was the least the mysterious host could spare, given all Maurice had received. He reached out and plucked the nearest bloom, a perfect red rose just beginning to open. The temperature dropped 40 degrees in an instant. A roar split the air, so deep and terrible it seemed to come from the earth itself. Maurice spun around and found himself face to face with a nightmare. The creature was massive, towering over him by at least 2 feet. It walked upright like a man but was covered in dark fur. Its face was a horrifying blend of human and beast, a wolf's muzzle, a lion's mane, curved horns like a ram's, and eyes that burned with an intelligence that was somehow worse than any animal fury. The beast. "How dare you?" it snarled, and its voice was like gravel and thunder. "I gave you shelter. I gave you food. I asked nothing in return. And you repay my hospitality by stealing from me." "I am sorry," Maurice stammered, dropping the rose. "I didn't think, it's just a flower." "Just a flower." The beast's roar shook the very stones of the courtyard. "These roses are all I have left. They are all that remains of who I was. And you would take them as if they were nothing. Please, I have a daughter. She asked for a rose. I only wanted to bring her something." "A daughter?" The beast went very still, and something flickered in those burning eyes. "You have a daughter?" "3 daughters," Maurice said desperately. "Please, sir, I meant no offense. Let me go, and I swear I'll never speak of this place." "You will stay here," the beast said coldly. "You will remain my prisoner as payment for your theft. You will never see your daughters again." "No. Please. They need me, or they have no one else." The beast turned away, his massive form blocking out the sun. "You should have thought of that before you stole from me." "Wait!" Maurice called out, an idea forming in his desperation. "Let me return home. Let me say goodbye to my daughters, put my affairs in order. I give you my word as a gentleman, I will return in 1 week's time to accept my punishment." The beast turned back slowly. "Your word?" "The word of a thief." "I am no thief," Maurice said, drawing himself up with what dignity he could muster. "What I did was thoughtless, but I am a man of honor. Let me go home, and I swear on my life I will return." For a long moment, the beast stared at him with those unsettling eyes. Then, to Maurice's shock, it laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. "Very well. You have 1 week. But know this, merchant, if you do not return, I will find you. I will find your daughters. And they will pay the price of your broken word." Before Maurice could respond, an invisible force seized him. The world spun, the castle blurred, and then he was falling into darkness. He woke on the forest road, Philippe standing over him with worried eyes. The castle was nowhere to be seen. In his hand, clutched tight enough to make his palm bleed, was a single red rose. Maurice mounted his horse with shaking hands and turned toward home, though he knew now that home offered no safety. In 7 days, he would have to return to that terrible place. Or condemn his daughters to face the beast in his stead. Belle knew something was wrong the moment she saw her father riding up the path. It was late afternoon, 6 days after he'd left, and Philippe moved with the exhausted gait of a horse pushed to its limits. Maurice slumped in the saddle, his face grey with fatigue and something else, something that looked like despair. "Papa!" Belle dropped the basket of vegetables she'd been carrying and ran to meet him. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Maurice dismounted slowly, as if every movement pained him. He looked at Belle with haunted eyes, and she saw that he clutched something in his hand, a wilted red rose, its petals brown at the edges. "I brought you your rose," he said, his voice hollow. Belle took it automatically, but her concern was entirely for her father. "Come inside. You need rest, food." "There's no time for rest." Maurice let her guide him into the cottage, where Marguerite and Clarisse looked up from their needlework with expressions of eager anticipation. "Well?" Marguerite demanded. "Did you reclaim the cargo? Are we rich again?" Maurice sank into his chair by the fire, and Belle knelt beside him, holding his cold hands. "Papa, what happened? Where have you been?" The story came out in fits and starts: the storm, the castle, the beast. With each word, Belle's sisters' faces shifted from anticipation to disbelief to scorn. "A beast?" Clarisse laughed shrilly. "Father, you've gone mad. There's no such thing as talking beasts or enchanted castles. You probably got drunk at a tavern and dreamed the whole thing," Marguerite added cruelly. "And now you've come back with nothing but wild tales and a dying flower." But Belle saw the truth in her father's eyes. She saw the rose in her hand, still impossibly fragrant despite its withered appearance. And she saw the way her father trembled as he spoke of the creature's rage. "When must you return?" she asked quietly. "Tomorrow at dawn." Maurice looked at her with tears streaming down his weathered face. "I'm so sorry, Belle. This is all my fault. If I hadn't stopped for the rose, if I hadn't been so foolish." "You stopped because I asked you to," Belle said firmly. "If anyone is to blame, it's me." "No." Maurice gripped her hands. "You mustn't think that. I made the choice. I must face the consequences." "You can't go back there," Clarisse said, though her voice held less conviction now. "It will kill you. If I don't go back, the beast will come for us. All of us. I gave my word." Maurice stood on shaking legs. "I need to put my affairs in order. The cottage, the workshop, it will all go to you girls. Belle, you're the clever one. You'll look after your sisters." "Papa, no." But Maurice had already turned away, climbing the stairs to his room with the slow steps of a man walking to his execution. Belle sat in the gathering darkness long after her sisters had gone to bed, the rose resting in her lap. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows, and she couldn't help but think of storms and enchanted castles and creatures from nightmares. Her father would die. She knew this with absolute certainty. Whether the beast killed him outright or simply kept him imprisoned in that terrible place, Maurice would not survive. He was not a young man, not strong enough to endure captivity or the horror of living with such a creature. And it was her fault. Her request for a rose had condemned him. Belle looked down at the wilted flower in her hands. In the firelight, it seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow. She thought of all the stories she'd read, all the tales of heroes and sacrifice. In those stories, love was the strongest magic. In those stories, courage could transform fate itself. She thought of her father, who had never once complained about their reduced circumstances, who had worked his fingers raw to provide for his ungrateful daughters, who had risked everything to try to restore their fortune, not for himself, but for them. And she knew what she had to do. Belle woke before dawn and dressed quietly in her warmest clothes. She packed a small bag with a few belongings, a change of clothes, a comb, and 3 books, because if she was going to be imprisoned, she'd need something to keep her mind occupied. She left a note on the kitchen table: "I have gone to take father's place. Do not try to follow. Take care of each other. I love you all. Belle." Maurice was already awake, sitting at the table with his head in his hands. He looked up when Belle entered, and his eyes widened. "Belle? What are you?" "No. No, absolutely not. I'm going with you," Belle said calmly, though her heart hammered in her chest. "You will do no such thing. You can't stop me, Papa. I'm going. And when we reach the castle, I'm going to offer myself in your place. Maurice stood so violently his chair toppled backward. Have you lost your mind? I won't allow it. It's not your choice. Belle met his gaze steadily. The beast wants a prisoner as payment for the rose. I asked for the rose. Therefore, I should be the prisoner. Belle, you don't understand what that creature is, the size of it, the rage. I understand that you'll die if you go back there. I understand that Marguerite and Cloris need you more than they need me. They can't run the workshop, can't manage the accounts. But I can bargain with the beast. I can reason with it. It's not human, Belle. You can't reason with a monster. If it's not human, then how did it speak to you? How did it make a bargain? Belle picked up her bag. If it can speak and bargain, it can reason. And I'm going to make it see sense. You're coming home, Papa. Even if I have to stay in your place. They argued for another 20 minutes, but Belle had inherited her father's stubbornness, and in the end, Maurice had no choice but to saddle Philippe and help her mount. They rode in silence through the waking village, neither speaking of what was to come. The forest seemed darker than Belle had expected, the trees pressing close on either side of the narrow path. Maurice led them down roads that seemed to shift and change, until Belle was thoroughly lost and beginning to wonder if her father really had dreamed the entire encounter. Then the trees parted, and she saw it. The castle rose before them like a dark crown against the morning sky, just as impossible and magnificent as her father had described. Belle felt her breath catch. Despite everything, despite the fear coiling in her stomach, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of wonder. This was like stepping into one of her stories, crossing the threshold between the mundane world and one of magic and danger. It's real, she whispered. I wish to God it wasn't, Maurice said grimly. They dismounted in the courtyard. The gardens were as beautiful as Maurice had described, roses blooming in defiant abundance despite the late season. Belle could almost understand why her father had been tempted to take one. They seemed to call out to be plucked, to be admired. Stay behind me, Maurice ordered as they approached the massive front door. But before they could knock, the door swung open on its own. Belle jumped, and Maurice put a protective arm in front of her. Hello? Maurice called into the vast entrance hall. I've come back, as I promised. I've come to fulfill our bargain. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Belle felt it, the presence, massive and cold, like a winter storm given form. The temperature dropped. Shadows seemed to deepen in the corners of the hall. And then the beast stepped into view. Belle had thought she was prepared. Her father had described the creature in detail, the size, the fur, the monstrous features. But nothing could have truly prepared her for the reality of standing before such a being. He was terrifying. There was no other word for it. He filled the space like a natural disaster, all coiled strength and barely contained power. His eyes, those burning amber eyes, fixed on Maurice with an intensity that made Belle's skin prickle with primal fear. You returned, the beast said, and his voice was like distant thunder. I confess, I didn't think you would. I gave my word, Maurice said, his voice shaking only slightly. I am ready to accept my punishment. The beast's gaze shifted then, landing on Belle. She forced herself not to flinch, not to look away, though every instinct screamed at her to run. And who, the beast asked slowly, is this? Belle stepped forward before her father could stop her. I am Belle, Maurice's daughter. And I've come to take his place. The beast went very still. What? The rose was for me. I asked for it. The crime, if there was a crime, was mine. Therefore, the punishment should be mine as well. Belle was amazed at how steady her voice sounded. Let my father go. I'll stay in his place. Belle, no, Maurice grabbed her arm, but she shook him off gently. It's the only logical solution, she continued, keeping her eyes on the beast. My father is old. He won't survive imprisonment. But I'm young and healthy. I can work, if you need servants. I can? Stop. The beast held up one massive paw. Hand, Belle corrected herself. It was a hand, with clawed fingers that could probably tear her apart. You would truly trade places with him? Knowing you would never see your home again? Never see your family? Belle swallowed hard. Yes. The beast studied her for a long moment, those unsettling eyes seeming to look right through her. Then he turned to Maurice. You raised a fool for a daughter. Please, Maurice said, and now his voice did break. Please, don't hurt her. Take me. I'll serve you faithfully, I'll. Enough. The beast's voice cut through Maurice's pleas like a knife. I accept the girl's offer. She will stay. You will leave. No. Maurice lunged forward, but some invisible force, held him back. Belle, please, don't do this. Take care of Marguerite and Clarice, Belle said, fighting to keep her voice from breaking. And Papa? Don't be sad. I'm choosing this. I'm choosing to save you. Belle. But the invisible force was pulling Maurice backward now, toward the door, toward Philippe waiting in the courtyard. Maurice fought against it, reaching for Belle, calling her name, but the magic was implacable. Papa, I love you. Belle called as he was dragged through the door. I love you too, Maurice's voice came back, broken with sobs. I'm so sorry. Then he was gone. The door slammed shut with a finality that echoed through the vast hall. Belle stood alone with the beast. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Belle's heart was racing, her hands shaking, but she kept her chin up, her gaze steady. She would not show fear. She would not give this creature the satisfaction. You're either very brave or very stupid, the beast said finally. Perhaps both, Belle replied. Something that might have been amusement flickered across the beast's terrible face. Come. I'll show you to your room. My room. Belle blinked. I assumed I'd be in a dungeon or... You're not a prisoner, the beast said curtly, turning away. You're a guest. An unwilling one, perhaps, but a guest nonetheless. You'll have free run of the castle. You may go anywhere you wish except the West Wing. That is forbidden. Belle hurried to follow him as he strode down a corridor, his heavy footsteps echoing on the marble floors. I don't understand. If I'm not a prisoner, then... You gave your word you would stay, the beast interrupted. That's prison enough, isn't it? You'll remain here for the rest of your life, free to roam a castle you can never leave. Free to do anything except the one thing you want most, go home. The casual cruelty of his words stole Belle's breath. But before she could respond, he stopped in front of a door and pushed it open. Your room. Belle stepped inside and gasped. The room was magnificent, easily 4 times the size of her bedroom at home. A 4-poster bed dominated the space, draped in emerald velvet. There was a wardrobe that looked like it could hold 100 dresses, a vanity with a mirror framed in gold, bookshelves lining 2 walls, and a window seat overlooking the gardens. This is... Belle turned to the beast, not sure what to say. Dinner is at 7, the beast said, already turning away. Someone will come to fetch you. Wait, Belle called. What should I call you? Do you have a name? The beast paused in the doorway, his massive frame silhouetted against the light from the corridor. I am the beast. That's all you need to know. And then he was gone, leaving Belle alone in her gilded cage. She sank onto the edge of the bed and finally allowed herself to tremble. What had she done? What had she condemned herself to? But then she thought of her father riding home safe, and she knew she had made the only choice she could live with. Even if it meant living with a monster. Belle spent the first hour after the beast's departure sitting motionless on the edge of the bed, listening to the silence of the castle settle around her like snow. It was not the comfortable quiet of her cottage, where she could hear the creak of old wood and the rustle of wind through the garden. This silence was vast and expectant, as if the castle itself were holding its breath, waiting to see what she would do. Eventually, the numbness that had carried her through the morning began to fade, replaced by a trembling exhaustion. She had not slept the night before, too consumed with plans and preparations. The emotional toll of saying goodbye to her father had drained what little strength remained. Belle kicked off her worn boots and lay back on the bed, intending only to rest her eyes for a moment. She woke to darkness and the sound of soft chiming. Belle sat up with a start, disoriented by the unfamiliar room and the deep shadows that filled it. But as her eyes adjusted, she saw that the darkness was not complete. Dozens of candles had been lit while she slept, their flames dancing in the still air, and the chiming came from a small golden clock on the mantelpiece. It struck 7 times, each note pure and clear. Dinner. The beast had said dinner was at 7. Belle's stomach knotted with anxiety, though she realized with some surprise that she was also genuinely hungry. She had eaten nothing since the previous evening, and the smell of cooking food drifted through the air, roasted meat and fresh bread and something sweet she couldn't quite identify. She rose and examined herself in the mirror above the vanity. Her traveling dress was rumpled from sleep, her dark hair had escaped its braid, and there were shadows under her eyes that spoke of fear and exhaustion. She looked, she thought, like someone who had just made a terrible mistake and was only beginning to realize the full extent of it. The wardrobe stood against the far wall, its doors carved with intricate scenes of forests and flowers. Belle approached it hesitantly, half expecting it to be empty despite its grand appearance. But when she opened the doors, she found herself staring at a collection of gowns that would have made even Marguerite speechless with envy. They were arranged by color, flowing from pale morning shades through rich jewel tones to deep evening hues. Belle ran her fingers along the fabrics, silk and velvet, brocade and lace, each dress more beautiful than the last. At the very end hung a gown of deep blue, almost the color of midnight, with silver embroidery along the bodice that caught the candlelight like stars. Belle had never owned anything so fine in her life, not even before her father's misfortune. Yet here they hung, as if waiting just for her. The thought sent a chill down her spine. How long had the beast been planning this? Had he always intended to imprison someone here? Or had these appeared by magic, summoned the moment she agreed to stay? She chose a simpler dress, a soft green that reminded her of spring leaves, and changed quickly. There was no lady's maid to help her with the laces, but Belle had grown accustomed to dressing herself. The gown fit perfectly, as if it had been made specifically for her body, and Belle tried not to think too hard about the implications of that. A knock at the door made her jump. But when she opened it, no one stood in the corridor. Instead, she found a candelabra floating at eye level, its 3 candles burning steadily. As Belle stared, the candelabra bobbed in what might have been a bow, then drifted down the hallway as if expecting her to follow. Belle's first instinct was to refuse, to slam the door and retreat back into her room. But curiosity warred with fear, and curiosity had always been her greatest weakness. Besides, she would have to face the beast eventually. Better to do it now, on a full stomach, than to cower in her room like a frightened child. The floating candelabra led her through a maze of corridors, each more magnificent than the last. Belle glimpsed rooms through open doorways. A library that made her heart ache with longing, a music room with instruments arranged as if waiting for an orchestra, a ballroom with a ceiling painted to resemble a summer sky. Everywhere she looked, she saw evidence of wealth and taste and a life that had been abruptly abandoned. For that was the strangest thing about the castle. Despite its grandeur, despite the floating candelabras and the magical cleanliness, it felt profoundly empty. There were no servants, no voices, no sounds of life beyond her own footsteps and the soft whisper of the candle's flames. It was as if the entire castle existed in a state of suspension, waiting for something, or someone, to break the spell. The candelabra finally stopped before a set of double doors carved with images of a feast. They swung open without a hand touching them, revealing a dining room that took Belle's breath away. The table was easily long enough to seat 50 people, yet only 2 places were set, one at the head of the table, and one to its right. The head place featured a heavy chair that looked more like a throne, while Belle's designated seat was more modest but still elegantly appointed. The beast was already there, standing by the window with his back to her. In the candlelight, he looked even more massive than Belle remembered, his horned silhouette casting strange shadows across the walls. He did not turn as she entered, and for a moment Belle wondered if he had forgotten about the dinner entirely. Then he spoke, his deep voice cutting through the silence with surprising gentleness. "You came." Belle heard the surprise in his tone, as if he had genuinely expected her to refuse. It gave her an odd feeling, not quite sympathy, but something close to it. Whatever else the beast might be, he was clearly lonely. The castle's emptiness suddenly seemed less mysterious and more tragic. She found her voice, though it came out smaller than she would have liked. "You invited me." The beast finally turned, and Belle forced herself not to step backward. In the dining room's warm light, his features seemed slightly less monstrous, or perhaps she was simply growing accustomed to them. His amber eyes regarded her with an expression she could not quite read, something between wariness and hope. He gestured to the set table, a strangely courtly movement despite his clawed hands. Belle took her seat, very aware of how close it placed her to the beast's own chair. She could smell him from here, not the animal musk she had expected, but something like pine forests and winter storms, wild but not unpleasant. The meal appeared on the table without any visible servants bringing it. Dishes simply materialized in front of them, roasted pheasant, glazed vegetables, fresh bread still steaming from the oven, and wine that glowed ruby red in crystal glasses. Belle had witnessed the castle's magic before, but watching food appear from thin air was still deeply unsettling. They ate in silence at first. The beast handled his utensils with surprising delicacy, though Belle noticed he struggled with the smaller implements. His hands, she realized, were simply too large for the human-sized cutlery. After the 3rd time he knocked over his wine glass, catching it with inhuman speed before it could spill. Belle spoke without thinking. "Perhaps you'd be more comfortable eating with your hands." The beast froze, and Belle immediately regretted her words. But then, to her surprise, he let out a sound that might have been a laugh, bitter and short. "Yes," he said quietly. "I suppose I would." He set down his fork and knife and picked up a piece of pheasant with his clawed fingers. Belle looked away politely, not wanting to make him feel observed, and focused on her own meal. The food was extraordinary, each bite perfectly seasoned and prepared. Belle had not eaten so well since her family's prosperity. The silence stretched between them, not quite comfortable but not entirely hostile either. Belle found her mind racing with questions. Who was this creature? How had he come to live in this enchanted castle? Was he born a beast, or had he been transformed by some curse? And why did he seem so desperately alone? "You may speak if you wish," the beast said suddenly, making Belle jump. "I'm not going to bite you for making conversation." Belle set down her fork, considering her words carefully. "I was simply wondering about the castle. It's very beautiful." "But empty," the beast finished for her. "You're wondering where the servants are? Where anyone is?" Belle nodded, grateful he had given her an opening. "Are we truly alone here?" The beast was quiet for a long moment, staring down at his plate. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight of old sorrow. "Not entirely alone. The castle has its own magic, its own servants of a sort. But they cannot take physical form. You won't see them, but they will attend to your needs. Your room will be cleaned. Your clothes will be laundered. Meals will appear. The castle takes care of its inhabitants." "Its prisoners, you mean?" The words came out sharper than Belle intended, and she immediately tensed, expecting anger. But the beast only looked at her with those 2 knowing eyes, and something in his expression seemed almost sad. "Yes," he said simply. "Its prisoners." Belle felt a pang of guilt, though she couldn't say why. She had every right to be angry, every right to rage against her captivity. Yet something in the beast's demeanor suggested he already hated himself more than she ever could. The realization left her feeling oddly unsettled, as if the clear lines between victim and villain had suddenly blurred. "How long have you lived here alone?" she found herself asking. "A very long time." The beast's voice had gone distant, as if he were looking at something far beyond the walls of the dining room. "Long enough that I've forgotten what it's like to speak to someone who can answer back. Long enough that even my own voice sounds strange to my ears." Belle wanted to ask more, wanted to understand this mysterious creature and the enchantment that bound him. But something in the beast's posture had closed off, his massive shoulders hunching as if against a cold wind. She recognized the look of someone who had said more than they intended, and she chose to let the matter rest. They finished the meal in silence. When the last course, a delicate pastry filled with cream and berries, had been cleared away by invisible hands, the beast rose from his chair. Belle stood as well, uncertain of the protocol for ending such a strange dinner. "You should rest," the beast said, not quite meeting her eyes. "Tomorrow you can explore the castle properly. Go anywhere you like, as I said. Except the West Wing." "What's in the West Wing?" The question was out before Belle could stop herself, and she saw the beast's expression harden into something approaching anger. For a moment, she glimpsed the creature her father had described, all rage and menace and barely contained violence. But then he turned away, his voice carefully controlled when he spoke. "That is not your concern. Simply stay away from it." He left without another word, his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor until they faded into silence. Belle stood alone in the dining room, surrounded by the detritus of their meal, and felt the full weight of her situation settle over her like a shroud. She was trapped here with a creature who veered between unexpected courtesy and frightening intensity. She was alone in a castle that seemed to exist outside the normal rules of reality. And somewhere in this vast, enchanted prison was a forbidden wing that the beast would not discuss. Belle had always loved mysteries in her books. But living inside one, she was discovering, was an entirely different experience. She found her way back to her room. The castle's corridors seemed to guide her, opening doors before she reached them and lighting her path with floating candles. Once inside, she changed into a nightgown that had appeared in the wardrobe while she was at dinner and climbed into the enormous bed. Sleep did not come easily. Belle lay awake for hours, staring at the canopy above her head and listening to the castle's strange sounds, the whisper of wind through corridors that should have been still, the distant echo of footsteps that might have been real or imagined, the soft chiming of clocks marking the passage of time. She thought of her father, hopefully safe at home by now. She thought of her sisters, who would have read her note by now and would be either grieving or secretly relieved at her absence. She thought of the village, of the morning market, of the simple pleasures of her old life that she had never fully appreciated until they were gone. And she thought of the beast, of the loneliness in his voice when he spoke of his long isolation, of the careful way he had tried to eat properly despite his monstrous form, of the forbidden West Wing that clearly held some terrible secret. Belle had always believed that every story had a logic to it, a pattern that could be understood if one paid careful enough attention. Curses could be broken. Monsters could be redeemed. Even the darkest tales had the possibility of happy endings. But as she finally drifted into uneasy sleep, Belle couldn't help but wonder if this story would be different. If some prisons had no keys, some curses no cure, and some beasts were simply meant to remain beasts forever. Only time would tell. Belle woke to sunlight streaming through windows she could have sworn had been draped the night before. The curtains were now drawn back, revealing a view of the castle gardens that made her breath catch. From her second-story vantage point, she could see the elaborate maze of hedges, the fountains that sparkled like diamonds in the morning light, and roses, thousands upon thousands of roses in every conceivable color, blooming with an enthusiasm that defied the season. She lay in bed for several minutes, studying the gardens and trying to orient herself to this new reality. Today would be her first full day as a permanent resident of this enchanted prison. The thought should have terrified her, yet Belle found herself feeling something closer to cautious curiosity. Whatever else the castle might be, it was certainly the most interesting place she had ever encountered. When she finally rose and approached the wardrobe, she found that her traveling dress from the previous day had been cleaned and pressed, hung alongside the collection of fine gowns. Belle chose something practical, a simple day dress in warm brown with minimal ornamentation. If she was going to explore the castle properly, she needed to be able to move freely. Breakfast appeared on a small table near the window the moment she finished dressing, as if the castle had been waiting for precisely that moment. Fresh bread, butter, jam, sliced fruit, and tea so perfectly steeped it might have come from her own kitchen at home. Belle ate slowly, watching the gardens and wondering if the beast was awake yet, and if so, where he spent his mornings. She had not seen him since he'd left the dining room the previous evening, his warning about the west wing still hanging in the air like a challenge. Belle knew she should heed his command, knew that poking at the boundaries of her captivity was likely to end badly. But she had never been particularly good at leaving mysteries unsolved, and the forbidden wing called to her with an almost magnetic pull. Not yet, though. First, she would explore the parts of the castle she was permitted to see. Perhaps in doing so, she would learn something about this place and its master that would help her understand the nature of her imprisonment. The castle revealed itself to her slowly, like a story unfolding one page at a time. Belle wandered through corridors that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves when she wasn't looking, though she could never quite catch them in the act. Rooms appeared that she was certain hadn't been there moments before, while others she thought she'd memorized seemed to vanish entirely. She found a conservatory filled with exotic plants that had no business surviving in any climate Belle knew. Orchids the size of dinner plates grew alongside ferns that stretched toward a glass ceiling painted with perpetual summer light. The air was humid and sweet, and when Belle touched one of the orchid petals, it released a perfume so intoxicating she had to step back, dizzy with the sudden rush of sensation. Beyond the conservatory, she discovered a portrait gallery that stretched the length of what must have been the castle's entire eastern wing. Hundreds of paintings lined the walls, nobles in elaborate dress, hunting scenes, pastoral landscapes, and formal family groupings. Belle walked slowly past them, studying the faces and trying to piece together the castle's history from these frozen moments. The paintings seemed to follow a chronological progression, starting with medieval lords in armor and progressing through the centuries toward more modern dress. But as Belle moved deeper into the gallery, she noticed something strange. Many of the more recent portraits had been damaged, slashed with what looked like claws, or burned at the edges, or simply torn from their frames entirely. The violence of the destruction was shocking in its thoroughness, as if someone had tried to erase entire sections of the castle's history. The final intact portrait showed a family of three. A nobleman with kind eyes and graying temples stood with his hand on the shoulder of a beautiful woman who wore a crown of flowers in her dark hair. Between them stood a young boy, perhaps 10 years old, with his mother's delicate features and his father's steady gaze. He held a rose in his small hands, and he was smiling. Belle stood before this portrait for a long time, transfixed by the boy's expression. There was such joy in that painted face, such innocent happiness. She wondered who these people were, whether they had lived in this castle, and if so, what had happened to them. The frame bore no nameplate, no indication of identity, but Belle felt certain this portrait was important, that it held some key to understanding the castle's secrets. A sound behind her made Belle turn sharply. But the corridor was empty, though she could have sworn she'd heard footsteps. The castle playing tricks again, perhaps, or simply the old building settling. Yet Belle couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that invisible eyes tracked her progress through these halls. She moved on, leaving the portrait gallery behind but carrying the image of the smiling boy with her. The castle led her to a music room where instruments sat beneath dust covers, silent and waiting. Belle uncovered a pianoforte and pressed a single key. The note rang out pure and clear, echoing through the empty room like a ghost's lament. She didn't play further, suddenly feeling like an intruder in a space that belonged to someone else's memories. The morning stretched into afternoon as Belle continued her exploration. she found an armory filled with weapons that gleamed despite obvious age, a chapel with stained glass windows that cast rainbow patterns across stone floors, and a tower room that offered views of the forest stretching endlessly in all directions. From that height, Belle could see no other buildings, no signs of civilization beyond the castle's walls. They were truly isolated here, she and the beast, cut off from the world as completely as if they existed in another realm entirely. It was in the early afternoon, as sunlight slanted golden through western windows, that Belle found the library. She had been wandering somewhat aimlessly, her feet beginning to ache and her stomach reminding her that breakfast had been many hours ago. She turned down a corridor she didn't remember seeing before, following an instinct she couldn't name, and found herself before a set of double doors carved with images of open books and flying birds. Belle pushed the doors open and stopped dead in her tracks. The library was enormous, easily 3 stories tall, with galleries running along the upper levels and a spiral staircase connecting them all. Every wall was lined floor to ceiling with books, thousands upon thousands of volumes bound in leather and cloth, their spines creating a tapestry of colors and textures. Ladders on rolling tracks provided access to the higher shelves, while comfortable chairs and reading nooks were scattered throughout the space, each with its own lamp and side table. Sunlight poured through high-arched windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny stars. The smell of old paper and leather and wood polish filled Belle's nose, and she felt something in her chest loosen, a tension she hadn't fully realized she'd been carrying. Books. More books than she could read in a lifetime. More books than she had ever seen in one place, even in the few libraries she'd been fortunate enough to visit during her family's prosperous years. This wasn't just a library, it was a treasure trove, a sanctuary, a promise of infinite worlds waiting to be discovered. Belle walked forward slowly, almost reverently, running her fingers along the spines of the nearest shelf. Poetry, philosophy, histories, romances, adventures, every genre she could imagine and several she'd never heard of. Some books looked ancient, their leather bindings cracked with age, while others appeared almost new, as if they'd been added recently despite the castle's apparent abandonment. She pulled out a volume at random, a collection of French fairy tales, and opened it carefully. The pages were pristine, the illustrations delicate and beautiful. Belle sank into the nearest chair and began to read, losing herself immediately in a story about a girl who lived in a tower and spoke to birds. Time ceased to have meaning. Belle read one story, then another, then abandoned that book for a different one that had caught her eye. She climbed the spiral staircase to explore the upper galleries, discovering sections devoted to natural philosophy, mathematics, languages she couldn't read, and ancient texts that looked like they belonged in museums rather than private libraries. It was only when her stomach growled insistently that Belle realized she had missed lunch entirely. The light slanting through the windows had taken on the golden quality of late afternoon, and shadows were beginning to gather in the corners of the library. She should return to her room, should prepare for dinner with the beast, should perhaps make some effort to maintain the routines of normal life. But Belle couldn't bring herself to leave just yet. She had found a section of adventure novels, stories of pirates and explorers, of lost cities and buried treasure, and she wanted desperately to take at least one book back to her room. Surely the beast wouldn't begrudge her that small comfort. She was reaching for a promising-looking volume about a shipwreck when a voice behind her nearly made her fall off the ladder. "I see you found the library." Belle spun so quickly she did lose her balance, her hand slipping from the ladder's rung. She had a brief, terrifying moment of feeling herself fall backward into empty air, and then something caught her, strong and solid, breaking her fall. The beast set her back on her feet with surprising gentleness, his massive hand steadying her until she found her balance. Belle stepped back quickly, her heart hammering, and looked up to find him watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "I'm sorry," she said breathlessly. "I didn't hear you come in. You startled me." Clearly. Was that amusement in his voice? The beast gestured to the books surrounding them, that same courtly movement she'd noticed at dinner. "You may use the library whenever you wish. Take any books you like to your room. They're here to be read, not to gather dust." Belle stared at him, surprised by the offer. She had expected anger at finding her wandering the castle unsupervised, or at minimum some comment about her presumption in entering what was clearly a private collection. Instead, he seemed almost pleased to find her here. "Thank you," she managed. It's the most beautiful library I've ever seen." Something flickered across the beast's face, surprise, perhaps, or pleasure. It was difficult to read his expressions, given his monstrous features, but Belle was beginning to notice subtle shifts in his eyes and the set of his ears that betrayed his emotions. "You like to read, then?" It wasn't quite a question. More than anything, Belle admitted. "Books have always been my escape. My friends, in a way, when real companionship was scarce." The beast was quiet for a long moment, studying her with those unsettling amber eyes. Then he said, so softly she almost didn't hear, "Yes. I understand that feeling." Belle found herself looking at him with new eyes. She had been so focused on his monstrous appearance, on her fear and resentment at being imprisoned, that she had failed to consider what his existence might actually be like. Alone in this vast castle for years, how many years, she still didn't know, with no one to talk to, nothing to do but haunt these empty halls. No wonder he seemed awkward at conversation, uncertain of how to interact with her. He had probably forgotten what normal human interaction felt like. "Have you read all of these?" she asked, gesturing to the surrounding shelves. "Most of them. Many times over." The beast's voice carried a weight of old loneliness. "When you have nothing but time, you find yourself revisiting old friends more often than discovering new ones." Belle thought of the portrait she had seen, the happy boy with the rose. She thought of the destroyed paintings, the empty rooms, the sense of a life interrupted and frozen in amber. And she found herself asking, very carefully, "How long have you been here? Alone, I mean." The beast's expression closed off immediately, his features hardening into the frightening mask she recognized from their first meeting. Belle tensed, preparing for anger, but when he spoke his voice was merely cold and distant. "Long enough. It's time for dinner. You should return to your room and change." He turned to leave, his heavy footsteps echoing on the library's wooden floor. But Belle, emboldened by the library and the glimpse of vulnerability she'd seen, called after him. "Wait. May I ask you something?" The beast paused but didn't turn around. "What? Why did you accept my offer to stay in my father's place? You could have kept him prisoner. He broke your rule, not me. So why let him go?" For a long time, the beast said nothing. Belle wondered if he was going to ignore the question entirely, simply walk away and leave her standing alone among the books. But then he spoke, his voice so quiet she had to strain to hear. "Because I know what it's like to have someone you love sacrifice themselves for you. I know what it's like to live with that guilt." He turned his head slightly, not quite looking back at her. "Your father would have died of heartbreak in this place. But you're strong enough to survive. I could see that the moment you offered yourself in his place." Before Belle could respond, before she could process what he'd just revealed about himself, the beast was gone, disappearing through the library doors and leaving her alone with her racing thoughts. Belle stood among the books for a long time after he left, staring at the space where he'd stood and trying to reconcile the frightening creature with the lonely, guilt-ridden being his words suggested. Someone had sacrificed themselves for him. Someone he loved. And it had marked him deeply enough that he couldn't watch a father suffer the same fate. The beast was not simply a monster, Belle realized with a growing sense of wonder and unease. He was something far more complicated, a creature with a past, with regrets, with the capacity for mercy even in the midst of his own suffering. And Belle, despite herself, despite every reason she had to hate and fear him, found herself wanting to understand what had made him this way. The library suddenly felt less like an escape and more like a map, a way to navigate not just the castle's physical spaces, but the mystery of its master. And Belle had never been able to resist a good mystery. She selected 3 books to take back to her room, the fairytale collection, an adventure novel, and a slim volume of poetry that had caught her eye, and made her way through the now familiar corridors to prepare for dinner. But her mind was no longer on food or routine or the mechanics of her imprisonment. Instead, she found herself thinking about a boy with a rose in his hands, a castle frozen in time, and a beast who understood loneliness all too well. Whatever the truth of this place, whatever curse had created this strange existence, Belle was determined to uncover it. Not just for her own sake, but for the sake of the creature who had shown her unexpected kindness even while keeping her captive. After all, every story had a beginning. And Belle was starting to suspect that learning the beast's story might be the key to writing a better ending for them both. The days began to take on a rhythm, though it was a strange and stilted sort of pattern that Belle had never experienced before. Each morning she woke to find breakfast waiting and her room mysteriously tidied by invisible hands. She would dress, eat, and then lose herself in exploration, sometimes returning to the library, sometimes wandering new corridors that revealed themselves like secrets being gradually disclosed. The castle seemed to have an opinion about where she should go. Certain doors would open easily at her approach, while others remained stubbornly locked no matter how she tried the handles. She learned to follow the castle's guidance, trusting that it would show her what it wanted her to see. And slowly, piece by piece, she began to assemble a picture of the life that had once filled these halls. She found a nursery on the 3rd floor, filled with toys that looked handcrafted with obvious love. A rocking horse with a real horsehair mane. Wooden soldiers painted in bright colors. A dollhouse that was an exact miniature replica of the castle itself, complete with tiny furnishings and portraits on its minuscule walls. Belle stood in that room for a long time, imagining a child playing here, imagining the laughter that must have once echoed off these walls. Now there was only silence and dust motes drifting through afternoon light. She discovered a ladies' sitting room decorated in shades of cream and rose, with embroidery hoops left mid-project and a book of poetry lying open on a small table, as if someone had simply stood up intending to return in a moment and never came back. The unfinished quality of the space unsettled Belle more than the destroyed portraits had. At least violence suggested an ending, however tragic. But these abandoned moments suggested something worse, lives interrupted mid-breath, frozen at the exact instant something terrible occurred. The beast himself remained largely absent during Belle's daytime explorations. She would catch glimpses of him occasionally. A shadow moving through a distant corridor, a figure in the gardens visible from an upper window, the sound of heavy footsteps retreating whenever she drew near. He was avoiding her, she realized, though she couldn't determine whether it was from courtesy, giving her space to adjust to her new circumstances, or from something else. Fear, perhaps, though what a creature like him had to fear from someone like her seemed absurd. Their only regular interaction came at dinner, which had become a nightly ritual Belle both dreaded and anticipated in equal measure. The beast was punctual to the point of rigidity, arriving in the dining room precisely at 7 each evening, and Belle found herself dressing more carefully for these meals as the days passed. Not from any desire to impress him, she told herself, but simply because the formality of the setting seemed to demand it. The conversations during these dinners were awkward at first, stilted exchanges about whether Belle's room was comfortable and if she had everything she needed. The beast seemed to have no practice at small talk, and Belle struggled to find topics that wouldn't lead to dangerous territory, questions about his past, about the curse she was increasingly certain had created this situation, about the West Wing that remained frustratingly forbidden. But gradually, almost despite themselves, they began to find common ground in the one thing they both loved, books. It started on the 4th evening, when Belle arrived at dinner carrying the adventure novel she'd selected from the library. She had been so engrossed in the story that she'd forgotten to put it down before leaving her room, and now she clutched it somewhat guiltily as the beast's eyes fixed on the volume. "The Corsair's Revenge," he said, surprising her. "You're reading Dumont?" Belle nodded, setting the book carefully on the table beside her plate. "I found it in the library. I hope that's all right. You said I could take any books I wanted, but if this one is special..." "It's fine." The beast waved one massive paw dismissively. "Have you reached the part where the captain discovers the traitor among his crew?" "Not yet." I'm still at the island sequence, where they're searching for the hidden cove. Something that might have been excitement flickered in the beast's eyes. Ah. You're in for a surprise, then. Dumont is masterful at misdirection. The traitor is not who you think. Belle leaned forward despite her sail. You've read it. 3 times. Was that sheepishness in his voice? The first time was years ago, but I revisited it more recently. The prose is somewhat purple, but the plot construction is ingenious. And just like that, they were discussing literature. Belle found herself defending Dumont's descriptive passages, which she felt added atmosphere even if they occasionally ran long, while the beast argued that tighter prose would have served the pacing better. They debated the plausibility of the main character's escape from the prison island, with Belle pointing out that adventure novels required some suspension of disbelief and the beast countering that internal consistency mattered even in fantastical stories. It was the longest conversation they'd had, and Belle was surprised to discover that the beast was not only well-read but possessed genuinely insightful opinions about literature. He challenged her interpretations, offered perspectives she hadn't considered, and displayed a breadth of knowledge that suggested he'd done little but read for years. Which, Belle supposed, was probably accurate. The meal ended too quickly, and Belle found herself disappointed when the beast rose to leave. But the next evening, she came prepared with questions about another book she'd started, a philosophical treatise that was proving more challenging than she'd anticipated. The beast's face lit up when she asked about it, and he spent 20 minutes explaining the historical context that made the author's arguments more comprehensible. By the end of the first week, their dinners had evolved into genuine discussions. They argued about the merits of different poets, debated whether histories could ever be truly objective, and compared their favorite fairy tales from childhood. The beast was particularly passionate about mythology, and Belle found herself fascinated by his interpretations of the old Greek and Roman legends. But don't you think Orpheus was foolish to look back? Belle asked one evening, pushing her dessert plate aside so she could lean her elbows on the table in a way her sisters would have deemed unladylike. He'd been told explicitly not to. He knew the rules. He was in love, the beast countered, and something in his voice made Belle look up sharply. Love makes fools of us all. He couldn't bear not knowing if Eurydice was truly following him. The uncertainty was worse than the risk of losing her. But he did lose her. His inability to trust cost him everything. Yes. The beast stared down at his plate, and Belle noticed that he'd barely touched his food. Perhaps that's the tragedy. Not that he looked back, but that he was right not to trust. The gods were cruel to make him walk that path in doubt. Belle thought about this, about doubt and trust and the cruelty of uncertain circumstances. She thought about her own situation, trapped in a castle with a creature she was beginning to understand but could never fully trust, her future an endless succession of days exactly like this one with no promise of change or release. Do you think he would have done it differently, if he could go back? She asked quietly. The beast finally looked at her, and his eyes held a depth of sorrow that made Belle's chest ache. No. When you love someone, you'll always risk everything for them. Even when you know it's futile. Even when you know it will destroy you. The weight of his words hung between them, and Belle understood suddenly that they were no longer talking about ancient mythology. They were talking about something real, something that had happened to the beast, or perhaps was still happening, trapped as he was in this enchanted prison. She wanted to ask more, wanted to push past his carefully maintained walls and discover the truth of his transformation. But something in his expression warned her that she'd approached the boundary of what he was willing to reveal. So instead, she changed the subject to safer territory, asking about his opinion on a comedy she'd found in the library. The beast accepted the redirect with visible relief, and they spent the rest of the meal discussing lighter fare. But Belle filed away that moment of vulnerability, adding it to the growing collection of puzzle pieces she was assembling about her mysterious host. The library became Belle's refuge and her hunting ground. She read voraciously, devouring books at a pace that would have alarmed her father had he been there to witness it. But she was also searching, looking for clues that might explain the castle's enchantment. She pulled down histories of the region, looking for mentions of the castle or its inhabitants. She studied books on folklore and magic, seeking patterns that might illuminate her circumstances. What she found was frustratingly sparse. There were references to an old noble family that had once held these lands, though the name had been carefully blacked out in every text where it appeared. There were vague mentions of tragedy and curse, but nothing specific, nothing that could give Belle the answers she sought. The most promising discovery came in the form of a slim journal she found tucked behind a row of larger volumes on one of the upper gallery shelves. The leather cover was unmarked, and when Belle opened it, she found pages filled with elegant handwriting that had clearly belonged to a woman. But after the first few entries, innocuous observations about gardens and weather, the pages had been torn out, leaving only ragged edges behind. Whatever secrets the journal had contained, someone had made certain they would not be easily discovered. Belle was sitting in one of the library's comfortable chairs, examining the mutilated journal and feeling frustrated by another dead end, when she heard the heavy footsteps that announced the beast's presence. She looked up to find him standing in the doorway, his massive form silhouetted against the corridor's light. "You spend a great deal of time in here," he observed, moving into the library with that surprising grace he possessed despite his size. "It's the best room in the castle," Belle replied honestly. "Present company excluded, books make better companions than empty corridors." The beast made a sound that might have been amusement. "Present company may not be excluded so readily. I'm not certain I'm preferable to empty corridors." Belle considered this, tilting her head as she studied him. 2 weeks ago, she would have agreed with him without hesitation. But time and proximity had begun to erode her initial terror. She still found him frightening, his size and strength made that unavoidable, but she was starting to see past the monstrous exterior to the mind that existed beneath. "You're better than empty corridors," she said finally. "At least you can discuss books. Corridors are notoriously poor conversationalists." "High praise indeed." The beast moved closer, his eyes falling on the damaged journal in Belle's hands. Something flickered in his expression, recognition, perhaps, or pain. "Where did you find that?" "Hidden on one of the upper shelves. Someone removed most of the pages." Belle held it out to him. "Do you know whose it was?" The beast took the journal carefully, his clawed fingers handling it with surprising delicacy. He stood for a long moment, staring down at the ruined book, and Belle saw his jaw tighten. "It belonged to someone who lived here long ago," he said finally. "Someone who is gone now." "What happened to them?" "They left." The words were clipped, final. The beast handed the journal back to Belle, and she saw that his hands were trembling slightly. "You should put this back where you found it. The past is better left buried." But Belle had never been good at leaving things buried. "If you're going to keep me prisoner here, don't I at least deserve to know the story? To understand what sort of place this is?" "You deserve many things," the beast said quietly. "Understanding may not be one of them." He turned to leave, and Belle felt a surge of frustration that surprised her with its intensity. She had been so patient, so careful not to push too hard, tiptoeing around his obvious wounds. But patience had its limits, and Belle had never been particularly good at accepting mysteries she couldn't solve. "Why won't you tell me?" she called after him. "What are you so afraid of?" The beast froze, and when he turned back his eyes were blazing with something that made Belle instinctively pull back in her chair. For a moment, she saw the creature her father had first encountered, all rage and pain and barely controlled violence. "Afraid?" His voice was low and dangerous. "You want to know what I'm afraid of?" "I'm afraid that if you knew the truth, you would look at me with even more revulsion than you already do. I'm afraid that the small measure of civility we've achieved would crumble into ashes. I'm afraid that you would understand exactly how much of a monster I truly am." The words hung in the air between them, raw and honest and more vulnerable than anything he'd said before. Belle sat frozen, her heart hammering, torn between the instinct to flee and the equally strong urge to understand what could have wounded this creature so deeply. "I don't revile you," she said, and was surprised to realize it was true. I'm angry at being kept here, yes. I'm frightened sometimes. But revulsion? No. I've seen too much kindness from you to feel that way. The beast stared at her for a long moment, and Belle couldn't read the expression on his face. Then, without another word, he left the library, his footsteps echoing away into silence. Belle sat alone among the books, the ruined journal in her lap, and thought about monsters and men and the fine line between the two. She thought about how easy it would be to hate the beast for keeping her prisoner, and how much harder it was to hate someone who had shown her his library and discussed poetry with genuine passion and looked at her sometimes with such desperate loneliness it made her heart ache. She was no longer certain who the real prisoner was, herself, trapped in the castle, or the beast, trapped in whatever curse had made him this way. Perhaps they were both prisoners, locked in a story that neither of them knew how to end. But Belle had never met a story she couldn't finish. And she was determined to uncover this one, no matter where it led or what truths she uncovered along the way. Even if those truths turned out to be more tragic than she could possibly imagine. The castle's gardens began to change as autumn deepened into the cusp of winter. Belle watched from her window each morning as frost crept across the lawns and the last stubborn leaves finally surrendered to the wind. Yet the roses remained, blooming with that same impossible vibrancy, as if the enchantment that held the castle would not permit them to acknowledge the changing seasons. Belle had been in the castle for 3 weeks now, though time had begun to feel elastic and strange in this place. Some days seemed to last forever, particularly when she lost herself in the library and looked up to find that hours had passed in what felt like moments. Other days rushed by in a blur of exploration and reading and the evening dinners that had become the anchoring point of her existence here. The confrontation in the library had shifted something between her and the beast. He had not avoided her in the days that followed, but neither had he returned to the easy conversations they'd begun to develop. Instead, he seemed wary, as if he'd revealed too much and was now uncertain how to proceed. Belle found herself frustrated by the regression, missing the intellectual sparring that had made the evening something to look forward to rather than endure. She tried to bridge the gap by asking him questions about the book she was reading, hoping to recapture that sense of connection. But the beast's answers were brief and careful, never straying into personal territory, never offering the insights that had made their earlier discussions so engaging. It was like watching someone build walls in real time, brick by brick, until they stood once again as strangers separated by circumstance and fear. On the morning of her 23rd day in the castle, Belle woke to find the world transformed. Snow had fallen during the night, blanketing everything in pristine white. The gardens looked like something from a fairy tale illustration, each hedge and fountain transformed into abstract sculptures of ice and snow. And still the roses bloomed, their vivid colors almost garish against the monochrome landscape. Belle dressed warmly and ventured outside for the first time since her arrival. The cold bit at her exposed skin, sharp and invigorating after so many days confined indoors. Her breath plumed in the air as she walked the garden paths, her footsteps crunching in the fresh snow. She was the first to walk here, the snow was undisturbed, pristine, and Belle felt a childish pleasure in being the one to mark it with her presence. She walked until her toes grew numb in her boots, exploring the maze-like garden paths and discovering sculptures she hadn't noticed from her window. Stone benches sat beneath snow-laden trees. A sundial stood at the center of a circular clearing, its shadow useless in the overcast morning. And everywhere, the roses, red and white and pink and yellow, their petals somehow warm to the touch despite the freezing temperature. Belle was examining a particularly magnificent crimson bloom when she heard the crunch of footsteps behind her. She turned to find the beast standing at the edge of the clearing, his dark fur dusted with snowflakes that melted slowly in the warmth his body generated. He looked almost natural here, she thought, a creature of winter and wilderness, more at home in this frozen landscape than in the castle's elegant rooms. "You should come inside," he said, his breath misting in the cold air. "You'll catch your death out here." "I'm fine," Belle replied, though she was shivering. "I wanted to see the snow. It's been so long since I walked in winter weather." The beast moved closer, and Belle noticed he was carrying something, a heavy cloak of deep blue wool, lined with fur. He held it out to her wordlessly, and after a moment's hesitation, Belle accepted it. The cloak was enormous on her, clearly made for someone much larger, but it was blessedly warm. She wrapped it around herself gratefully. "Thank you," she said. The beast nodded once, then seemed uncertain what to do next. He stood awkwardly in the snow, shifting his weight from foot to foot, clearly wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Belle waited, giving him time, watching the internal struggle play out across his features. "I owe you an apology," he said finally. "For the other day. In the library. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Belle pulled the cloak tighter, surprised by the apology. "You were honest. That's not something you need to apologize for. Honesty can be cruel." The beast's voice was low, almost lost in the whisper of wind through bare branches. "And you didn't deserve my anger. You've been nothing but civil, despite having every reason to hate me." "I don't hate you," Belle said, and realized as she spoke that it was becoming increasingly true. Somewhere between the dinners and the library and the small kindnesses he'd shown, her fear and resentment had transmuted into something more complicated. Not friendship, exactly, they weren't equals enough for that. But not simple animosity either. The beast looked at her with those amber eyes, searching her face as if trying to determine whether she was being truthful. "Why not?" "You should." "Should I?" Belle considered this. "You've kept me prisoner, yes. But you've also given me the most beautiful library I've ever seen, fed me better than I ate at home, and engaged me in more interesting conversations than I had in my entire previous life. You're not a simple villain, whatever you might think of yourself. You don't know what I've done." "Then tell me." Belle met his gaze steadily. "Stop hiding behind vague pronouncements of guilt and just tell me what happened here. Tell me who you were before this curse took hold." The beast flinched at the word curse, confirming what Belle had long suspected. But he didn't deny it, didn't deflect as he usually did. Instead, he turned away, staring out at the snow-covered gardens with an expression of such profound sorrow that Belle felt her throat tighten. "I was a prince," he said quietly. "The only son of a king and queen who loved me perhaps too well. This castle was my home. These gardens were where I played as a child. That nursery you found was mine." Belle held her breath, afraid that any movement would break the spell and stop him from continuing. This was what she'd been seeking, the truth of his past, the story behind the enchantment. She stood perfectly still, the snow falling gently around them, and listened. "I was spoiled," the beast continued. "Indulged. Given everything I wanted without ever being taught the value of what I received. My parents died when I was 17, a fever that swept through the castle, taking dozens of servants and courtiers along with them. I inherited everything. The throne, the wealth, the power. And I had no idea how to wield any of it responsibly." He paused, and Belle saw his massive hands clench into fists. "I became cruel. Not intentionally, at first, I simply didn't care about anyone beyond myself. I threw elaborate parties while the peasants starved. I taxed my people into poverty to fund my entertainment. I dismissed advisors who tried to counsel restraint. I was everything a ruler should not be, and I reveled in it." The words were coming faster now, as if a dam had broken and he couldn't stop the flow. One winter night, a night much like this one, an old woman came to the castle. She was clearly poor, her clothes little more than rags, and she begged for shelter from the storm. She offered me a single rose in exchange for a night's warmth and a crust of bread. Belle's hand went instinctively to the pocket where she kept the dried rose her father had brought her, though she'd long since moved it to her room. "I laughed at her," the beast said, and his voice cracked. "I mocked her for thinking a dying flower was worth anything. I called the guards to throw her out into the snow. She warned me not to be deceived by appearances, that beauty was found within. I told her that ugly things belonged outside my beautiful castle." He turned back to Belle, and she saw tears tracking through the fur on his face. "She was an enchantress. The rose was a test, and I failed it spectacularly. She transformed me into this, a monster on the outside to match the monster I'd become within. She cursed everyone in the castle, turning them into objects, making them invisible servants bound to this place. And she cursed the rose itself. The beast gestured toward the blooming gardens around them. As long as these roses bloom, the curse holds. They're sustained by magic, never dying, never fading, a constant reminder of my failure. The enchantress said the spell could only be broken if I learned to love another and earned their love in return before the last petal fell from the original rose she gave me. But how can anyone love this? He held up his clawed hands, his voice thick with despair. How can anyone see past what I've become to what I might have been? Belle stood in the falling snow, processing this revelation. It explained so much, the destroyed portraits, the abandoned rooms, the sense of a life interrupted. The beast had been a prince, young and thoughtless and cruel, and his cruelty had doomed not just himself but everyone who had depended on him. The invisible servants weren't simply magic, they were people, transformed and trapped, paying for their master's sins. How long ago did this happen? She asked quietly. 10 years. I've been like this for 10 years, watching those damned roses bloom and knowing that each year makes it less likely that anyone could ever see me as anything but a monster. The enchantress was clear, I had to learn to love and be loved in return. But who would love this? Who could? The question hung in the air between them, desperate and vulnerable. Belle understood suddenly why he had avoided her, why he'd been so resistant to revealing his past. He was terrified that knowing the truth would confirm his worst fears, that he was unlovable, irredeemable, doomed to remain a beast forever. And perhaps he was right to be afraid. Belle looked at him, truly looked at him, seeing not just the monster but the young man who had made terrible choices and was now paying an impossible price for them. She felt anger at the waste of it, at the people trapped because their prince had been too spoiled to show basic kindness. But she also felt something else, something uncomfortably close to pity. The servants, she said. The ones who were transformed. Are they still here? The beast nodded miserably. Trapped as furniture, as household objects. They can't speak, can't take physical form, but they're aware. They've been aware for 10 years, watching me fumble through each day, knowing that their only hope of freedom rests with a prince who couldn't even manage basic human decency. Belle thought of the floating candelabras, the invisible hands that tidied her room and prepared her meals. They weren't just magic, they were people, imprisoned and silent, watching and waiting for a salvation that seemed increasingly unlikely. That's why you accepted my offer, she said slowly, understanding dawning. When I offered to take my father's place, you couldn't bear to watch another father lose his child, because you knew what it felt like to disappoint the people who loved you. My parents believed I would be a great king, the beast said quietly. They died thinking their son would be everything they'd hoped for. Instead, I became everything they would have been ashamed of. So yes, when your father stood there, ready to sacrifice everything for a daughter who loved him enough to ask for a simple rose, I couldn't do it. I couldn't take that away from him, even though I had every right to claim my price. They stood in silence, the snow falling around them like a benediction. Belle felt the weight of the story settling over her, adding new dimensions to everything she'd experienced in the castle. The beast wasn't simply keeping her prisoner, he was hoping, desperately, that somehow her presence might offer a path to redemption. Not just for himself, but for all the innocent people trapped in his curse. It was a terrible burden to place on her shoulders, and Belle felt a flash of anger at the unfairness of it. She hadn't asked to be part of this story, hadn't wanted to become a potential solution to someone else's magical problems. She'd simply wanted to save her father, and now she found herself tangled in an enchantment that had nothing to do with her choices. But looking at the beast, at the hope and fear and desperate longing in his eyes, Belle couldn't quite hold on to her anger. He hadn't asked for this either, not really. A moment of cruelty, a lifetime of consequences. It was the sort of proportional punishment fairy tales dealt in, harsh and absolute and utterly unforgiving. The enchantress, Belle said. "Is there any way to find her? To ask for mercy, or at least clarification about the curse's conditions?" The beast laughed, a bitter sound that had no humor in it. "If I could find her, I would have done so years ago. She disappeared the night she cast the spell, and I've never seen or heard from her since. For all I know, she's watching from afar, amused by my struggles." Belle pulled the borrowed cloak tighter, feeling the cold seeping through despite the wool's warmth. Her mind was already working through the problem, approaching it the way she would approach a puzzle in one of her books. Curses had rules, and rules could be understood. The enchantress had said the beast needed to learn to love and be loved in return. But what did that actually mean? What were the conditions, the specific requirements that would break the spell? "The rose she gave you," Belle said. "Where is it?" The beast's expression darkened. "The West Wing. It's the reason that area is forbidden. The rose sits under a glass dome, preserved by magic. I can't bear to look at it most days, can't bear to be reminded of my failure every time I see it." So that was the secret of the Forbidden Wing. Not some terrible monster or dangerous magic, but simply a flower under glass, the physical manifestation of the beast's countdown to eternal damnation. Belle felt her curiosity about the West Wing intensify, even as she understood why he'd forbidden her access. It was too personal, too painful, the physical evidence of his transformation and his dwindling hope. "How many petals has it lost?" she asked quietly. "Too many." The beast turned away again, his shoulders hunched against more than just the cold. "I stopped counting years ago. It was too painful to watch them fall, to mark the passage of time that brought me no closer to redemption." Belle wanted to say something comforting, wanted to offer hope that perhaps the curse could still be broken. But what could she say? She barely understood the rules of the enchantment, and even if she did, what good would it do? The beast needed to be loved, and Belle was his prisoner. Whatever complicated feelings she was developing toward him, they weren't love. They couldn't be. You couldn't love your captor, no matter how many books he gave you access to or how engaging his conversation might be. Could you? The thought unsettled her, and Belle pushed it away firmly. She was being practical, that was all. Trying to understand her situation so she could perhaps find a way to help, not just the beast, but all the invisible servants trapped in this curse. It wasn't about love. It was about solving a problem, about bringing some measure of justice to an unjust situation. "I should go back inside," she said finally, when the silence had stretched too long. "I'm losing feeling in my toes." The beast nodded, seeming relieved to have an excuse to end the conversation. "Keep the cloak. You'll need it if you want to walk in the gardens again." Belle clutched the heavy fabric, surprised by the gift. "Thank you. And thank you for telling me the truth. I know it wasn't easy." "No," the beast agreed quietly. "But perhaps it was necessary. You deserve to understand what you've become part of, even if you didn't choose it." He walked her back to the castle, his massive footprints beside her smaller ones in the fresh snow. At the door, he paused, seeming to want to say something more. But whatever words he'd been searching for remained unspoken. He simply nodded once and disappeared into the castle's depths, leaving Belle standing in the entrance hall with her borrowed cloak and her racing thoughts. She spent the rest of the day in the library, but for once she couldn't lose herself in reading. Her mind kept returning to the beast's story, turning it over and examining it from different angles. A spoiled prince punished for his cruelty. An enchantress who demanded love as the price for redemption. A castle full of innocent victims paying for their master's sins. It was the sort of story Belle had read dozens of times in different variations. But living inside it was nothing like reading about it. The moral clarity of fairy tales dissolved when confronted with reality. Yes, the young prince had been cruel. But had he deserved this? Did anyone deserve to be transformed into a monster and given an impossible task as their only hope of salvation? And what about the servants? What had they done to deserve their fate? They'd simply had the misfortune to serve a cruel master, and for that they'd been punished for a decade, their lives suspended, their voices stolen, their only hope resting with the same prince who'd failed them in the first place. The more Belle thought about it, the angrier she became, not at the beast, but at the enchantress who'd crafted such a curse. What kind of justice turned dozens of innocent people into household objects? What kind of lesson was learned through collective punishment? The enchantress had wanted to teach the prince compassion, but her method seemed as cruel as anything he'd done. When dinner time arrived, Belle went to the dining room with her head full of questions. But the beast wasn't there. The table was set for one, a covered dish waiting with a note beside it in elegant script, "Forgive me. I find I cannot face you tonight. Please enjoy your meal." B. Belle sat alone in the vast dining room, eating mechanically while her mind continued to work through the puzzle. The beast had withdrawn again, retreating into whatever private space he occupied when he wasn't forcing himself to socialize. She understood it. He'd revealed too much, made himself too vulnerable, and now he needed time to rebuild his defenses. But Belle found herself missing him, which was perhaps the strangest development of all. Missing a beast. Missing a captor. Missing someone who by all rights she should fear and hate. Yet she did miss him, missed the conversations that challenged her thinking, missed the way his eyes lit up when discussing books, missed even his awkwardness and uncertainty. She was in dangerous territory, Belle realized. Somewhere between the library and the dinners and the snow-covered garden confession, the beast had stopped being a monster in her mind and become something more complicated. A person. A tragic figure. Someone worthy of understanding if not forgiveness. And that realization terrified her more than his claws or his rage ever could. Because if she started seeing him as a person rather than a beast, if she started caring about his fate and his pain, then what did that mean for her own heart? What did it mean for the curse that bound them both? Belle retired to her room early, pleading fatigue. But she lay awake for hours, staring at the canopy above her bed and thinking about roses and curses and the fine line between captivity and connection. Outside her window, snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in white, covering footprints and making everything clean and new. If only curses could be so easily erased, Belle thought. If only the past could be buried under fresh snow and forgotten. But she knew better. The past was always there, lurking beneath the surface, shaping everything that came after. And until the curse was broken, if it could be broken at all, they would all remain trapped in the consequences of choices made long before Belle ever entered this enchanted prison. The days following the beast's confession carried a peculiar quality, as if the castle itself had exhaled after holding its breath for too long. Belle noticed subtle changes in the atmosphere, doors that had previously remained locked now opened at her approach, rooms that had seemed deliberately hidden revealed themselves during her wanderings. It was as though the castle approved of the truth finally being spoken, as though the building itself had been waiting for this moment of honesty between its inhabitants. The beast did not appear at dinner for 3 consecutive evenings. Belle ate alone in the vast dining room, watching the empty chair at the head of the table and feeling an absence that surprised her with its weight. She had grown accustomed to their conversations, to the intellectual sparring that made the meal something more than simple sustenance. Without him, the dining room felt cavernous and cold, despite the fire crackling in the hearth and the excellent food that appeared with clockwork regularity. On the 4th evening, Belle made a decision. Rather than going to the dining room, she requested that her meal be brought to the library. The castle obliged immediately, and Belle found herself eating at one of the reading tables, surrounded by books and the comfortable silence she'd always preferred. If the beast wanted to avoid her, that was his choice. But she wouldn't sit alone in that enormous room, pretending not to notice his absence. She was deep in a history of ancient Persia when she heard the now familiar sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Belle didn't look up, though her heart began to beat faster. The footsteps paused at the library entrance, and she could feel the weight of the beast's gaze on her back. Still she continued reading, or at least maintaining the appearance of reading, while her mind raced with competing desires to acknowledge him and to make him work for her attention after days of deliberate avoidance. Finally, he spoke, his deep voice carrying clearly through the library's acoustics. "You've changed your routine." Belle marked her place with a ribbon and turned to face him. He stood in the doorway as if uncertain of his welcome, despite this being his own library in his own castle. The vulnerability in his posture tugged at something in Belle's chest, but she kept her expression neutral. The dining room was too large for one person. "I prefer eating where I can also read." The beast nodded slowly, processing this. "I owe you another apology. For avoiding you these past days. It was cowardly." "Yes, it was." Belle watched him flinch at her bluntness, but she pressed on. "You told me your story, gave me the truth I'd been seeking, and then disappeared. Did you think I would judge you so harshly? Or were you afraid of what you'd revealed about yourself?" The beast moved into the library, his massive form somehow not diminishing the space but rather filling it in a way that felt almost natural. He settled into one of the larger chairs, built to accommodate his size, and Belle noticed for the first time that several pieces of furniture in the library were scaled differently, remnants, perhaps, of the prince he'd been, or additions made after his transformation. "Both," he admitted. "I spent 10 years telling myself that I deserved this curse, that my cruelty had earned me this fate. But speaking it aloud, seeing the story through your eyes, I found myself wondering if the enchantress was right. If I truly am irredeemable." Belle set down her book and considered her words carefully. What she said next mattered, perhaps more than any conversation they'd had before. She thought of the spoiled young prince who'd turned away an old woman in the snow, and she thought of the beast who'd let her father go, who'd given her access to his library, who discussed literature with genuine passion despite having every reason to let bitterness consume him entirely. "I don't think anyone is irredeemable," she said finally. "But I also don't think redemption is something that happens to you. It's something you choose, every day, in small ways. You were cruel once. You made terrible choices. But you've had 10 years to reflect on those choices, to understand their weight. The question isn't whether you were a monster then. It's whether you choose to be one now." The beast was quiet for a long time, his amber eyes fixed on her with an intensity that should have been frightening but somehow wasn't. Belle held his gaze steadily, refusing to look away, letting him see that she meant what she said. "And what do you think?" he asked softly. "Am I a monster now?" Belle thought about this, really thought about it, examining her feelings with the same analytical approach she brought to difficult texts. She thought about her fear when she'd first arrived, the way her hands had shaken when he'd roared in the garden. But she also thought about the gentle way he'd steadied her on the library ladder, the thoughtfulness of the cloak he'd lent her in the snow, the genuine remorse in his voice when he spoke of his past. "I think you're trying not to be," she said. "And I think that matters more than you realize." Something shifted in the beast's expression, relief, perhaps, or hope, or some emotion Belle couldn't quite name. He seemed to settle more comfortably in his chair, some of the tension leaving his massive shoulders. They sat in companionable silence for a while, Belle returning to her book while the beast simply watched the fire in the library's hearth, lost in thoughts she could only guess at. When Belle finished her chapter, she found the beast had fallen asleep in his chair, his breathing deep and steady, his features relaxed in a way she'd never seen while he was awake. Asleep, he looked less fearsome, still monstrous, certainly, but also strangely peaceful. Belle wondered when he'd last slept well, if the burden of his curse and guilt kept him wakeful through long nights. She gathered her things quietly and left him there, asking the castle silently to dim the lights gradually and keep the fire burning. As she climbed the stairs to her room, Belle reflected on the strange turn her life had taken. A month ago, she'd been in her cottage, reading by candlelight and helping her father with his accounts. Now she was living in an enchanted castle, slowly befriending a cursed prince who wore the form of a beast, and finding herself invested in a story she hadn't asked to be part of. The following days saw a thawing between them, gradual but unmistakable. The beast returned to joining her for dinner, though now sometimes they ate in the library instead, plates balanced on side tables while they discussed whatever book currently occupied Belle's attention. He began showing her parts of the castle she hadn't yet discovered, a greenhouse where tropical plants thrived despite the winter weather, a tower room with telescopes pointed at the stars, a music room where instruments waited in patient silence. It was in the music room that Belle made a discovery that shifted her understanding of the beast yet again. She was examining a violin, marveling at its craftsmanship, when she noticed sheet music scattered across a piano bench. The compositions were complex, clearly the work of someone with serious training, and the paper was aged but not ancient. These pieces had been written in the past decade, she realized. Written after the curse. She looked at the beast, who stood by the window with studied casualness that didn't quite hide his tension. "You wrote these?" It wasn't a question, and the beast didn't try to deny it. He simply nodded, his clawed hands flexing at his sides. "Music was one of the things the curse couldn't take from me. My hands may be different, but they can still play. Creating something beautiful, it helped, in the early years. Gave me a purpose when I had none." Belle leafed through the compositions, recognizing the skill and emotion in the notations. These weren't the works of a thoughtless, cruel youth. They were the expressions of someone who'd learned to feel deeply, to translate pain and longing and regret into something transcendent. She wondered how many hours he'd spent in this room, alone with his music, trying to make sense of what he'd become. "Will you play something for me?" The request surprised them both. The beast looked at her with something like fear, as if she'd asked him to reveal another painful truth. But after a moment's hesitation, he moved to the piano and settled onto the specially reinforced bench. His massive hands hovered over the keys, and Belle held her breath, suddenly uncertain what she'd asked for. Then he began to play, and Belle forgot how to breathe entirely. The music was heartbreaking in its beauty, a melody that spoke of loss and longing, of mistakes that couldn't be unmade and futures that seemed impossibly distant. The beast's clawed fingers moved across the keys with surprising delicacy, drawing out notes that seemed to hang in the air like prayers. Belle could hear his story in the music, could feel the weight of 10 years spent in isolation, could sense the hope and despair warring within him. When the final notes faded, silence filled the music room like water rushing in to fill a void. Belle realized she was crying, tears tracking down her cheeks without her permission. She wiped them away hastily, but not before the beast saw. His expression was unreadable, something between gratification and guilt. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." Belle shook her head, searching for words adequate to what she'd just experienced. "You didn't upset me. That was extraordinary. Sad, but extraordinary." The beast rose from the bench, turning away as if embarrassed by her praise. "It's all I have. Music and books and these empty rooms. For 10 years, that's been my entire existence." Belle understood then, with a clarity that was almost painful, just how profoundly lonely the beast had been. Not just lonely, isolated in a way she'd never fully comprehended. At least when she'd been lonely in her village, she'd had her books and the possibility of human connection, however limited. The beast had been alone with his curse and his guilt, with no one to talk to except the invisible servants who couldn't respond, nothing to do except wander his castle and contemplate his failures. And now she was here, breaking 10 years of silence, forcing him to remember what it was like to exist in relation to another person. No wonder he sometimes withdrew. No wonder her presence both comforted and unsettled him. She represented possibility, the chance for redemption, yes, but also the risk of further failure and rejection. They began spending more time together after that evening, not just at meals but throughout the day. The beast showed Belle how to navigate the castle's magical peculiarities, teaching her which corridors led where and how to ask the building itself for what she needed. He explained that the enchantment had given the castle a kind of consciousness, a desire to serve and please, and that it responded to intention as much as to direct requests. Belle, in turn, shared her observations about the book she was reading, her interpretations of texts the beast had read a dozen times but never analyzed from her particular perspective. She challenged his assumptions, offered different viewpoints, and generally treated him not as a beast or a prince but as an intellectual equal. And something in the beast seemed to blossom under this attention, like a plant finally receiving sunlight after years in shadow. One afternoon, as they walked through the snow-covered gardens, the beast hesitantly asked about Belle's life before the castle. She found herself telling him about her father's fall from prosperity, about her sister's bitterness and her own acceptance of their reduced circumstances. She spoke of the village's small-mindedness, the way they'd looked at her as if her love of books was a character flaw rather than an asset. The beast listened without interruption, his attention complete in a way that Belle had rarely experienced. Most people in her life had listened to respond, waiting for their turn to speak rather than truly hearing what she said. But the beast listened to understand, processing her words with the same careful attention he brought to complicated texts. "You were lonely too," he said when she'd finished. In a different way, perhaps, but lonely nonetheless. Belle hadn't thought of it in those terms before, but she recognized the truth in his words. Yes, she'd been lonely. Surrounded by people but fundamentally misunderstood, her inner life invisible to those around her. The village had seen her as odd, her sisters as insufferably content with poverty, her father as his beloved daughter but not quite as the full person she was. Only in her books had Belle found true companionship, and books, however wonderful, couldn't entirely replace human connection. "I suppose I was," she admitted. "Though I didn't realize it at the time. Loneliness becomes normal when it's all you've known." They walked in silence for a while, their footsteps crunching in the snow, their breath misting in the cold air. Belle noticed that the beast had started walking differently when they were together, less like a predator and more like a companion, adjusting his naturally longer stride to match hers. Small considerations like that had become common between them, unconscious gestures of respect and care that neither acknowledged but both noticed. As winter deepened, Belle found her days taking on a new rhythm. Mornings in the library, often with the beast joining her for an hour or two before disappearing to whatever occupied him when they weren't together. Afternoons exploring the castle or walking the gardens, weather permitting. Evenings eating dinner together, sometimes in the dining room but more often in the library or the conservatory, wherever felt most comfortable. And always, the conversations, ranging from philosophical debates to silly arguments about fictional characters to comfortable silence when words weren't necessary. Belle no longer thought of herself as a prisoner, which should have worried her but somehow didn't. She'd accepted that this was her life now, at least for the foreseeable future. The castle had become familiar, even comfortable. The beast had become, not quite a friend, the power imbalance between them was too great for that. But something more than captor and captive. Something that didn't have a name yet but felt increasingly important. She caught herself thinking about him at odd moments, wondering what he was doing when they were apart, hoping he would join her in the library, looking forward to dinner with an anticipation that had nothing to do with food. These thoughts troubled her when she examined them too closely, so mostly she tried not to examine them at all. It was easier to simply accept her circumstances without interrogating her growing attachment to the one person who shared her isolation. The invisible servants had become a constant presence in Belle's awareness, though she still couldn't see or hear them directly. She'd taken to talking to them as she moved through the castle, thanking them for preparing her meals and tidying her room, asking them questions she knew they couldn't answer. It felt important to acknowledge them, to remember that they were people trapped in even worse circumstances than her own. The beast had mentioned that they were aware, that they could hear and see even if they couldn't respond. Belle hoped her words brought them some small comfort, some reminder that they hadn't been entirely forgotten. One evening, as she and the beast sat in the library after dinner, Belle brought up the subject that had been weighing on her mind. The servants. Is there any way to communicate with them more directly? To let them know they haven't been abandoned? The beast looked surprised by the question, as if it hadn't occurred to him that Belle would concern herself with the castle's other prisoners. They can hear you when you speak to them. Whether they can respond? I've never found a way. Believe me, I've tried. In the early years, I spent countless hours attempting to break through whatever barrier the curse erected. But they remain silent, no matter what I do. Belle thought about this, turning the problem over in her mind the way she approached difficult puzzles in her books. Curses had logic, rules that governed their operation. If the servants could hear but not respond, perhaps there was a different way to establish communication. Something that didn't require speech. What if we left them paper and ink? Asked them to write responses to questions? The beast shook his head regretfully. The curse prevents them from taking physical form in any way. They can move objects, dishes, furniture, clothing, but they can't manipulate tools or write. I've tried that as well. Belle felt frustration building. The injustice of the situation gnawed at her, innocent people trapped in silence, unable even to express their thoughts or feelings. She understood why the beast carried such guilt. The servant's suffering was a constant reminder of the price others paid for his mistakes. They sat in troubled silence, both wrestling with the impossibility of the situation. Outside the library windows, snow fell steadily, adding to the drifts that had been accumulating for weeks. The world beyond the castle had disappeared under white, as if they existed in a bubble separated from reality. Which, Belle supposed, they did. This castle and its curse existed outside normal rules, outside the ordinary flow of time and consequence. As December deepened, Belle found herself thinking more about her father and sisters. She wondered how they were managing without her, whether they'd adjusted to her absence or still mourned her loss. The beast had mentioned that time moved strangely in the enchanted castle, that days here might pass differently than they did in the outside world. Belle didn't know if she'd been gone for weeks or months from her family's perspective, but either way, she imagined they must have held some sort of memorial for her by now. Must have accepted that she wasn't coming home. The thought should have made her desperate to escape, should have renewed her resentment at being kept here against her will. But Belle found that her feelings toward the castle and its master had grown too complicated for simple categorization. She missed her father terribly, worried about him constantly. Yet she couldn't honestly say she wanted to leave, not anymore. Something about this place, about the beast, had worked its way under her skin. She felt needed here in a way she never had at home. Felt seen and understood in a way that her previous life had never provided. It was a dangerous realization, one that Belle tucked away in the back of her mind without examining too closely. Because if she admitted to herself that she was content here, that she'd begun to care for the beast more than simple compassion for a fellow prisoner, then she'd have to confront what that meant for her future. For his curse. For the impossible task the enchantress had set before him. Better to simply exist in the present, Belle told herself. Better to take each day as it came, to enjoy the library and the conversations and the strange friendship that was developing between them. The future would come whether she worried about it or not. And worrying would only steal the peace she'd found in this unexpected place. So Belle read her books and walked the gardens and talked with the beast, and tried not to think too hard about the fact that somewhere in the west wing, a rose was slowly losing its petals, counting down to a fate neither of them could bear to contemplate. Christmas came and went with little acknowledgement. Belle woke on the morning she calculated must be the 25th of December to find a small package wrapped in silver paper sitting on her bedside table. Inside was a leather journal, its pages blank and waiting, and a fountain pen of obvious quality. No card accompanied the gifts, but Belle knew who they were from. The castle's magic might deliver them, but the thoughtfulness behind the selection bore the beast's unmistakable consideration. She spent the morning writing in the journal, finding that putting her thoughts to paper helped organize the tangle of emotions that had been accumulating since her arrival. She wrote about the library, about the invisible servants, about the strange comfort she'd found in routine. She wrote about the beast, though she was careful to keep those observations analytical, cataloguing his behaviors and quirks as if he were a character in a story rather than a living being whose opinion of her had begun to matter more than she cared to admit. The beast was absent that day, and Belle wondered if Christmas held particular pain for him. She imagined the castle in better days, decorated with garlands and lights, filled with guests and laughter, a young prince receiving gifts from doting parents. The contrast between that imagined celebration and the silent, empty castle of the present must be nearly unbearable. Belle left her room in the early afternoon and wandered the corridors, half hoping to encounter him, wanting to offer some wordless comfort even if she couldn't undo the past. She found herself in areas of the castle she'd previously avoided, driven by restlessness and a desire to understand more about the life that had existed here before the curse. The family wing revealed itself to her gradually, bedrooms that had clearly belonged to the king and queen, their furnishings still arranged as if waiting for their occupants to return. The queen's room held particular poignancy, with its vanity covered in silver-backed brushes and perfume bottles, a half-finished embroidery project still stretched in its frame. Belle touched the delicate needlework and wondered what the queen had been like, whether she would have approved of what her son was becoming in the aftermath of his suffering. Adjacent to the royal chambers, Belle found what must have been the young prince's bedroom. It was larger than her own quarters, decorated in deep blues and golds, with weapons mounted on the walls and shelves lined with books. The bed was enormous, its canopy embroidered with the family crest, a rose surrounded by thorns, which seemed almost cruelly prophetic now. Belle moved through the room slowly, taking in details that painted a picture of the boy who'd lived here. Expensive toys abandoned in corners. Academic texts mixed with adventure novels. A portrait of the family hung above the fireplace, and Belle recognized it as a companion to the one she'd seen in the gallery, the same happy boy, the same loving parents, all frozen in a moment of contentment that must have felt eternal at the time. She was examining a collection of toy soldiers arranged on a shelf when she heard a sound behind her. Belle turned to find the beast standing in the doorway, his massive frame filling the space, his expression unreadable. Neither spoke for a long moment. Belle felt as though she'd been caught trespassing, though the beast had never forbidden her from this area. He simply stood there, his amber eyes moving from her face to the room beyond, taking in the preserved remnants of his former life. Finally, he moved into the room with heavy steps, his gaze distant as if seeing ghosts Belle couldn't perceive. He stopped before the portrait above the fireplace, staring up at the family depicted there with such profound sorrow that Belle's throat tightened in sympathy. "I was 12 when that was painted," he said quietly, not looking at her. "It was summer, and I'd just returned from riding. I wanted to go back out, kept fidgeting during the sitting. My mother had to keep reminding me to stay still. You can see it in my eyes, I'm looking toward the window, already planning my escape." Belle moved closer, studying the painted boy with new understanding. She could see it now, the barely contained energy, the hint of impatience in his posture despite the formal pose. He'd been loved, indulged, given everything he wanted. Small wonder he'd grown up believing the world existed to serve his pleasure. "They look happy," Belle offered, not sure what else to say. "They were. Or at least I thought they were. Looking back, I wonder if they worried about me. If they saw the seeds of what I'd become and tried to correct course, but failed because they loved me too much to be truly stern." The beast reached up with one clawed hand, almost but not quite touching the canvas. "They died thinking I would be a good king. I made sure of that. Even as they lay dying, I lied to them, promised I would rule wisely and well. I held my mother's hand and told her not to worry, that I would make them proud. And she believed me." The pain in his voice was so raw that Belle felt it as if it were her own. She understood suddenly that this was the core of his guilt, not just that he'd been cruel after his parents died, but that he'd betrayed the trust of people who'd loved him unconditionally. They died in peace, believing their son would honor their legacy, and he'd proven himself unworthy almost immediately. Belle found herself moving without conscious thought, crossing the space between them until she stood beside the beast before his parents' portrait. She didn't touch him, wasn't sure if such contact would be welcome, but her presence seemed to anchor him somehow. His breathing steadied, and some of the tension left his massive shoulders. "You were 17, Belle said quietly. Barely more than a child yourself, suddenly orphaned and given impossible responsibility. Yes, you made terrible choices. But you weren't the only one at fault. Where were the advisors who should have guided you? The regent who should have ruled until you came of age? The courtiers who should have counseled wisdom rather than enabling your worst impulses?" The beast turned to look at her, surprise evident in his features. "You're defending me. I'm providing context. There's a difference." Belle held his gaze steadily. "I'm not excusing what you did. Cruelty is cruelty, regardless of age or circumstance. But I also don't think you bore sole responsibility for what happened. You were a teenager who'd just lost both parents, surrounded by people who had their own agendas. That doesn't erase your choices, but it does complicate the narrative of the spoiled prince who deserved his punishment. The beast was quiet for a long time, processing her words. Belle could see him wrestling with this new perspective, testing it against the story he'd been telling himself for a decade. She wondered if anyone had ever suggested to him that the situation might be more nuanced than the simple moral tale the enchantress had framed it as. "The curse," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "Sometimes I think the enchantress was as cruel as I was. More so, perhaps, because she knew exactly what she was doing. I was thoughtless, operating from selfishness and grief. But she crafted punishment deliberately, turning innocent people into objects, condemning me to a fate she knew was nearly impossible to escape. What kind of justice is that?" Belle had wondered the same thing many times since learning the curse's details. The enchantress's response seemed wildly disproportionate, particularly in its effects on the castle's servants. But she also understood that fairy tale logic operated differently from ordinary morality. Enchanters and witches in stories dealt in absolutes, in transformations meant to teach lessons, in punishments designed to reshape character through suffering. Perhaps justice isn't what she was after, Belle suggested. Perhaps it was transformation. You were becoming something monstrous on the inside, so she made the outside match. Forced you to experience firsthand what it feels like to be judged solely on appearance, to be rejected and feared. It's cruel, yes. But possibly effective. Has it been effective? The beast's eyes searched her face with desperate intensity. Am I different than I was? Or have I simply traded one kind of monstrosity for another, learning to play at kindness while remaining fundamentally unchanged? The question hung between them, weighted with the fear Belle had come to recognize as central to the beast's existence. He terrified of his own nature, constantly examining himself for evidence the cruelty that had led to his curse. Every kind gesture was suspect, every moment of connection tinged with doubt. How could he trust his own rehabilitation when the stakes were so high and the margin for error so slim? Belle considered her answer carefully, knowing it mattered more than simple reassurance. She thought about the beast she'd first encountered, frightening and mercurial, swinging between courtesy and rage. She thought about the creature who'd accepted her sacrifice, who'd given her his library, who played music that made her weep. She thought about the person who'd emerged through weeks of conversation, someone thoughtful and intelligent and deeply wounded by his own past. "I think you're different," she said finally. "Not because you've learned to perform kindness, but because you've learned to genuinely feel again. The young prince you described, he sounds numb to me. Not intentionally cruel so much as incapable of recognizing others as fully real. But you see people now. You recognize their humanity, their suffering. That's not performance. That's fundamental change." Something shifted in the beast's expression, hope warring with skepticism, desperate to believe her but afraid of his own wishful thinking. He turned away from the portrait, moving to the window that looked out over the snow-covered grounds. Belle followed, standing beside him and watching the afternoon light paint shadows across the drifts. "Tell me about your mother," she said impulsively. "Not the queen, but the woman. What was she like?" The beast was quiet for so long that Belle thought he might not answer. But then he began to speak, his voice soft with memory, and Belle learned about a woman who'd loved gardens and poetry, who'd sung to her son every night until he'd grown old enough to claim he was too mature for such things. A woman who'd been kind to servants, who'd championed the poor in council meetings, who'd tried to instill in her son the values that should have guided his rule. Belle listened, adding texture to the portrait she'd been constructing of the castle's past. The beast's memories painted a picture of genuine warmth, of a family that had functioned well until grief and inexperience had shattered it. She wondered what the queen would think of her son now, whether she'd be proud of the person he was struggling to become, or disappointed that it had taken a curse to teach him what her love alone couldn't. They remained in the prince's old room for hours, talking occasionally but mostly sitting in companionable silence. The winter light faded to early darkness, and still neither moved to leave. It felt important somehow, this vigil in the room where the beast's old self had slept and dreamed and eventually died. The past couldn't be changed, but perhaps it could be honored, remembered not just as a series of failures but as the foundation from which growth became possible. When they finally left, the beast paused at the doorway and looked back at the room one last time. His expression was complicated, sad but no longer quite so tormented. Belle had the sense that something had shifted between them, that by bearing witness to his past she'd helped him integrate it rather than simply flee from it. They walked through the darkening corridors together, and Belle realized they were heading not toward the dining room but in a different direction entirely. The beast moved with purpose, and Belle followed without question, trusting that he had a reason for this particular path. They climbed stairs she'd never ascended, moved through corridors she'd never explored, and Belle understood with growing certainty where they were going. The West Wing. Her pulse quickened, but not with fear. The beast was choosing to show her the forbidden place, the heart of his curse and his pain. Belle felt the weight of this offering, understood that he was trusting her with the most vulnerable part of his existence. The corridors here were darker than in the rest of the castle, as if the enchantment that maintained the building's other areas had withdrawn from this space. Portraits hung askew on the walls, their subjects' faces slashed with claw marks. Furniture sat overturned and broken. Tapestries had been torn down, their expensive fabric shredded and scattered. Evidence of rage, of grief, of a creature tearing apart his surroundings in impotent fury at what he'd become. The beast didn't comment on the destruction, simply moved through it as if it were invisible. Belle followed, her heart aching at this evidence of his suffering. She imagined him in the early days of the curse, newly transformed, destroying these remnants of his former life in desperate anger. The violence seemed almost understandable now, a physical manifestation of internal devastation. At the end of the corridor stood a set of double doors, these ones intact and imposing. The beast paused before them, his hand on the ornate handle, and Belle saw that his fingers were trembling. The Enchanted Rose is beyond these doors. Are you certain you want to see it? Belle understood what he was really asking. Once she saw the rose, the curse's physical manifestation, she would be fully enmeshed in his story. There would be no more comfortable distance, no more pretending she was simply a prisoner waiting out her sentence. She would be a participant, aware of the stakes, implicated in the outcome. She nodded, and the beast pushed open the doors. The room beyond stole Belle's breath. It must have been the prince's private study, or perhaps a sitting room, difficult to tell now, given the destruction. But in the center of the space, sparklit by moonlight streaming through a domed skylight, sat a glass case on a pedestal of white marble. Under the glass, suspended in some kind of magical stasis, bloomed a single red rose. It was beautiful and terrible, perfect in its form but wrong somehow, too bright and too still. Belle moved closer, drawn by morbid fascination, and saw that several petals had fallen, lying scattered at the base of the stem like drops of blood. She counted them reflexively, 6 petals gone. The rose had begun with what, 2 dozen? 3? Belle had never counted the petals on a rose carefully enough to know. How many petals remain? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I stopped counting years ago. Too many for immediate panic, too few for genuine hope. The beast moved to stand beside her, both of them staring at the rose as if it might offer answers to questions they didn't know how to ask. The petals fall slowly now. 1 every few months, sometimes less. In the beginning, they fell more quickly, 3 in the first year, 2 in the second. The curse seems to understand dramatic timing, stretching the suspense as long as possible. Belle studied the rose with growing fascination, her analytical mind cataloguing details. The glass case appeared seamless, with no visible opening. The rose itself gave off a faint glow, barely perceptible but definitely present. The petals that had fallen seemed to be decaying extremely slowly, their edges just beginning to brown but otherwise intact. Can it be touched? The rose, I mean. The beast shook his head. The case can't be opened except by the curse breaking. I've tried everything, magic, force, even prayer. Nothing penetrates the enchantment. The rose exists in its own reality, counting down to my doom with mechanical precision. Belle circled the pedestal slowly, examining the rose from all angles. She'd expected to feel fear or revulsion at seeing the physical manifestation of the curse, but instead she felt a strange sort of calm. The rose was simply an object, beautiful but not inherently frightening. The real terror lay in what it represented, the transformation of a life into a countdown, the reduction of hope to petals that could be numbered and tracked. In fairy tales, Belle said slowly, working through her thoughts aloud, curses always have loopholes. Rules that can be exploited, conditions that can be met through cleverness rather than direct confrontation. The enchantress said you needed to learn to love and earn love in return. But what does that actually mean? What would constitute proof that the condition has been met? The beast's bitter laugh echoed through the destroyed room. Do you think I haven't spent a decade analyzing those words? I've examined them from every angle, searching for the loophole you're describing. But the enchantress was frustratingly vague. Love and be loved, simple words that contain infinite complexity. How do you prove you've learned to love? How do you measure another person's feelings? There's no test, no objective standard. Just subjective emotion that can't be quantified or verified. Belle understood his frustration, felt it echoing her own analytical nature. She hated problems without clear solutions, situations where the answer depended on intangibles rather than logic. But perhaps that was the point. The young prince had been ruled entirely by surface appearances and immediate gratification. The curse forced him to grapple with exactly what he dismissed, the messy, complicated, impossible to measure realm of genuine human emotion. Maybe the vagueness is intentional, she suggested. Maybe the enchantress wanted you to stop analyzing and start feeling. Stop trying to solve the problem and start living the solution. The beast turned to face her fully, his amber eyes intense in the moonlight filtering through the dome. And what if I do? What if I learn to love, truly and completely, but can never inspire love in return? I'm a monster, Belle. I look at myself in mirrors and see a nightmare. Why would anyone love this? The question hung between them, raw and vulnerable, and Belle felt something shift inside her chest. She thought about the past weeks, about conversations in the library and music that made her cry and a cloak offered without expectation of thanks. She thought about how she'd stopped seeing his monstrous features and started seeing the person behind them, the way his eyes softened when he discussed books he loved, the gentle care he took not to frighten her with his size or strength. She thought about how she'd come to anticipate their dinners, how empty the castle felt when he withdrew, how his opinion had begun to matter more than she'd ever intended to allow. And she understood, with a clarity that was both exhilarating and terrifying, that she was already halfway to the precipice she'd been so carefully avoiding. But standing here in the West Wing, with the Enchanted Rose counting down the minutes of the beast's remaining hope, Belle couldn't bring herself to speak that realization aloud. It felt too fragile, too new, too complicated by the power imbalance between them and the circumstances that had brought her here. Saying it now would be like pressing on a bruise, forcing something that needed time to develop naturally. So instead, she simply said, love doesn't require perfection. It requires recognition. Being seen and accepted for who you are, not who you pretend to be. The beast stared at her for a long moment, and Belle saw a dozen emotions flicker across his face, hope and fear and longing and doubt. Then he turned back to the rose, and Belle did the same, and they stood together in silence before the physical manifestation of his curse. The moon tracked across the sky above the dome, painting moving shadows across the floor. The rose glowed softly in its glass prison, beautiful and terrible, impossible and inexorable. And Belle felt the weight of the future pressing down on them both, heavy with possibilities she was only beginning to comprehend. When they finally left the West Wing, the beast locked the doors behind them with obvious reluctance, as if each departure from the room required him to leave part of himself behind. Belle walked beside him through the damaged corridors, past the destroyed portraits and shredded tapestries, and understood that she'd crossed a threshold tonight. She was no longer an observer in this story. She was a participant, whether she'd chosen that role or not. The question was no longer if she could help break the curse. The question was whether she wanted to, and what it would cost her if she tried. January arrived with a peculiar warmth, as if the seasons themselves were responding to some shift in the castle's atmosphere. The snow that had blanketed the grounds for weeks began to melt, creating streams of water that carved paths through the gardens. Icicles dripped from the eaves, their steady rhythm marking time in a way the castle's clock somehow failed to capture. The roses, which had bloomed defiantly through the winter cold, seemed to straighten and brighten, as if relieved by the unseasonable temperature. Belle noticed the change in more than just the weather. Something had fundamentally shifted after the night in the West Wing, though neither she nor the beast spoke of it directly. The awareness hung between them like a held breath, present in every glance and gesture but never acknowledged aloud. They moved around it carefully, as if naming it might shatter the delicate thing growing between them. The beast began appearing more frequently throughout the day rather than limiting their interactions to dinners. Belle would look up from her reading to find him in the library, ostensibly selecting a book but clearly seeking her company. They would read in companionable silence for hours, occasionally sharing a particularly striking passage or debating a point of interpretation. Sometimes he would play the piano while she read, filling the library with music that had grown less melancholic, more hopeful, though still tinged with the bittersweetness that seemed permanently embedded in his compositions. One morning, Belle woke to find a note slipped under her door, written in the beast's now familiar bold script. The message was simple: the ice is breaking on the lake. Would you like to see? She dressed quickly and found him waiting in the entrance hall, his expression holding something she'd never seen before, excitement, almost boyish in its eagerness. The lake lay at the far edge of the castle grounds, beyond the formal gardens in a wooded area Belle hadn't yet explored. They walked there together as the morning sun burned off the mist, following a path that wound through bare trees showing the first hints of early budding. The beast moved with less of his usual careful restraint, his natural grace emerging as they left the castle behind. Belle realized she'd never seen him truly at ease before, had never witnessed him in a space where he didn't feel the need to contain himself. The lake stretched before them, its surface a mosaic of ice and dark water. The thaw had created fracture lines through the frozen expanse, geometric patterns that caught the light and threw it back in prismatic arrays. Belle stood at the shore, mesmerized by the beauty of dissolution, by the way solid certainty gave way to fluid possibility. The beast picked up a stone and sent it skipping across the water where ice had retreated, counting the bounces aloud. 7, 8, 9 before it finally sank beneath the surface. He glanced at Belle with something like challenge in his eyes, and she found herself laughing, accepting the unspoken competition. Her first attempt yielded only 3 skips, but her second managed 6, and by the 10th stone she'd matched his 9. They spent the morning by the lake, skipping stones, and watching the ice continue its retreat, and Belle realized this was the most relaxed she'd seen the beast since her arrival. Away from the castle's oppressive history, free from the constant reminder of his curse, he seemed lighter somehow. More like the boy he must have been before grief and power had corrupted him, before the enchantress had sealed his fate in petals and glass. Belle found herself studying him with new eyes, trying to reconcile the different versions she'd encountered. The terrifying creature who'd first emerged from the shadows. The courteous host who'd given her his library. The wounded soul who'd confessed his guilt in the snow. The musician who poured his heart into melodies. And now this, someone capable of simple joy, of playful competition, of existing in a moment without the weight of past or future crushing him. Which version was real? All of them, Belle realized. People weren't simple narratives with clear character arcs. They were collections of contradictions, capable of both cruelty and kindness, often simultaneously. The beast contained multitudes, just as she did, just as everyone did. Perhaps that was the real curse, not the physical transformation, but being forced to acknowledge and integrate all the different selves that existed within a single person. They returned to the castle for lunch, and afterward the beast asked if Belle would like to see the observatory. She'd noticed the tower room before but had never ventured inside, uncertain if it fell within the boundaries of her permitted exploration. The beast led her up a spiral staircase that seemed to climb forever, emerging finally into a circular room with windows on all sides and an elaborate telescope mounted on a rotating base. The beast explained the mechanics of the telescope with obvious knowledge, adjusting mirrors and lenses while describing constellations and planetary movements. His education had been comprehensive, Belle realized: music, literature, science, all the subjects befitting a prince destined to rule. She wondered what kind of king he might have become if his parents had lived, if grief hadn't derailed his development, if the enchantress had never tested him. Would he have eventually matured into wisdom, or was the curse the only thing that could have forced the necessary transformation? They spent the afternoon tracking the sun's movement across the sky, the beast teaching Belle how to calculate time and direction from celestial observations. His passion for the subject animated him, made him forget his usual self-consciousness about his appearance and manner. Belle watched his clawed hands adjust the telescope's delicate mechanisms with surprising gentleness, watched his face light up when explaining some astronomical phenomenon, and felt something in her chest expand painfully. This was dangerous territory, she knew. Every hour spent in his company, every moment of connection, drew her deeper into a situation she didn't fully understand. The curse required love, that much was clear. But what kind of love? And given under what circumstances? If Belle allowed herself to care for him, would it be genuine or simply a response to proximity and isolation? Could feelings that developed in captivity, however benign that captivity had become, ever be truly authentic? These questions plagued Belle in the quiet hours when she was alone, writing in her journal or lying awake in her comfortable bed. She examined her emotions with the same analytical rigor she brought to difficult texts, trying to separate genuine feeling from circumstance, affection from mere gratitude for kindness in the midst of imprisonment. But emotions resisted such analysis, refused to be neatly categorized and understood. They simply existed, growing stronger each day regardless of Belle's attempts to control or comprehend them. The beast seemed to be wrestling with similar struggles. Belle would catch him watching her sometimes with an expression of such longing it made her breath catch, only to have him turn away quickly when their eyes met, as if ashamed of revealing too much. He oscillated between drawing closer and pulling back, clearly torn between hope and the fear of hoping, between wanting connection and believing himself unworthy of it. One evening, as they sat in the lib, rarely after dinner, the beast rose abruptly and began pacing, his agitation evident in every movement. Belle set down her book and waited, sensing he had something to say but lacked the words to express it. The firelight cast his shadow huge against the walls, making him look even more monstrous than usual, but Belle had long since stopped seeing his appearance as the primary truth of his being. He stopped at one of the windows overlooking the gardens, his back to Belle, his hands clenched at his sides. When he finally spoke, his voice was raw with emotion barely contained. The words came haltingly, as if dragged from somewhere deep and painful. He spoke of the loneliness of the past decade, of days that stretched into meaninglessness, of watching the season cycle while he remained frozen in his monstrous form. He described the slow erosion of hope, the way each fallen petal confirmed his growing certainty that the curse could never be broken, that he was doomed to remain a beast until the last petal fell and whatever final transformation the enchantress had planned claimed him entirely. But Belle's arrival had changed everything, he admitted. For the first time in 10 years, he'd felt something other than despair. Her presence had reminded him what it meant to exist in relation to another person, to have thoughts and feelings that extended beyond the prison of his own guilt. The conversations they shared, the books they discussed, the simple act of another voice responding to his own, these had become more precious than he could express. And yet, he continued, that very preciousness terrified him. Because Belle was here against her will, trapped by a bargain she'd made to save her father. Any feelings she might develop would be suspect, tainted by the power imbalance between them. How could he ever trust that her kindness was genuine rather than strategic? How could he believe that any affection she showed wasn't simply a response to captivity, to making the best of an impossible situation? The beast turned from the window then, and Belle saw tears tracking through the fur on his face. He looked at her with such vulnerability that she felt her own eyes sting in response. He asked, in a voice barely above a whisper, whether she was happy here. Whether she felt like a prisoner or something else. Whether the castle and the library and his company made up in any way for the life and family she'd been forced to leave behind. Belle's throat closed with emotion. The question was impossible, fraught with implications that terrified her as much as they seemed to terrify him. Was she happy? The word felt inadequate for the complexity of what she experienced. She missed her father desperately, worried about him constantly. She resented the circumstances that had brought her here, the fact that she'd never been given a genuine choice about her fate. But she was also more intellectually stimulated than she'd ever been in her village life. She had access to more books than she could read in a lifetime. She engaged in conversations that challenged her thinking and expanded her understanding. And yes, she'd come to care for the beast in ways that confused and frightened her, that seemed to grow stronger each day despite her best efforts to maintain emotional distance. Was that happiness? Or was it simply adjustment, the human capacity to find contentment even in restricted circumstances? Belle didn't know, and her uncertainty must have shown on her face because the beast's expression crumbled, as if her hesitation confirmed his worst fears. He turned away quickly, mumbling an apology for burdening her with his feelings, already moving toward the library door. But Belle found herself rising, crossing the space between them before conscious thought could intervene. She reached out and touched his arm, her small hand on his furred forearm, and the contact stopped him mid-step. They stood frozen in that position, Belle's hand on the beast's arm, both of them barely breathing. The touch was electric in its intimacy, the first time Belle had initiated physical contact between them. She could feel the tension in his muscles, the trembling that suggested how much this simple gesture affected him. And she understood, with sudden clarity, that they'd reached a tipping point. What happened next would determine the trajectory of everything that followed. Belle spoke then, her voice steady despite her racing heart. She told him about her life before the castle, not the facts he already knew, but the emotional truth of it. The loneliness of being different, of loving things her community dismissed as frivolous or strange. The way she'd learned to make herself smaller, quieter, more acceptable to people who would never truly understand her. The resignation she'd felt about her future, the certainty that she would live and die in that village without ever fully being seen by another human being. Here, in this enchanted prison, she'd found something she'd never expected: recognition. The beast saw her not as odd or difficult but as interesting, worthy of attention and intellectual engagement. He valued the things about her that others had dismissed. He made space for her thoughts and opinions without trying to diminish or redirect them. And yes, she missed her father. Yes, she resented not having chosen this life. But she couldn't honestly say she was unhappy, because happiness itself was more complicated than simple circumstances suggested. The beast remained motionless throughout her speech, and Belle couldn't see his face from her position beside him. But she felt the way his breathing had changed, becoming deeper and more even, as if her words had allowed him to release tension he'd been carrying for longer than just this conversation. When she finished speaking, silence filled the library, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the steady tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. Finally, the beast covered her hand with his own, careful not to let his claws make contact with her skin. The gesture was unutterably gentle, and Belle felt warmth spread from the point of contact up her arm and into her chest. They stood like that for a long moment, connected by touch and understanding, neither willing to be the first to break the fragile communion they'd achieved. When the beast finally spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. He thanked her for her honesty, for not offering false comfort or easy answers. He promised to try to be worthy of the trust she'd shown by sharing her truth. And then, with obvious reluctance, he gently disengaged from her touch and retreated to his usual chair, putting physical distance between them as if proximity had become too dangerous to maintain. They spent the rest of the evening in the library, ostensibly reading but both clearly distracted by what had passed between them. Belle's hand still tingled where he'd touched it, and she found herself repeatedly losing her place in the text, her mind replaying the conversation and analyzing every nuance of word and gesture. The beast seemed similarly affected, turning pages at random intervals that suggested he wasn't processing their content. When Belle finally retired to her room well past midnight, she found sleep elusive. She lay awake thinking about love and curses, about choice and circumstance, about the difference between caring for someone and being in love with them. The distinction felt important but increasingly difficult to define. Where did one state end and the other begin? And how would she know when she'd crossed that invisible boundary? The curse required love, the beast had to learn to love and be loved in return. But surely love couldn't be forced or manufactured, couldn't be summoned simply because breaking a curse required it. Love had to be genuine, arising naturally from connection and understanding, from seeing someone fully and choosing them anyway. Anything else would be performance, strategy, and Belle suspected the curse would recognize such artifice and reject it. Which meant that if Belle was going to help break the curse, if that was even what she wanted, it would have to happen honestly. She would have to allow her feelings to develop without trying to control or direct them, would have to accept wherever her heart led even if the destination terrified her. And that required a level of vulnerability she'd spent most of her life carefully avoiding, a willingness to be seen and potentially rejected that went against every defensive instinct she'd developed. The question wasn't whether Belle could come to love the beast. She suspected that ship had already sailed, that she was well past the point of preventing such feelings from forming. The question was whether she could acknowledge those feelings to herself and to him, whether she could act on them knowing they developed in circumstances that made genuine choice questionable, whether she could trust that what she felt was real rather than simply a response to isolation and proximity. These questions occupied Belle's mind as January progressed and the thaw continued. The days grew longer, the light stronger, and everywhere she looked Belle saw evidence of approaching spring. Buds swelled on branches. The first brave crocuses pushed through the softening earth. The lake's ice retreated until only small patches remained in the deepest shadows. And through it all, the roses continued their impossible blooming, vibrant and lush, mocking winter with their refusal to acknowledge seasonal limitations. Belle and the beast fell into new rhythms, spending increasingly large portions of their days together. They read in the library, walked the gardens as the weather improved, took meals in various locations throughout the castle depending on their mood. The beast taught Belle to play chess, and she discovered a fierce competitive streak that delighted him. Belle introduced the beast to poems she'd loved as a child, and watched his face soften as she read aloud, her voice filling the library with verses about hope and transformation. They were careful with each other in ways that suggested mutual awareness of the precipice they approached. No more touches like that night in the library, no more conversations that ventured too close to dangerous emotional territory. Instead, they built connection through accumulated small moments, shared laughter over a silly passage in a book, companionable silence during long afternoons, the easy partnership of two people who'd learned each other's rhythms and preferences. Belle found herself thinking less about escape and more about sustainability. How could this life continue? How could they exist in this strange suspension indefinitely, growing closer while simultaneously dancing around the obvious truth neither was willing to speak? The curse provided a deadline, the falling petals marking time toward some resolution. But what that resolution would be, whether the curse would break or the beast would be condemned to some worse fate, remained terrifyingly uncertain. One afternoon in late January, as Belle sat reading in the conservatory surrounded by tropical plants and the humid warmth that reminded her of summer, she looked up to find the beast watching her with an expression of such tender sadness that her breath caught. He seemed unaware of her attention, lost in contemplation of something she couldn't see. And Belle understood suddenly that he was memorizing her, storing away this moment against some anticipated loss. The realization struck her with physical force. The beast expected this to end badly. Despite their growing closeness, despite the obvious connection between them, he didn't believe the curse would break. He was preparing for failure, for the final petal to fall and whatever doom awaited him, for Belle to eventually leave or realize she'd been deluding herself about her feelings. He was borrowing this happiness knowing it would have to be repaid with interest, and the knowledge was breaking him slowly, petal by petal, moment by moment. Belle wanted to say something, to offer reassurance or hope or some promise that she couldn't quite formulate. But what could she say? She couldn't promise the curse would break when she didn't understand its mechanisms. She couldn't promise to stay when part of her still yearned for her father and the life she'd left behind. She couldn't promise to love him when she wasn't certain she could trust her own feelings, developed as they were in circumstances that made genuine choice questionable. So instead, Belle simply met his eyes when he finally noticed her watching him, and she smiled. Not a false cheerful smile meant to disguise difficult truth, but a real one, complicated and uncertain and shot through with all the tangled emotions she couldn't articulate. And the beast smiled back, his monstrous features rearranging into something that might have been beautiful if viewed with the right eyes, with eyes that saw past surface to substance. They sat like that for a long moment, smiling at each other across the conservatory, surrounded by impossible plants blooming in defiance of season and sense. And Belle thought that maybe this was what love looked like, not the grand romantic gestures of fairy tales, but this quiet recognition, this willingness to be present with another person in all their complexity and contradiction, this choice to stay despite uncertainty and fear. Maybe this was enough. Maybe this could break the curse, if curse breaking was even possible. Maybe love didn't require certainty or perfect circumstances or the ability to articulate exactly what one felt. Maybe it simply required this, being here, staying present, choosing connection even when isolation would be safer. Or maybe Belle was deluding herself, seeing patterns where none existed, projecting her own desperate hope onto a situation that had no good resolution. She didn't know. Couldn't know. Could only continue forward one day at a time, one conversation at a time, one moment of connection at a time, and trust that somehow, some way, the path would become clear. Outside the conservatory windows, the last patches of snow melted into memory, and the world began its slow turn toward spring. February brought rain, not the gentle spring showers Belle associated with renewal, but torrential downpours that turned the castle grounds into a landscape of mud and rushing water. The roses bowed under the weight of precipitation but didn't break, didn't lose a single petal despite nature's assault. Belle watched from her window as storms battered the gardens, thinking about resilience and what it cost to remain standing when everything conspired toward collapse. She'd been in the castle for nearly 3 months now, though time had become increasingly abstract. Days blurred together in comfortable routine, distinguished only by subtle shifts in weather and the books she was reading. Belle had stopped marking time, stopped counting days until some imagined release. The counting implied a future beyond these walls, and Belle had grown uncertain whether she wanted such a future or whether she'd already found something here worth preserving. Her journal entries had changed character over the weeks. Early pages documented observations about the castle, analytical notes about the curse's mechanics, careful emotional distance from her circumstances. But recent entries had become more introspective, filled with half-formed thoughts about the beast and what his presence in her life meant. Belle caught herself writing his name more frequently, describing small moments, the way he tilted his head when concentrating, the rumble of pleasure he made when she read aloud, the careful gentleness he employed around her as if afraid his size and strength might accidentally cause harm. These weren't the observations of a prisoner cataloguing her captor. These were the notations of someone falling, had perhaps already fallen, though Belle couldn't quite bring herself to write that truth explicitly. Naming it would make it real, would force her to confront questions about choice and authenticity that she'd been successfully avoiding through deliberate obtuseness. The beast had also changed, becoming more open in ways both wonderful and concerning. He smiled more readily now, laughed at Belle's dry observations about characters in the books they read. But he'd also grown more melancholic during their separations, as if her absence left a void that expanded to fill whatever space she'd occupied. Belle would return to the library after time in her room to find him sitting motionless, staring at nothing, lost in thoughts that seemed to pain him. She wanted to ask what he was thinking during those moments, but feared the answer would be unbearable. The curse hung over them both like a blade suspended by fraying thread, impossible to ignore but too terrible to address directly. Another petal had fallen during the previous week. Belle had seen the beast's face when he'd emerged from the west wing that morning, had recognized the devastation poorly concealed behind careful composure. They hadn't discussed it, had instead proceeded with their day as if nothing had changed, but the knowledge sat between them like a physical presence. One morning, Belle woke to find a package outside her door, larger than the previous gifts the beast had left. Inside was a handheld mirror framed in ornate silver, its surface strangely dark despite the morning light. A note accompanied it, the beast's handwriting more careful than usual, suggesting multiple drafts before settling on final words. The note explained that this was an enchanted mirror, a tool created by the same magic that powered the castle itself. By focusing on a person or place while looking into the mirror's surface, Belle could see them as if through a window. The beast offered it without expectation or demand, simply as a means for Belle to check on her father and sisters, to reassure herself of their well-being. He understood that her worry for them was constant background noise in her life here, and if this mirror could provide comfort, then she should have it. Belle held the mirror with trembling hands, overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness of the gift and what it revealed about the beast's understanding of her emotional state. He'd recognized her homesickness, her guilt at leaving her family, the way she sometimes stared out windows as if she could will herself to see across the miles to her father's cottage. And rather than feeling threatened by her attachment to her old life, he'd provided means to maintain connection with it. She waited until after breakfast, when the house would be awake and her family likely occupied with morning routines. Then Belle sat by her window, held the mirror up, and thought of her father with all the love and longing she'd been suppressing for months. The mirror's surface swirled with shadow, then cleared to show Maurice's workshop. Belle's breath caught. Her father sat at his workbench, his tools spread before him, but his hands were idle. He looked older than Belle remembered, thinner, more frail, with new lines carved deep around his eyes and mouth. His hair had gone entirely grey, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose body no longer fully obeyed his commands. As Belle watched, Marguerite entered the workshop carrying a tray with tea and bread. She set it on the bench beside Maurice, speaking words Belle couldn't hear but could interpret from her expression, concern mixed with frustration, the look of someone who'd been trying to help but found their efforts rejected. Maurice waved her away without touching the food, and Marguerite left with shoulders slumped in defeat. Belle's heart clenched. Her father was deteriorating, consumed by grief and guilt over her sacrifice. She'd known intellectually that her absence would pain him, but seeing the physical evidence of that suffering made it viscerally real. Maurice had always been a vital man, energetic despite his age, driven by curiosity and creative passion. The person in the mirror was a shadow, hollowed out by loss. She shifted her focus to see more of the cottage, and the mirror obliged. The interior looked shabby, less well-maintained than when Belle had lived there. Dust gathered in corners. Dishes sat unwashed in the kitchen. The general air of neglect suggested a household where no one had the energy or will to maintain proper order. Marguerite appeared again, this time with Clarice, the two sisters conferring in low voices that looked tense even without audio. They glanced toward the workshop repeatedly, their faces showing the strain of watching their father fade. Belle lowered the mirror, unable to continue watching. Tears streaked her face, though she hadn't noticed when they'd started. She'd told herself that her family would adjust to her absence, would grieve but eventually return to normal life. She'd needed to believe that in order to justify her choice, to accept her circumstances here without drowning in guilt. But the mirror showed truth she'd been avoiding. Her sacrifice had saved her father's life but broken something essential in his spirit. The question that had been haunting Belle for weeks suddenly crystallized into sharp focus. What was she doing here? Yes, she'd found intellectual stimulation and unexpected connection. Yes, the beast had become important to her in ways she couldn't fully articulate. But while she explored libraries and fell into complicated feelings, her father was dying of grief. Her sisters struggled alone with burdens they weren't equipped to handle. Her comfortable captivity was purchased at the price of their suffering. Belle sat by the window for hours, the mirror face down in her lap, wrestling with competing obligations and desires. She thought about the beast, about the hope she'd seen growing in his eyes, about the way their connection had slowly transformed both of them. She thought about the curse and whether breaking it was even possible, whether her feelings, whatever they were, could constitute the love the enchantress required. And she thought about her father, wasting away in his workshop, unable to forgive himself for a daughter's choice he'd never wanted her to make. When dinner time arrived, Belle went to the library where she and the beast had planned to eat. He was already there, a table set with their meal, but he took one look at her face and immediately understood something was wrong. His expression shifted from anticipation to concern, and he moved toward her with obvious worry before stopping himself, maintaining the physical distance they'd carefully preserved since that night weeks ago when she'd touched his arm. Belle showed him the mirror, explained what she'd seen. The words came haltingly, interrupted by tears she couldn't quite control. She described her father's deterioration, her sister's struggle, the weight of knowing that her absence was destroying the very people she'd sacrificed herself to protect. The beast listened without interruption, his face growing progressively more pained as Belle's story unfolded. When she finished, silence filled the library for a long moment. The beast stood motionless, his massive frame rigid with tension, his hands clenched at his sides. Belle could see him wrestling with something, some internal battle playing out behind his eyes. Finally, he moved to the window, staring out at the rain-soaked gardens, and spoke in a voice so quiet Belle had to strain to hear. He told her she should go. Not as a prisoner being released, not as a temporary visit with expectation of return, but simply go. Return to her father and sisters, resume her life, forget about the castle and the curse and the beast who'd kept her here. Her father needed her more than the beast did, and what right did he have to keep her when the cost of her presence was her family's destruction? The word should have brought relief. Belle had been given permission to leave, released from her obligation without condition or qualification. She could return home, care for her father, ease her sister's burden. She could escape the complicated feelings that had developed here, could avoid confronting questions about love and choice that had no clear answers. The beast was offering her freedom, genuine freedom, and all she had to do was accept it. But Belle found herself frozen, unable to form the agreement that should have come easily. Because leaving meant abandoning the beast to his curse, to the falling petals and approaching doom. It meant walking away from whatever was growing between them, from the possibility, however remote, that together they might achieve something neither could accomplish alone. It meant choosing her old life over this new one, safety over uncertainty, family obligation over personal connection. Belle's mind raced through calculations and counterfactuals. If she left now, returned to her father, surely his health would improve with her presence. She could nurse him back to strength, could help her sisters manage the household, could resume her role in their lives. But the beast would remain cursed, would watch the petals fall one by one until the enchantment claimed him entirely. And Belle would live the rest of her life wondering what might have happened if she'd stayed, if she'd been brave enough to fully acknowledge her feelings and act on them. Alternatively, if she stayed, her father might die of grief before she ever saw him again. Her sisters would struggle on without her help. She'd have chosen the beast over her family, prioritized her own emotional fulfillment over their well-being. And there was no guarantee staying would break the curse anyway. The enchantress had required love, but Belle still didn't fully understand what that meant or whether what she felt qualified. She might sacrifice her family for nothing, might watch the beast's doom unfold regardless of her presence. The choice felt impossible, weighted with consequences she couldn't fully predict or control. Belle stood in the library holding the enchanted mirror, looking at the beast's back as he stared out at the rain, and felt the full weight of her situation crash over her like the storms that battered the castle walls. She couldn't make this decision now, not with emotions running so high and thoughts so tangled. Belle told the beast she needed time to think, needed to process what she'd seen and what his offer meant. He nodded without turning around, his shoulders hunched as if bracing against physical blow, and said she should take all the time she needed. They didn't eat dinner that night. Belle returned to her room and the beast disappeared into the castle's depths, and both of them spent the night wrestling with impossible choices. Belle lay awake until dawn, the mirror beside her on the bed, her journal open to a blank page she couldn't bring herself to fill. Every time she thought she'd reached a decision, some new consideration would arise to complicate it. Her thoughts ran in circles, chasing their own tails, finding no resolution or peace. She thought about love and what it required. The enchantress had demanded that the beast learn to love and be loved in return, but what did that actually mean in practical terms? Belle cared for the beast deeply, that much she could acknowledge to herself even if she couldn't speak it aloud. She valued his company, worried about his well-being, felt his pain as if it were her own. But was that love? And more importantly, was it the kind of love that could break an enchantment? Fairy tales made love seem simple, a moment of recognition, a kiss, a declaration, and magic would respond with appropriate transformation. But real love, Belle suspected, was far more complicated. It was choice and commitment, patience and understanding, the willingness to stay present even when circumstances made leaving easier. It was seeing someone fully, their strengths and weaknesses, their past mistakes and present struggles, and choosing them anyway, not despite their flaws but in full acknowledgement of them. By those standards, Belle thought she might love the beast. She'd seen him at his worst, angry and frightening, consumed by guilt and self-loathing. She'd learned his history, understood the cruelty he'd been capable of in youth. And knowing all that, she still wanted his company, still felt drawn to him in ways that transcended simple friendship or gratitude for kindness in captivity. She saw him clearly and chose to stay in relationship with him, chose to care about his fate even when it complicated her own. But did he love her? The beast clearly cared for Belle, that was evident in his consideration, his careful attention to her needs and preferences, his willingness to set her free even though it doomed him. But care wasn't necessarily love. He might simply be grateful for her presence, might value her as a companion who'd broken his isolation without feeling the deeper connection the curse required. Or worse, he might love the idea of her, the possibility of redemption she represented, rather than loving Belle herself as a complete person rather than a potential solution to his problems. These distinctions felt crucial but impossible to verify. Belle couldn't see into the beast's heart any more than she could fully understand her own. They were both operating in uncertainty, making choices based on incomplete information and feelings that resisted clear categorization. And the stakes of getting it wrong were catastrophic, either the curse would break or it wouldn't, and lives hung in the balance of that binary outcome. As grey dawnlight filtered through her windows, Belle finally acknowledged the truth she'd been avoiding. The choice wasn't really about the curse or even about love. It was about what kind of person Belle wanted to be, what kind of life she wanted to live. She could return home and resume her role as the dutiful daughter, the one who sacrificed personal fulfillment for family obligation. Or she could stay and claim something for herself, could prioritize her own emotional growth and connection even if it came at cost to others. Neither option was wrong, exactly. Both had merit and justification. But only one felt true to who Belle was becoming rather than who she'd been. Only one honored the transformation she'd undergone during these months in the castle, the way she'd grown and changed through conversation and challenge, and the freedom to exist as her full self rather than a diminished version acceptable to others. Belle rose from bed as the rain finally slowed, exhausted but clear-headed for the first time in hours. She knew what she needed to do, though the knowledge brought no comfort or relief. She would go home, not permanently, not abandoning the beast entirely, but for a visit. Long enough to see her father, to provide whatever care and comfort she could, to reassure herself and her family that she was alive and well. And then she would decide whether to return, would make that choice with full awareness of its implications and costs. It was a compromise, neither fully staying nor fully leaving. But compromise was all Belle had to offer. She couldn't completely sacrifice her family's well-being, but she couldn't completely abandon the beast either. She would have to navigate between competing obligations as best she could and trust that somehow, some way, the path forward would become clear. She found the beast in the conservatory, sitting among the tropical plants as rain continued to drip from the glass ceiling. He looked like he hadn't slept, his eyes red-rimmed and weary, his whole bearing suggesting a night as difficult as Belle's own. When he saw her approach, something like hope flickered in his expression before he visibly suppressed it, steeling himself for rejection. Belle sat beside him on the stone bench, leaving careful space between them but making her presence felt. She explained her decision, not a permanent departure but a visit home, time to care for her father and settle her affairs there before deciding about her future. The beast listened without visible reaction, his face a mask of careful neutrality that couldn't quite hide the pain beneath. When Belle finished, the beast was quiet for a long moment. Then he simply nodded and said he understood, that of course she should go to her father, that family obligation superseded any claim he might have on her time or attention. His voice was flat, drained of the emotion Belle knew he must be feeling, and that restraint broke her heart more than any display of grief would have. The beast asked how long she planned to stay with her family. Belle had been dreading this question because she didn't have a good answer. Too short a visit would be insulting to her father, would suggest Belle cared more about the beast than her own family. But too long might give the impression she'd decided not to return at all. Belle settled on a week, 7 days to spend with her father and sisters, to provide what care and comfort she could, and then to make a final decision about where she truly belonged. Something in the beast's expression suggested he didn't believe Belle would return, that he was already mourning her permanent departure even as he agreed to her plan. But he didn't argue or plead or try to extract promises. He simply accepted her timeline and asked if she needed anything for her journey. Belle realized she'd expected resistance, some attempt to convince her to stay, and his immediate acquiescence unsettled her more than opposition would have. They spent the rest of the day making preparations for Belle's departure. The beast provided warm clothes and traveling supplies, ensured Belle had money for any needs that might arise. He gave her the enchanted mirror to keep, so she could see the castle and confirm his well-being if she chose. And he gave her one more thing, a ring that he said would bring her back to the castle instantly if she decided to return. All she had to do was twist it twice on her finger while thinking of the castle, and the magic would transport her. Belle took the ring with trembling hands, understanding the gift's significance. The beast was giving her complete freedom, the means to return easily but also the choice to stay away permanently. He was trusting her with a decision that would determine both their fates, offering no coercion or manipulation, simply putting her in control of outcomes that would profoundly affect him. That evening, they sat together in the library one final time. Neither could focus on reading, both too aware of the approaching separation to lose themselves in books. They talked instead about small things, inconsequential topics that carefully avoided the weight of tomorrow's departure. The beast told Belle about the history of various items in the library, stories about books he'd acquired and where they'd come from. Belle described her favorite memories of her father, moments of joy and connection that predated their financial struggles. It was a gentle evening, carefully constructed to avoid pain that threatened at the edges of every sentence. They were saying goodbye without acknowledging it, building memories to sustain them through separation while pretending it was just another ordinary night. Belle memorized details. The way firelight caught in the beast's fur, the rumble of his voice when he spoke softly, the careful way he turned pages as if the books were precious and fragile. When midnight approached, they finally acknowledged the approaching separation. The beast walked Belle to her room, more formal than he'd been in weeks, as if distance might make tomorrow's goodbye easier. At her door, he paused, seeming to want to say something but unable to find words adequate to the moment. Belle turned to face him, looking up at the massive creature who'd become so important to her over these months. She wanted to promise she'd return, wanted to offer certainty that would ease the fear she saw in his eyes. But she couldn't make promises she might not keep, couldn't offer false comfort when genuine uncertainty was more honest. So instead, Belle simply said good night, her voice catching on the simple word. The beast responded in kind, his voice rough with suppressed emotion. They stood looking at each other for a long moment, both aware this might be the last time they saw each other, both unable to articulate the magnitude of what was ending or might be ending. Then Belle entered her room and closed the door, leaning against it as tears finally came. Outside, she heard the beast's footsteps retreating down the corridor, growing fainter until silence reclaimed the castle. Belle moved to her window and looked out at the gardens, now visible as clouds parted to reveal moonlight. The roses glowed softly in the darkness, impossibly beautiful and impossibly doomed, blooming without regard for the approaching end. Tomorrow she would leave this place, would return to her old life and attempt to reconcile it with the person she'd become. Tomorrow she would face her father and sisters and try to explain where she'd been and what she'd experienced. Tomorrow she would begin the process of deciding where she truly belonged. But tonight, Belle simply stood at her window and grieved for something that might be ending before it ever fully began. Belle woke before dawn to find her traveling bag already packed, her warmest cloak laid out on the chair beside her bed. The invisible servants had anticipated her needs one final time, and Belle felt a pang of guilt at leaving them behind. They'd cared for her these months without thanks or acknowledgement beyond her spoken words to empty air. Now she was abandoning them to their silent imprisonment, prioritizing her own family over these trapped souls who had no one else to advocate for their freedom. She dressed quickly and made her way to the entrance hall, half expecting the beast to be waiting to say a proper goodbye. But the vast space was empty, filled only with grey pre-dawn light filtering through high windows. Belle felt both relief and disappointment at his absence. Another farewell would have been unbearable, yet leaving without seeing him one last time felt wrong, incomplete. A horse waited in the courtyard, not Philippe, her father's aging mount, but a younger mare with a gentle disposition. Supplies were strapped to the saddle, far more generous than Belle's simple journey required. She recognized the beast's consideration in every detail, his desire to ensure her safety and comfort even as she left him behind. Belle mounted and turned the horse toward the castle one final time. No figure appeared at the windows. No last-minute reprieve or dramatic scene played out. The castle simply stood there, magnificent and melancholy, watching her departure with what felt like resigned acceptance. Belle touched the ring the beast had given her, now hanging on a chain around her neck for safekeeping, and felt its slight warmth against her skin. Then she urged the horse forward, through the gates and into the forest beyond. The journey that had seemed impossible to navigate when her father had first stumbled upon the castle now revealed itself with surprising clarity. The horse knew the way, moving confidently along paths that appeared and disappeared like thoughts half-formed. Belle recognized the magic at work, the castle releasing her, guiding her home, making good on the beast's promise of freedom. By mid-morning, the forest had thinned, and Belle found herself on familiar roads leading to her village. Everything looked smaller than she remembered. The houses that had seemed substantial in her memory were actually quite modest. The streets she'd walked daily were narrower than she'd carried in her mind. Even the market square, which had always felt bustling and alive, appeared provincial and constrained after months in the castle's vast spaces. Belle felt like a giant returning to a dollhouse, too large now for spaces that had once fit her perfectly. She dismounted at the edge of the village, not wanting to cause a spectacle by riding directly to her father's cottage. News of her return would spread quickly enough without her making a grand entrance. Belle led the horse through back streets, avoiding the main thoroughfares where curious eyes would mark her passage and tongues would immediately begin wagging. The cottage appeared before her, looking shabbier than the enchanted mirror had suggested. The garden was overgrown with weeds. Shutters hung crooked on their hinges. The whole structure had an air of neglect that spoke to inhabitants too overwhelmed by daily survival to manage basic maintenance. Belle's heart clenched at this evidence of her family's struggle. She tied the horse to the garden gate and approached the door with trembling hands. Part of her wanted to burst inside, to surprise her father with her miraculous return. But another part hesitated, suddenly uncertain of her welcome. Would they be happy to see her, or would her presence remind them of pain they'd been trying to forget? Would her father's health truly improve with her return, or had he deteriorated too far for recovery? Before Belle could decide whether to knock or simply enter, the door flew open and Marguerite stood there, a basket of laundry in her arms. She froze when she saw Belle, the basket tumbling from her hands to scatter linens across the threshold. For a moment, neither sister moved. Then Marguerite was screaming, calling for Clarice and their father, her voice shrill with shock and something that might have been joy or might have been anger. Belle couldn't quite tell. The next minutes dissolved into chaos. Clarice emerged from the cottage, took one look at Belle, and burst into tears. Maurice appeared behind them, moving slowly, and the sight of him made Belle's eyes sting with barely suppressed grief. He looked even worse than the mirror had shown, gaunt to the point of frailty, his skin papery and grey. But when he saw Belle, something shifted in his face. Life returned to his eyes, and he stumbled forward with surprising speed, pulling Belle into an embrace that nearly knocked them both over. They stood like that for a long time, Belle holding her father's tooth-thin frame while he shook with sobs. Marguerite and Clarice hovered nearby, both crying now, their hands reaching out to touch Belle as if confirming she was real and solid rather than some grief-induced hallucination. Neighbors began to appear, drawn by the commotion, and soon a crowd gathered around the cottage, all talking at once, demanding explanations and expressing amazement at Belle's return. Maurice finally pulled back, holding Belle at arm's length and studying her face with desperate intensity. He looked like he was cataloguing injuries, searching for evidence of abuse or suffering. Belle tried to smile reassuringly, but she knew her father well enough to recognize he wouldn't be easily convinced of her well-being. The crowd's pressure eventually forced them inside, where Belle found herself seated at the kitchen table while her sisters bustled around preparing tea and food despite the early hour. Maurice sat across from her, unwilling to let her out of his sight, his hands clasping hers across the table with desperate strength. The questions came in a torrent. Where had she been? How had she escaped? What had the beast done to her? Was she injured? Was she well? Would she stay, or did the creature still have some claim on her? Belle answered as best she could, editing the truth into a version her family could accept. Yes, she'd been held in the castle. No, the beast hadn't harmed her. She'd been given comfortable quarters and treated with courtesy, if not kindness. The beast had ultimately decided to release her, recognizing that keeping her served no purpose. She'd been allowed to return home, free of obligation or expectation of return. The lies tasted bitter on her tongue, but the truth was too complicated to explain. How could she tell her father that she'd grown to care for the beast, that she'd found intellectual stimulation and emotional connection in captivity that she'd never experienced in freedom? How could she admit that part of her wanted to return, that she was only here out of obligation and guilt rather than genuine desire to reclaim her old life? Maurice listened to her edited narrative with tears streaming down his weathered face. He kept apologizing, his voice breaking repeatedly, saying it should never have happened, that he should have refused to return to the castle even if it meant breaking his word, that no Rose was worth his daughter's suffering. Belle tried to reassure him, but her words seemed to slide past without penetrating his guilt. As morning progressed into afternoon, the initial shock of Belle's return began to settle into something more complicated. Marguerite and Clarice were glad she was alive, certainly, but Belle detected undercurrents of resentment in their behavior. They'd been managing the household without her, had taken on responsibilities they'd previously avoided, and her return threatened to disrupt whatever equilibrium they'd achieved. Belle saw it in the way Marguerite moved around the kitchen with territorial precision, in how Clarice's joy at seeing her quickly gave way to pointed comments about all the work that had accumulated in Belle's absence. The cottage itself reflected 3 months of her absence. Dishes were stacked haphazardly in cabinets, clothes were mended poorly, meals were prepared without the care Belle had always employed. Her sisters had kept the household functioning, but barely, and the strain showed in every corner. Belle felt the weight of expectation settling over her, the assumption that she would immediately resume her former role, would take back all the responsibilities she'd once carried, would slip back into the family structure as if she'd never left. But Belle had changed during her time in the castle. She'd grown accustomed to intellectual engagement, to conversations that challenged her thinking, to spending her days as she chose rather than in service to others' needs. The idea of returning to her former life, cooking and cleaning and managing accounts while her sisters gossiped and her father worked in his shop, felt suffocating in a way it never had before. Belle had tasted freedom, even if that freedom had come wrapped in captivity, and she couldn't unsee what she'd experienced. That night, after Marguerite and Clarice had finally gone to bed, Belle sat with her father in the workshop. Maurice was working on a clock mechanism, his hand steadier now that Belle had returned, though still showing tremors that hadn't been present before her departure. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, Belle organizing tools while Maurice adjusted tiny gears, both of them settling into old rhythms. Maurice spoke first, his voice quiet in the lamplight. He asked Belle to tell him the truth, not the sanitized version she'd shared earlier, but what had really happened in the castle. What the beast was truly like. Whether she'd been frightened or mistreated. Whether her return was genuine freedom or simply a longer leash on continuing captivity. Belle found herself answering more honestly than she'd intended, though still holding back the deepest truths. She described the library and the conversations, the way the beast had shown unexpected kindness despite his fearsome appearance. She admitted that her time there hadn't been entirely terrible, that she'd found things to value even in captivity. But she stopped short of confessing her growing feelings, her uncertainty about where she belonged, her awareness that the ring around her neck could transport her back at any moment. Maurice listened without interruption, his face growing more troubled as Belle spoke. When she finished, he set down his tools and looked at her with such sadness that Belle felt her throat tighten. He told her about the weeks after her departure, how he'd ridden home in a daze, how her note had devastated them all, how he'd fallen into a despair so profound that Marguerite and Cloris had feared he wouldn't survive. He'd tried to return to the castle multiple times, had ridden into the forest searching for paths that no longer appeared, desperate to find Belle and trade places with her again. But the castle had hidden itself, had refused him entry, and eventually he'd returned home to wait for death, unable to forgive himself for the choice Belle had made. The guilt in his voice was crushing, and Belle tried again to reassure him, to make him understand that her decision had been her own and she didn't regret it. But Maurice shook his head, refusing comfort. He said that a father's job was to protect his children, and he'd failed spectacularly. No amount of rationalization could change the fundamental truth that his actions had led to Belle's imprisonment. They talked deep into the night, circling around pain neither could fully express. Belle wanted to tell her father that the castle hadn't been a prison, that the beast had become more than just her captor. But the words stuck in her throat, too complicated to articulate and too dangerous to reveal. If Maurice knew she was considering returning, knew she developed feelings for the beast, it would destroy him. He needed to believe her captivity had ended, that she was home permanently, that his guilt could eventually be assuaged by her presence and happiness. So Belle kept silent about the ring and the possibility of return, and Maurice kept silent about the depth of his ongoing suffering, and they both pretended the conversation had brought resolution when really it had only revealed how far apart their understandings of the situation remained. The following days established a routine that felt both familiar and alien. Belle resumed her household duties, though she found them tedious in ways she'd never noticed before. Cooking felt like wasted time that could be spent reading. Cleaning seemed pointless when the castle's magic had managed it so efficiently. Even conversing with her sisters proved frustrating. They wanted to discuss village gossip and fashion, while Belle's mind kept drifting to philosophical questions and literary analysis. She caught herself comparing everything to the castle. The cottage was cramped after those vast halls. The village library's meager collection seemed pathetic after the beast's magnificent repository. Even the food tasted bland, despite Belle preparing it herself, because it lacked the magical perfection of meals that had appeared unbidden. Most troubling was the way Belle found herself thinking constantly about the beast. She wondered what he was doing, whether he was managing in her absence, whether he'd retreated into the despair she'd seen glimpses of during their time together. She worried about the rose and whether another petal had fallen. She replayed conversations in her mind, analyzing moments of connection and regretting words left unspoken. The enchanted mirror sat in Belle's room, face down in her drawer, untouched since her arrival. She was afraid to use it, afraid of what she might see. If the beast appeared to be managing fine without her, it would confirm her fears that she'd been merely convenient rather than truly important. But if he appeared to be suffering, it would make her choice to stay away feel like cruelty rather than duty. Maurice's health did improve with Belle's return, though not as dramatically as she'd hoped. He ate more regularly and slept better, but the fundamental frailty remained. He moved like someone much older than his years, and Belle recognized that the damage done by months of grief couldn't be easily reversed. She'd returned in time to prevent further deterioration, but full recovery seemed unlikely. On the fourth day of Belle's visit, Marguerite finally voiced what both sisters had clearly been thinking. They were sitting in the kitchen, preparing vegetables for dinner, when Marguerite announced that now Belle was home, she and Clarice expected things to return to how they'd been before. Belle would handle all the cooking and cleaning and managing, leaving them free to focus on their needlework and social calls. They'd done their best in Belle's absence, but it had been a terrible burden, and they were relieved to hand responsibilities back to their more capable sister. The presumption in Marguerite's tone sparked something in Belle, not quite anger, but close. She set down her knife carefully and looked at both sisters, really looked at them, and saw clearly for the first time how much they'd always relied on her labor while contributing little themselves. How much they'd taken her efforts for granted, assuming Belle existed to serve their comfort. How little they'd changed or grown during her absence, remaining the same shallow, self-centered people they'd always been. Belle heard herself saying she hadn't decided whether she was staying permanently. That she'd come for a visit but was still considering her options. That she wouldn't simply resume her former role without discussion of more equitable distribution of household labor. The resulting argument was spectacular. Marguerite's face turned red with indignation. Clarice burst into tears at Belle's ingratitude after they'd worked so hard to maintain the household in her absence. Both sisters demanded to know what options Belle could possibly be considering. She was home now, where she belonged, and that was the end of it. Belle didn't mention the ring or the possibility of returning to the castle. But she also didn't agree to her sister's demands. She simply said she needed time to think, to adjust to being home, to decide what her future looked like. The conversation ended with Marguerite storming off to her room and Clarice following in tears, leaving Belle alone in the kitchen with half-prepared vegetables and the weight of her impossible situation pressing down like a physical force. That night, Belle finally retrieved the mirror from her drawer. She sat on her bed in the darkness, holding the cool silver frame, and thought of the beast with desperate longing. The mirror's surface swirled and cleared, showing the library where she and the beast had spent so many hours. He sat in his usual chair, but his posture spoke of defeat. His shoulders were hunched, his head bowed, and Belle could see even from this magical distance that he deteriorated in the 4 days since her departure. He looked diminished somehow, as if her absence had physically diminished his substance. As Belle watched, the beast raised his head and stared at nothing, his expression so desolate that she felt tears tracking down her own face. The library door opened and Belle's perspective shifted to follow the beast's gaze. Nothing entered, no visible figure, no person to break his solitude. But Belle saw the beast speak to the empty air, his lips forming words she couldn't hear, clearly addressing the invisible servants. His face was anguished, his whole body radiating despair, and Belle understood with sudden certainty that he was telling them to stop hoping, that Belle wasn't coming back, that they would all remain cursed until the final petal fell. Belle lowered the mirror with shaking hands. 5 days. She'd promised herself a week to make her decision, to care for her father and determine where she belonged. But she'd already been gone 5 days, and in that time both her father and the beast had suffered in different ways. She couldn't heal one without abandoning the other, couldn't fulfill one obligation without failing another. The ring hung heavy around her neck, its magic a constant presence waiting for activation. Belle touched it through her nightgown, feeling its warmth pulse in response to her attention. It would be so easy to twist it now, to return to the castle and the beast and the life she'd found there. Her father was improving, not healed, but stable. Her sisters were managing, however much they resented it. The household would function without her, had functioned without her for months already. But leaving now would feel like abandonment, would confirm Maurice's worst fears that the beast still held some claim over Belle. It would hurt her father profoundly, might even reverse the small improvements her presence had achieved. And for what? To return to a curse she might not be able to break, to a beast who might be better off without the constant reminder of his failing hope. Belle lay awake most of the night, the mirror face down beside her, the ring warm against her skin, and her heart torn between competing obligations that seemed impossible to reconcile. She thought about love and duty, about personal fulfillment and family responsibility, about the life she'd had and the life she might have, and whether choosing one meant betraying the other. By dawn, she was no closer to a decision. But she understood with painful clarity that whatever choice she made, someone she loved would suffer for it. And Belle would have to live with that knowledge, would have to accept that sometimes there were no good choices, only different kinds of loss to be weighed and measured and ultimately survived. 2 days remained of the week she'd promised herself. 2 days to decide the trajectory of the rest of her life, to choose between the beast and her father, between the life she'd found and the life she'd known. 2 days to determine whether love, whatever love actually meant, was worth the sacrifice it would inevitably require. If you are enjoying this story, from a comment on the video. The 6th morning of Belle's visit dawned grey and cold, winter reasserting itself after the false spring that had teased them with warmth. Belle woke before sunrise, having slept poorly again, her dreams filled with images of the beast alone in his castle and her father fading in his workshop. She lay in bed watching darkness give way to reluctant light and felt the weight of her remaining time pressing against her chest like a physical burden. 1 day left. Tomorrow marked the end of the week she'd promised herself, the deadline by which she needed to make a choice. But Belle felt no closer to clarity than she had upon arriving. If anything, the past days had only complicated her understanding of what she wanted versus what she owed. She rose and dressed quietly, moving through the still sleeping house to the kitchen where she began preparing breakfast from habit rather than conscious decision. Her hands moved through familiar motions, slicing bread, preparing tea, setting the table, while her mind wandered elsewhere. Belle found herself thinking about the library, about the way morning light slanted through its windows, about the comfortable silence she and the beast had shared while reading. She thought about conversations that ranged from silly to profound, about music that made her weep, about a presence that had become essential to her sense of wholeness. The realization crept up on Belle gradually rather than arriving in a sudden flash of insight. It accumulated through small recognitions, the way her chest ached when she thought about the beast's despair, the constant awareness of the ring against her skin, the way every book she tried to read in the village seemed pale and unsatisfying compared to discussio. NS they might have had about it. The way she measured every experience against the standard of the castle and found her old life wanting. Belle set down the bread knife with trembling hands and steadied herself against the counter. She was in love with him. Not the complicated maybe love she'd been telling herself it might be, not the gratitude mixed with affection she'd tried to convince herself was the extent of her feelings. Actual love, deep and consuming and terrifying in its completeness. She loved the beast, his intelligence and wounded kindness, his careful consideration and desperate hope, his music and his guilt and his gradual transformation from monster to man. She loved him not despite his appearance but with full acknowledgement of it, seeing past the curse to the person struggling within it. She loved him in a way she'd never loved anyone before, in a way she hadn't believed herself capable of loving. And she'd left him. The knowledge crashed over Belle with the force of revelation. She'd spent a week agonizing over duty and obligation, weighing her father's needs against her own desires, when the truth had been there all along. She loved the beast, and love wasn't something that could be compartmentalized or scheduled or fit neatly around other obligations. Love demanded response, required action, couldn't be indefinitely postponed while Belle tried to solve impossible equations about competing responsibilities. Belle thought about the curse and its requirements, that the beast must learn to love and be loved in return. She'd spent so much time analyzing those words, trying to understand their precise meaning and measure whether her feelings qualified. But standing in her father's kitchen with dawn breaking outside and truth finally acknowledged, Belle understood that love wasn't something that could be quantified or verified. It simply was. And what she felt for the beast was real and profound and entirely sufficient, if only she could admit it not just to herself but to him. The curse could break. The thought struck Belle with the force of certainty. Not might break or possibly break, but could actually, genuinely break if she returned and spoke the truth she'd been avoiding. The enchantress had required love, and Belle had it in abundance. She simply needed the courage to claim it, to speak it aloud, to stop hedging and qualifying and accept the vulnerability that genuine declaration required. But speaking that truth meant leaving her father again, and this time with full awareness that she was choosing the beast over her family. It meant acknowledging that her happiness lay elsewhere, that duty alone couldn't sustain her, that she needed more than the narrow confines of village life could offer. It meant being, in her sister's eyes at least, selfish, prioritizing her own emotional fulfillment over family obligation. Belle moved to the window and stared out at the awakening village. Smoke began to rise from chimneys as families started their morning routines. The baker's shop showed lights, beginning preparations for the day's bread. Everything looked solid and real and permanent, the physical manifestation of the life Belle had always known. This was safety, familiarity, the path already laid out requiring only that she continue walking it. But the castle called to her with a force that made the village feel like a dream from which she was slowly waking. Belle could see her future here with painful clarity, years of managing the household while her sisters contributed minimally, of caring for her aging father until his death, of reading books alone because no one around her cared about ideas or analysis. It would be a good life in many ways, a dutiful life, but it would also be a diminishment of everything she'd discovered herself capable of becoming. The sound of footsteps on the stairs announced her father's descent. Belle turned from the window to find Maurice entering the kitchen, moving slowly but with more energy than he'd shown since her arrival. He looked almost healthy in the morning light, color returning to his cheeks, steadiness to his gait. Belle's presence had achieved what she'd hoped, stabilized him, given him reason to continue living, reversed at least some of the damage her absence had caused. But she also saw with new clarity that Maurice's health, while improved, remained fragile. He'd survived Belle's absence, had eventually found ways to keep functioning even through his grief. He would survive her departure again, would adjust as humans adjusted to all manner of losses. It would hurt him profoundly, and Belle hated herself for causing that pain. But her father was stronger than she'd given him credit for, and her sisters, however much they complained, were capable of managing without her. They sat together over breakfast, conversation sparse but comfortable. Maurice talked about a commission he'd received for a particularly complex clock mechanism, enthusiasm creeping into his voice as he described the technical challenges involved. Belle listened and responded, filing away the sound of his voice, the way his hands gestured when explaining mechanical concepts, all the small details she'd need to carry with her when she left. Because she was leaving. Belle knew it now with certainty that had eluded her all week. She would return to the castle today rather than waiting for her self-imposed deadline. Every hour she delayed was another hour the beast spent in despair, another hour the curse tightened its grip, another hour wasted when they could be together instead of separated by her fear and indecision. The decision brought surprising peace. Belle had been carrying the weight of choice like a stone, turning it over endlessly without finding answers. But now that she'd acknowledged her love and accepted its implications, the path forward appeared clearly. She would hurt people by leaving, that was unavoidable. But she would hurt the beast more by staying away, and she would hurt herself most of all by choosing obligation over authentic connection. After breakfast, Belle helped her father in his workshop while Marguerite and Clarice remained sleeping. She organized tools and cleaned workbenches, performing small services while gathering courage for the conversation that had to happen. Maurice worked contentedly, humming under his breath, and Belle memorized the sound, knowing she might not hear it again for a very long time. When the morning was well advanced, Belle finally found her voice. She told her father she needed to return to the castle. Not permanently, though Belle suspected that was a lie she told herself as much as him, but to check on the beast, to ensure he was managing in her absence. She'd been given freedom to come and go, and she needed to exercise that freedom, needed to see for herself that the beast hadn't deteriorated too severely. Maurice's face crumpled with pain at her words, but he didn't argue or try to convince her to stay. He simply asked whether Belle was truly free or whether the beast still held some claim over her. Whether her return would be temporary or whether she was choosing captivity over family. Belle struggled to answer honestly without revealing too much. She said the beast had no claim on her, that she could stay or go as she chose. But she'd made a promise to visit, to reassure him of her well-being, and she couldn't abandon that obligation. She would return to the castle for a few days, then come home again. The lie tasted bitter, but the truth, that she was choosing the beast permanently, felt too cruel to speak aloud. Maurice studied her face for a long moment, his expression suggesting he saw through her careful words to the reality beneath. But rather than challenging her directly, he simply asked whether Belle was happy when she was with the beast. Whether the creature treated her well and made space for her to be fully herself. Whether Belle's heart was engaged in ways it never had been in the village. The question struck too close to truths Belle had been protecting, and she found herself answering with more honesty than she'd intended. Yes, she was happy with the beast, happier than she'd been in years, perhaps ever. He valued her mind and her opinions, engaged with her interests instead of dismissing them, made her feel seen in ways no one else ever had. The castle, for all its strangeness, had become more home than this cottage had ever been. Maurice's eyes filled with tears as Belle spoke, but he nodded slowly as if confirming suspicions he'd been harboring. He said that he'd known since Belle's return that something fundamental had changed in her, that she'd grown beyond the constraints of village life. He'd hoped she might settle back into their old routines, might remember why she'd loved this life enough to sacrifice herself for his sake. But he could see now that she'd found something elsewhere, something that called to her more strongly than family obligation. His understanding was almost harder to bear than resistance would have been. Belle had prepared herself for arguments and guilt, for attempts to make her stay through emotional manipulation. But Maurice simply accepted her truth with sad grace, recognizing that holding her here would be its own form of cruelty. He asked only that Belle visit when she could, that she remember her family even as she built a new life elsewhere, that she not disappear entirely from their world. They spent the afternoon together, father and daughter, both aware this was goodbye even if they didn't speak the word explicitly. Maurice showed Belle his current projects and shared techniques he developed during her absence. Belle helped organize his accounts and ensured her sisters knew how to maintain the household finances. They moved around the painful reality of her departure through shared work, expressing love through practical service rather than words neither could quite manage. Marguerite and Clarice's reactions to news of Belle's departure were predictably volatile. Marguerite accused Belle of selfishness, of abandoning her family for some inexplicable attachment to a monster. Clarice cried and pleaded, asking how Belle could leave them again when they'd only just gotten her back. Both sisters seemed genuinely bewildered by Belle's choice, unable to comprehend why anyone would voluntarily return to captivity when freedom was available. Belle didn't try to explain. Her sisters had never understood her, had always dismissed her interests as peculiar and her priorities as wrong. They wouldn't understand now either, wouldn't be able to grasp that Belle had found in the castle what she'd never found in the village: intellectual partnership, emotional recognition, the freedom to be entirely herself without modification or apology. So Belle simply endured their anger and hurt, accepting it as the price of her choice. As evening approached, Belle packed a small bag with items she wanted to keep: her journal, a few books, the clothes she'd brought from the castle. Everything else she left behind, possessions from a life she was choosing to leave. The cottage had never really been hers anyway, had always belonged more to her sisters who fit comfortably within village expectations. Belle had been an uncomfortable presence here, too bookish and strange, tolerated rather than celebrated. She said her final goodbyes at the cottage door as twilight gathered. Maurice held her for a long time, whispering that he loved her and wanted only her happiness, wherever she found it. Marguerite remained stiffly angry, offering only a brief embrace and a curt hope that Belle wouldn't regret her choice. Clarice clung to Belle, crying, extracting promises of visits that Belle gave freely even knowing they would be difficult to keep. Then Belle was walking through the village one last time, past houses where people were settling in for the evening, past the market square where she'd spent so many mornings, past the church where she'd attended services every Sunday of her childhood. The village that had shaped her was receding into memory even as she passed through it, becoming story rather than lived reality. At the forest's edge, Belle stopped and withdrew the ring from beneath her clothes. It caught the last light of day, glowing faintly with its own internal magic. Belle thought of the beast alone in his castle, believing himself abandoned, the curse tightening its grip petal by petal. She thought of the library and the gardens and all the spaces that had become precious through association with him. She thought of love and how it required courage, required the willingness to claim what you wanted even when circumstances made that claiming complicated and difficult. Belle twisted the ring twice while thinking of the castle with all the longing she'd been suppressing. The world blurred and shifted, reality folding around her like fabric, and then she was standing in the castle's entrance hall, the familiar space welcoming her home. The building seemed to exhale with her arrival, as if it too had been holding its breath during her absence. Candles flared to life in their sconces. Warmth rushed to greet her after the winter cold outside. Belle felt the castle's awareness surrounding her, recognizing her return, and she wondered if the invisible servants were celebrating or if they too had given up hope during her week away. Belle set down her bag and moved deeper into the castle, her feet carrying her toward the library where she knew the beast would be. Her heart hammered with anxiety and anticipation. What if she was wrong? What if her feelings weren't reciprocated with sufficient intensity to break the curse? What if she'd left her family and safety for a gamble that wouldn't pay off? But even if the curse didn't break, even if Belle's love proved insufficient for magical transformation, she still wanted to be here. She wanted the beast's company and the library's comfort and the strange enchanted life this castle offered. She wanted conversations that challenged her thinking and music that moved her soul and the presence of someone who saw her completely and valued what he saw. The library doors stood open, spilling warm light into the corridor. Belle paused at the threshold, suddenly shy, uncertain how to announce her return. Through the doorway, she could see the beast sitting in his chair by the fire, his posture one of complete dejection. He was staring at flames with such emptiness that Belle's chest ached in response. She must have made some sound, a breath or footstep, because the beast's head snapped up, his amber eyes finding her in the doorway. For a moment, neither moved. The beast looked like he was seeing a ghost, his expression cycling through disbelief, hope, fear, and a desperate longing so profound it made Belle's breath catch. Then he was standing, moving toward her with desperate speed that should have been frightening but somehow wasn't. He stopped just short of touching her, his massive hands hovering near her shoulders, trembling with the effort of restraint. His eyes searched her face as if trying to determine whether she was real or simply another grief-induced hallucination. Belle reached up and covered one of his hands with her own, pressing it firmly against her shoulder to prove her solidity. The touch seemed to break something in the beast. His whole body shuddered, and tears began streaming down his face, dampening the fur below his eyes. The words tumbled out of him then, fast and desperate. He'd thought she wouldn't return, thought he'd lost her permanently, had spent the week spiraling into despair so profound he'd nearly given up entirely. He'd imagined her happy with her family, settling back into village life, forgetting about the castle and the cursed beast who'd kept her prisoner. He'd tried to be glad for her freedom even as it destroyed him, had attempted to accept that loving her meant letting her go even if it cost him everything. Belle listened to his confession with tears tracking down her own face, hearing all the pain her absence had caused, understanding how deeply her week away had wounded him. And she knew with absolute certainty that her love was returned, that whatever she felt for him was matched by what he felt for her, that they'd been circling this truth for months without finding courage to speak it. When the beast's words finally ran out, when he stood trembling and vulnerable before her, Belle found her own voice. She told him she'd come home, not to visit, not temporarily, but truly home. She told him about the week in the village, about seeing her old life with new clarity, about understanding finally where she belonged. She told him she'd made her choice, had chosen him and the castle and the life they could build together. And then, because the moment demanded absolute honesty, because halfway measures would no longer suffice, Belle spoke the truth she'd been avoiding. She loved him. Not despite the curse or with qualification, but wholly and completely. She loved his mind and his music and his wounded heart. She loved his careful gentleness and his desperate hope and the person he was becoming through their connection. She loved him, and she needed him to know it, needed to speak it aloud even though the vulnerability terrified her. The beast stared at her with such overwhelming emotion that Belle could barely process it. Hope and disbelief and desperate joy warred across his features. His hands, still touching her shoulders, tightened their grip slightly as if afraid she might vanish if he didn't hold on. He asked, his voice breaking, whether Belle was certain. Whether she understood what she was saying and what it meant. Whether she'd truly chosen him freely or whether obligation and guilt had brought her back. Whether her love was real or simply kindness mistaken for deeper feeling. Belle met his eyes steadily and repeated herself, slower this time, making sure he heard and believed every word. She loved him. She'd come back because she couldn't bear to be anywhere else. She chose him not out of obligation but from genuine desire. And nothing about her feelings was mistaken, they were the most real thing she'd ever experienced. The beast pulled her into an embrace then, careful of his strength but no longer holding back from contact. Belle wrapped her arms around his massive frame, feeling his heart hammering against her ear, feeling his whole body shaking with emotion too large to contain. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other in the library's warm light, and Belle felt something settle into place inside her chest. This was right. This was where she belonged. This was home. When they finally pulled apart enough to see each other's faces, the beast asked what Belle wanted. Whether she expected the curse to break now that she'd declared her love. Whether she needed him to say the words back, to match her vulnerability with his own. Whether she required promises or certainties about their future together. Belle realized she didn't need any of those things. She'd spoken her truth because it demanded speaking, not because she expected particular results. If the curse broke, wonderful. If it didn't, they would face that together. She didn't need declarations or promises. She simply needed him to know he was loved, to understand that her choice was real and permanent, to believe that he was worth loving exactly as he was. But the beast seemed to need to speak his own truth, seemed to require matching her honesty with his own. He told Belle he'd loved her for weeks, perhaps months, though he'd been too afraid to acknowledge it even to himself. Every conversation had deepened his feelings, every moment of connection had made her more essential to his existence. Her absence had nearly destabilized him, had made clear just how central she'd become to his sense of self and future. He loved her more than he believed himself capable of loving, and if the curse never broke, if he remained a beast forever, he would count himself fortunate simply to spend that forever with her. The words wrapped around Belle like a physical embrace, filling empty spaces she hadn't known existed. She'd been loved before, by her father, certainly, but never like this. Never with this intensity of recognition, this sense of being seen completely and valued for precisely who she was. The beast's love didn't ask her to be different or better or more acceptable. It simply celebrated her existence exactly as she existed. They moved to sit by the fire, both needing proximity after a week of separation. Belle curled into the large chair beside the beasts, close enough that their hands could touch, maintaining contact that grounded them both. They talked for hours, sharing details of their week apart, filling in gaps in each other's understanding, rebuilding connection that distance had strained. The castle settled around them with what felt like satisfaction, as if the building itself approved of their reunion. Candles burned without consuming themselves. The fire maintained perfect warmth without requiring new logs. Everything conspired to make the moment comfortable, to allow Belle and the beast to exist together without external concerns intruding. It was well past midnight when Belle finally acknowledged her exhaustion, the emotional toll of the day and the magic of transport catching up with her. The beast walked her to her room, reluctant to part even for sleep, and at her door they paused in echo of that night weeks ago when everything had been uncertain and unspoken. This time, Belle reached up and touched the beast's face, her small hand gentle against his monstrous features. She traced the line of his jaw, the curve of his ear, committing details to memory. He leaned into her touch with eyes closed, a rumble of contentment emanating from deep in his chest. Belle stood on her toes and pressed a kiss to his cheek, just beside his mouth. The gesture was chaste but intimate, a promise of deeper connection when they were both less overwhelmed and exhausted. When she pulled back, the beast was staring at her with such tender wonder that Belle felt her eyes sting with fresh tears. They said goodnight with obvious reluctance, both aware they'd crossed some threshold from which there was no return. Whatever happened with the curse, whether it broke or remained, they were committed now. They'd spoken their truths and claimed each other, and that claiming changed everything. Belle entered her room and changed into her nightgown, moving through bedtime routines mechanically while her mind remained in the library with the beast. She climbed into bed and lay in the darkness, listening to the castle's subtle sounds, feeling the ring warm against her skin where she'd returned it to its place around her neck. She'd made her choice. She'd chosen love over duty, personal fulfillment over family obligation, uncertainty over safety. And rather than feeling guilty or conflicted, Belle felt only peace. This was right. This was where she was meant to be. This was the beginning of whatever came next. Outside her window, the roses bloomed in silver moonlight, and somewhere in the west wing, a glass-enclosed rose held its petals a little tighter, responding to magic and emotion in ways Belle couldn't yet understand but would soon discover. The curse's ending had begun. Belle woke to sunlight streaming through her windows with unusual intensity, as if the castle itself were celebrating her return. She lay in bed for a moment, savoring the comfort of her room and the profound sense of rightness that had settled over her since speaking her truth the previous night. Everything felt different now. Clearer, more vivid, as if some veil had been lifted to reveal the world's true colors. She dressed quickly and made her way to the library, drawn by the certainty that the beast would be there waiting. Sure enough, she found him standing by the windows, silhouetted against the morning light. He turned at her approach, and Belle saw that he looked different too, not physically, but in some indefinable way. The weight of despair that had hung over him for months seemed diminished, replaced by something that might have been hope or might simply have been peace. They spent the morning together in comfortable companionship, reading and occasionally sharing observations but mostly just existing in each other's presence. The urgency of their reunion had given way to something quieter but no less profound. Belle found herself simply watching the beast sometimes, studying the way light caught in his fur, the careful way he turned pages, the expressions that flickered across his features as he read. She was memorizing him, though now not from fear of loss but from the simple desire to know every detail of the person she loved. Around midday, the beast suggested they walk in the gardens. The weather had turned mild again, winter's grip loosening in preparation for spring's eventual arrival. They moved through the formal paths, past fountains and sculpted hedges, the beast pointing out changes Belle had missed during her week away, new buds forming, early flowers beginning to show color, the general sense of awakening that accompanied lengthening days. The roses, of course, remained in full bloom regardless of season. Belle had grown so accustomed to their impossible vitality that she rarely registered their strangeness anymore. But today she found herself studying them with new attention, thinking about the enchanted rose in the west wing and what it represented. The curse had been cast 10 years ago, the beast had said. How many petals had fallen in that time? How many remained? And most importantly, would their mutual confession of love be enough to satisfy the enchantress's requirements? The beast seemed to sense the direction of Belle's thoughts. He guided her toward a bench overlooking a particularly magnificent display of red roses, and they sat together in the afternoon warmth. After a moment's hesitation, he began to speak about the curse in more detail than he ever had before. He explained that the enchanted rose had begun with what he estimated to be roughly 30 petals, though he'd never counted precisely and now wished he had. The first petal had fallen within days of the curse being cast, as if to emphasize the reality of his situation. Others had followed at irregular intervals, sometimes weeks apart, sometimes months. There was no pattern he could discern, no way to predict when the next would fall or how many remained. The uncertainty was almost worse than a firm deadline would have been. The beast had long since stopped visiting the west wing except when absolutely necessary. Watching the rose had become too painful, a constant reminder of time running out and hope fading. But he'd felt petals fall, each one registering as a physical sensation, a tightening in his chest followed by profound cold. The most recent had been during Belle's absence, he admitted. The despair of believing she wouldn't return had coincided with another petal's loss, and the combination had nearly broken him completely. Belle listened with growing distress, understanding for the first time just how precarious the situation truly was. She'd known intellectually that the curse was time-limited, that the rose's petals marked some countdown to final transformation. But hearing the beast describe the physical sensation of each loss, the way his awareness of the approaching end had consumed him for a decade, made it viscerally real in a way it hadn't been before. She asked how many petals he believed remained, though she suspected he wouldn't have a definite answer. The beast shook his head, confirming her guess. He hadn't looked at the rose in months, couldn't bear to. It could be 5 petals or 15, he genuinely didn't know. All he knew was that eventually, inevitably, the last petal would fall, and with it his final chance for redemption would vanish. The question hung between them unspoken: what happened when the last petal fell? The enchantress had cursed the beast to remain in his monstrous form until he learned to love and be loved in return. But what if that never happened? What if the deadline arrived before the conditions were met? The beast admitted he didn't know. The enchantress had been frustratingly vague about consequences, leaving him to imagine various terrible fates for 10 years. Belle found herself growing angry on his behalf, not at him, but at the enchantress who'd crafted such a cruel punishment. Yes, the young prince had been thoughtless and cruel. But 10 years of isolation and transformation, 10 years of watching hope slowly die, 10 years of uncertainty and fear, it seemed excessive, vindictive even. And the innocent servants caught in the curse's net, transformed into objects and rendered silent, bore punishment for sins they'd never committed. But anger wouldn't break the curse, wouldn't restore the beast to his human form or free the trapped servants. Only love could do that, according to the enchantress's decree. And Belle and the beast had declared that love, had acknowledged it openly and honestly. So why hadn't the curse broken? Why did the beast remain transformed, the castle still enchanted, the rose still counting down in its glass prison? The beast seemed to be wrestling with the same questions. He spoke hesitantly about his understanding of the curse's requirements, admitting that he'd spent years analyzing the enchantress's words for hidden meanings or loopholes. Learn to love and be loved in return, simple words that contained infinite complexity. He'd thought perhaps the learning was what mattered, that transformation of character rather than specific declarations. Or perhaps the love had to be tested somehow, proven through sacrifice or trial. Or maybe the enchantress had simply set impossible conditions, creating the illusion of hope while ensuring failure. Belle rejected that last possibility immediately. Fairy tales operated on their own logic, certainly, but they weren't fundamentally unfair. Curses could be broken, that was their nature. The enchantress wouldn't have mentioned love as the solution if it wasn't genuinely achievable. So either Belle and the beast hadn't yet met the conditions, or the curse required something more than simple declaration. They talked through various theories as afternoon stretched toward evening. Perhaps the love needed to be publicly acknowledged, witnessed by others rather than spoken in private. Perhaps some specific ritual or action would trigger the transformation. Perhaps Belle needed to kiss the beast. Fairy tales often featured true love's kiss as the moment of breaking curses. Or perhaps, Belle suggested with growing certainty, the curse would break in its own time, once the magic was satisfied that genuine transformation had occurred. The beast seemed reluctant to hope too strongly, as if years of disappointment had taught him to protect himself from optimism's sting. But Belle could see yearning in his eyes, the desperate desire to believe that their love might actually be sufficient. She took his large hand in both of hers and promised that whatever the curse required, they would figure it out together. She wasn't leaving again, wasn't abandoning him to face this alone. They would break the curse or live with it, but either way they'd be together. The promise seemed to comfort the beast more than any theorizing about the curse's mechanics. He pulled Belle closer on the bench, his arm around her shoulders, and they sat watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. The gardens glowed in golden light, roses brilliant against lengthening shadows, and Belle felt a contentment she'd never experienced before. This moment, right here, sitting with the beast in the enchanted gardens while magic and mundane reality blended seamlessly, was perfect in its own right, regardless of what the future held. They ate dinner in the conservatory that evening, surrounded by tropical plants and humid warmth. The beast had become visibly more relaxed since Belle's return, the tension that had defined his posture for months finally easing. He laughed at Belle's stories about her sister's reactions to her departure, and she found herself laughing too, able to see humor in the situation now that she'd made her choice and committed to it. After dinner, the Beast asked if Belle would like to hear him play. She agreed eagerly, and they made their way to the music room where the piano waited in patient silence. The Beast settled onto the bench and began to play, and Belle recognized immediately that something had changed in his music. The melancholy that had always colored his compositions was still present, but now it was balanced by something brighter, hope, perhaps, or simple joy at no longer being alone. Belle listened with her eyes closed, letting the music wash over her, feeling emotions she couldn't name but recognized nonetheless. The Beast was playing his heart, translating feelings too large for words into melody and harmony. She heard his loneliness and his love, his fear and his hope, his 10 years of suffering and his tentative belief that perhaps, finally, there might be an end to it. When the final notes faded, Belle opened her eyes to find the Beast watching her with an expression of such tender vulnerability that her breath caught. She rose and moved to the piano, standing beside the bench so she could look down at him properly. The height difference that usually made her feel small instead made her feel protective, made her want to shield this wounded creature from all the pain that had marked him. Belle leaned down and kissed his forehead, just above his eyes. The gesture was tender rather than passionate, more benediction than romance. The Beast closed his eyes and leaned into her touch, and Belle felt his whole body relax as if her acceptance had released some final tension he'd been carrying. They remained in the music room until late, the Beast playing while Belle listened or sometimes hummed along when melodies were simple enough. It felt like celebration of their reunion, of their acknowledged love, of the future they would build together however the curse resolved itself. Belle had never been happier, had never felt more certain that she was exactly where she belonged. It was well past midnight when they finally made their way toward their rooms. The castle was quiet, only the soft glow of candles lighting their path. They walked slowly, reluctant to part even for sleep, hands clasped between them. At Belle's door they paused, and the Beast asked if she was certain about her choice. Whether she understood she was binding herself to an uncertain future, to a beast who might never transform, to a curse that might never break. Belle answered with absolute conviction. She was certain. She'd chosen with full awareness of potential consequences. And she didn't need him to transform to justify her choice, she loved him as he was, not as he might become. If the curse broke, wonderful. If it didn't, they would face that reality together and find ways to be happy despite it. The Beast pulled her into a final embrace before they parted for the night. Belle held him tightly, feeling his heart beating against her ear, feeling safe and cherished in a way she'd never experienced before. When they finally separated, she saw tears tracking through the fur on his face, but they seemed to be tears of gratitude rather than sorrow. Belle entered her room and prepared for bed, her mind too full of the day's events for immediate sleep. She lay in the darkness thinking about love and curses, about choices and consequences, about the strange path that had led her from her father's cottage to this enchanted castle and the beast who inhabited it. Everything had changed so completely from what she'd imagined her life would be. And yet she couldn't bring herself to regret any of it, because all those changes had led her here, to this moment, to this love. She was just drifting toward sleep when she felt it, a sudden cold that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It was as if all warmth had been abruptly drained from the world, leaving only winter's deepest chill. Belle sat up in bed, her heart pounding, recognizing instinctively that something was wrong. The sensation passed after a moment, warmth returning as quickly as it had fled. But Belle remained sitting up, dread pooling in her stomach. She'd heard the Beast describe this feeling, the physical sensation of a petal falling. And if she'd felt it in her room, then somewhere in the castle, another petal had just dropped from the Enchanted Rose. Belle threw off her covers and grabbed her robe, moving quickly to her door. The corridor outside was empty, but she could see light spilling from the direction of the west wing. The Beast would have felt it too, would have gone immediately to confirm what they both knew. Belle hurried down the corridor, her bare feet silent on the cold floors, following the light toward the forbidden wing she'd only visited once before. The destruction in the West Wing's corridors seemed worse than Belle remembered, or perhaps it was simply more visible in the harsh light of her fear. She passed overturned furniture and shredded tapestries, evidence of the beast's rage and despair, and understood that each damaged item represented a moment when hope had failed and grief had overwhelmed control. The doors to the beast's study stood open, light pouring out into the damaged corridor. Belle entered to find the beast standing before the glass case, staring at the rose with an expression of absolute devastation. She moved to his side and followed his gaze to the enchanted flower. Even Belle, who'd only seen the rose once before, could tell immediately that something had changed. The bloom looked diminished somehow, its color less vibrant, its form less perfect. And scattered at the base of the stem, she could count the fallen petals, 7 now, where there had been 6 before. The beast's voice, when he finally spoke, was hollow with despair. He'd hoped that their declarations of love would be enough, that speaking their truth would satisfy the curse's requirements. But the petal had fallen anyway, suggesting that whatever the enchantress demanded, they hadn't yet provided it. Perhaps they'd been deluding themselves, he said. Perhaps the curse was truly unbreakable. Perhaps Belle's love, real as it might be, wasn't sufficient to overcome the enchantment's power. Belle wanted to argue, to offer reassurance, to insist that they simply needed more time or some additional element to complete the curse breaking. But staring at the diminished rose in its glass prison, she felt doubt creeping in. What if the beast was right? What if the curse couldn't be broken? What if the enchantress had set impossible conditions, creating the illusion of hope while ensuring failure? The beast turned away from the rose, unable to continue looking at evidence of his approaching doom. He moved to the window, staring out at the moonlit gardens, and spoke in a voice so quiet Belle had to strain to hear. He said that Belle should leave, should return to her family while there was still time. She'd already sacrificed so much, her family, her future, her freedom, and it was becoming clear that her sacrifice would be for nothing. The curse would claim him regardless of her presence, and she would have thrown away her life for a doomed cause. Belle felt anger surge through her at his words. She crossed the room to stand beside him, asking him to look at her, and stated with absolute certainty that she wasn't leaving. She'd made her choice and wasn't going to unmake it simply because the curse proved more stubborn than they'd hoped. They would figure this out together, would find whatever element they were missing, would break the curse or die trying. The beast looked at her with such profound love mixed with equally profound sorrow that Belle felt her eyes sting with tears. He reached up and touched her face with careful gentleness, his clawed hand trembling slightly, and thanked her for her faith even though he couldn't share it. Then he asked if she would stay with him a while longer, just sit together in the darkness, because he couldn't bear to be alone with his thoughts tonight. They settled on the floor beneath the glass case, sitting close enough that their shoulders touched, both of them avoiding looking at the rose above them. The beast's study was cold and damaged, full of evidence of rage and despair, but Belle felt no fear. She simply leaned into the beast's warmth and let him draw what comfort he could from her presence. The beast began to speak, his voice soft and halting, about the decade he'd spent cursed. The early years when he'd still believed redemption was possible, when he'd tried desperately to become worthy of love. The middle years when hope had begun to fade, when each fallen petal had felt like confirmation of his permanent damnation. The recent years when he'd stopped trying, had resigned himself to remaining a beast forever, had only continued existing out of obligation to the servants trapped alongside him. And then Belle had arrived, and everything had changed. For the first time in years, he'd felt something other than despair. Her presence had reminded him what it meant to exist in relation to another person, to have thoughts and feelings that extended beyond the prison of his own guilt. She'd challenged him, engaged with him, seen past his monstrous exterior to the person struggling within it. She'd given him hope again, dangerous and precious and terrifying in its intensity. But now that hope was curdling into something worse than his previous despair. Because now the beast knew what he was losing. Before Belle, he'd been losing only a theoretical future, a vague possibility of redemption. But now he was losing something real and specific, Belle herself, their connection, the life they might have built together. The petal's fall had reminded him that time was running out, that eventually the curse would claim its final victory, and all the love in the world wouldn't be enough to prevent it. Belle listened to his confession with her heart breaking, hearing the depth of his pain and feeling helpless to ease it. She wanted to promise that everything would be fine, that the curse would break and they would have their happy ending. But she couldn't make promises she might not be able to keep, couldn't offer false comfort when genuine uncertainty was more honest. So instead, Belle took the beast's hand and held it tightly, anchor in the darkness of his despair. She spoke quietly about the present moment rather than the uncertain future. Right now, they were together. Right now, they loved each other. Right now, regardless of what the curse ultimately decided, they had this connection, this understanding, this choice to be present with each other. The future would come whether they worried about it or not, but the present was theirs to claim. The beast squeezed her hand in response, and they sat together in the damaged study until dawn began to lighten the sky outside. Neither spoke much after Belle's initial offering of comfort. They simply existed together, two people facing an impossible situation with nothing but each other to hold on to. When morning light finally crept through the windows, revealing the full extent of the study's destruction, they rose stiffly from the floor. The beast looked exhausted, as if the night's emotional toll had physically drained him. Belle felt similarly depleted but determined. One petal had fallen, yes. But the rose wasn't dead yet. They still had time, however much or little that might be. And they would use that time not cowering in fear of the curse but living as fully as possible despite it. Belle took the beast's hand and led him from the west wing, away from the rose and its terrible reminder of mortality. They made their way to the library where comfortable chairs and familiar books waited. Belle settled the beast by the fire and brought him tea that appeared at her request, and slowly, gradually, she coaxed him back from the edge of despair. They would break this curse, Belle told him. She didn't know how yet, didn't have the answer. But she believed with absolute certainty that solutions existed, that the enchantress wouldn't have offered hope if it was false, that their love was real and powerful and sufficient for transformation. The beast didn't argue, though Belle could see he remained unconvinced. He simply accepted her faith because he lacked his own, borrowed her hope because his had been exhausted by a decade of disappointment. And Belle realized that perhaps this was what love meant in practical terms, carrying hope for someone when they couldn't carry it themselves, believing in possibilities when the other person could only see endings. The day stretched ahead of them, full of uncertain promise. Another petal had fallen, yes. But the story wasn't over yet. And Belle was determined to find the answer, to break the curse, to save not just the beast but all the innocent servants trapped in his enchantment. She just had to figure out how before the last petal fell and time ran out entirely. The days following the petal's fall carried a weight that even the castle's magic couldn't fully dispel. Belle threw herself into research with desperate intensity, spending hours in the library poring over texts about curses and enchantments, searching for some clue they'd overlooked. The beast watched her efforts with a mixture of gratitude and resignation, as if he appreciated her determination but couldn't quite share her hope. Belle found references to dozens of different curses in the library's collection, transformations and bindings, imprisonments and compulsions. She read about witches who turned princes into swans, enchanters who'd trapped princesses in towers, fairies who'd cursed entire kingdoms to sleep. Each story followed similar patterns, some offense given, punishment enacted, conditions set for breaking the spell. And in nearly every case, love played a role in the resolution. But the specifics varied wildly. Some curses broke with a kiss, others with a declaration, still others with sacrifice or time or the completion of some impossible task. Belle found no clear formula, no universal rule that would tell her what their curse required. The enchantress had said the beast must learn to love and be loved in return, but dozens of variations on that theme existed in the stories Belle examined, each with different requirements for proof. She made notes in her journal, tracking patterns and commonalities. Most curses seemed to require some form of public acknowledgement, witnesses to the love being declared. Others demanded sacrifice, typically of the beloved offering something precious to save the cursed person. Several featured tests or trials, challenges that proved the depth and authenticity of the love claimed. And a few simply required time, the transformation occurring gradually as the cursed person changed internally rather than all at once in dramatic revelation. Belle shared her findings with the beast during their evening meals, which had become strategy sessions as much as social occasions. He listened attentively to her theories, occasionally offering observations from his own decade of research, but Belle could see he'd largely given up on finding answers. He seemed to be preparing himself for failure, steeling himself against hope in order to make the inevitable end slightly more bearable. The resignation in his posture frustrated Belle more than active despair would have. She wanted him to fight, to believe that solutions existed, to maintain hope even when circumstances made optimism difficult. But she also understood that a decade of disappointment had taught him to protect himself from optimism's cruelty. Every time he'd allowed himself to hope, that the curse might break on its own, that some princess might stumble upon the castle, that perhaps the enchantress would show mercy, that hope had been crushed by reality's indifference. So Belle carried the hope for both of them, refusing to accept defeat even as days passed without progress. She read until her eyes burned, made notes until her hand cramped, pursued every lead no matter how tenuous. The invisible servant seemed to sense her determination, providing fresh candles and meals without being asked, supporting her efforts in the only ways available to them. A week after the petal's fall, Belle found herself in a section of the library she'd never fully explored, a collection of books about the local region, histories and genealogies and records of noble families who'd ruled these lands over the centuries. She'd been avoiding this section, instinctively understanding that it would contain information about the beast's family, details about the prince he'd been before the curse. But now, desperate for any insight, she began pulling volumes and examining their contents. The family history emerged through careful piecing together of information across multiple texts. The beast's ancestors had ruled this region for generations, their power and wealth growing over the centuries. Belle found references to the castle's construction, to political alliances sealed through marriage, to territories won and lost through war and diplomacy. She saw the family crest, a rose surrounded by thorns, appearing throughout the texts, marking pages that discussed the beast's lineage. Then Belle found a slim volume tucked between larger texts, its cover unmarked and its pages yellowed with age. The book appeared to be a private journal, similar to the damaged one she'd found months ago, but this one intact. The handwriting was elegant and feminine, and as Belle began reading, she realized this must have been kept by the beast's mother. The early entries were mundane, observations about weather and household management, notes about her son's education and development. But as Belle read deeper into the journal, the entries became more introspective, revealing a woman who worried constantly about her son's character. The Queen wrote about the young prince's growing sense of entitlement, his casual cruelty to servants, his inability to see beyond his own desires. She chronicled attempts to instill compassion and humility, efforts that seemed to fail more often than they succeeded. But she also wrote about loving her son desperately despite his flaws, about believing he could change, about having faith that time and experience would mature him into the king he needed to become. The final entries, written as she lay dying, expressed both hope and fear, hope that her son would honor her memory by becoming a good ruler, fear that he lacked the foundation necessary for true leadership. Belle felt tears tracking down her face as she read the Queen's words. This was the woman the beast had disappointed so profoundly, the mother whose faith in him had been misplaced. No wonder his guilt ran so deep. He hadn't just failed himself or his kingdom, he'd failed the person who'd loved him most unconditionally, who believed in his potential even when evidence suggested that belief was misguided. Near the end of the journal, Belle found an entry that made her breath catch. The Queen wrote about a visit from an old woman, a traveler who'd come to the castle seeking shelter during a storm. The Queen had welcomed her personally, had shared a meal and conversation, had been impressed by the woman's wisdom and insight. The old woman had spoken about the importance of seeing beyond surfaces, about recognizing that true worth came from character rather than appearance or station. The Queen had been moved by their conversation, had hoped to introduce her son to this wise woman. But the prince had been away hunting, and the old woman had departed before his return. The Queen wrote that she wished her son could have met the traveler, could have learned from her perspective, could have understood that beauty and worth weren't synonymous. Belle read the entry 3 times, her mind racing. The old woman the queen described matched the enchantress's disguise, the one who'd eventually cursed the beast for his cruelty. Which meant the enchantress had visited the castle before, had met the queen and been treated with kindness and respect. She'd seen that at least one member of the household understood her lessons about looking beyond surfaces. The implication struck Belle with the force of revelation. The curse hadn't been about punishing the prince alone, it had been about teaching him the lesson his mother had tried and failed to instill. The enchantress had known the queen, had respected her wisdom, and had recognized that the young prince was failing to live up to his mother's values. The curse was meant to force what love and education hadn't achieved, genuine transformation of character. Which suggested something Belle had been starting to suspect. The curse wasn't simply about the beast learning to love and be loved. It was about him internalizing the lessons his mother had tried to teach, about truly becoming the person she'd hoped he would be. Love was part of that transformation, certainly, but perhaps not the whole of it. Belle sat back in her chair, the journal still open on her lap, and thought about everything the beast had told her about his mother. About her kindness to servants, her advocacy for the poor, her attempts to instill compassion in her son. About the values she'd represented and tried to pass on. About how deeply the beast felt he'd failed her. And Belle understood suddenly what might be missing. The beast had learned to love her, that much was clear. And Belle loved him equally deeply. But had he truly internalized his mother's lessons? Had he transformed into the person she'd wanted him to become, or had he simply transferred his focus from himself to Belle without broader change? The question felt crucial. Belle thought about their relationship, about how the beast treated her versus how he viewed himself and the world. He was unfailingly kind to Belle, considerate of her needs and desires. But he remained consumed by guilt about his past, unable to forgive himself, viewing his transformation as permanent proof of his inherent unworthiness. He'd learned to love Belle, yes, but he hadn't learned to see himself with the same compassion his mother had shown him, hadn't extended to himself the grace he offered to others. And beyond that, Belle realized, the beast still thought primarily in terms of himself and his immediate circle. He worried about Belle and the servants trapped by his curse, felt guilt for their suffering. But had he considered the broader impact of his youthful cruelty? The peasants he'd taxed into poverty, the advisors he'd dismissed, the people who'd suffered under his rule. His focus remained narrow, personal, not yet encompassing the full scope of responsibility his mother had tried to teach him. Belle spent the rest of the afternoon thinking about this revelation, testing it against everything she knew about the beast and the curse. The theory felt right in a way her previous speculations hadn't. It explained why the curse hadn't broken despite their mutual love, because love alone wasn't sufficient. The beast needed to complete a more comprehensive transformation, needed to become not just someone capable of loving Belle but someone who embodied the values his mother had represented. That evening, Belle found the beast in the conservatory where he often went when troubled. He was sitting among the tropical plants, lost in thought, his expression distant and melancholy. Belle settled beside him and told him about the journal she'd found, about his mother's entries and the visit from the old woman who would later return as the enchantress. The beast listened with increasing distress, his hands clenching and unclenching as Belle described his mother's worries and hopes. When she finished, he turned away, unable to meet her eyes, and spoke in a voice thick with emotion. He'd known he was disappointing his mother even while she lived, had seen the concern in her eyes when she looked at him. But he'd told himself he had time to change, that he'd become the person she wanted once he was older and had more experience. Then she died, and he'd convinced himself that ruling successfully would honor her memory, that achievement could substitute for character. He'd been wrong about everything, the beast said. Wrong about his priorities, wrong about what mattered, wrong about what his mother had tried to teach him. And now, even after a decade of curse-induced reflection, he was still failing to fully understand. He'd learned to love Belle, had found connection and purpose through their relationship. But he remained fundamentally selfish, still thinking primarily of his own pain and redemption rather than the broader implications of his past actions. Belle reached out and took his hand, feeling the familiar warmth and slight tremor in his fingers. She told him that recognizing the problem was the first step towards solving it, that awareness of his limitations meant he was already changing. But she also gently suggested that perhaps the curse wouldn't break until he completed the transformation his mother had hoped for, not just becoming capable of love, but embodying genuine compassion and responsibility for others beyond his immediate circle. The beast asked what that would look like practically, how he was supposed to achieve such transformation when he was literally trapped in the castle by the curse's conditions. Belle had been thinking about this, and she shared her thoughts carefully. Perhaps it wasn't about grand gestures or dramatic changes. Perhaps it was about smaller, consistent choices, how he thought about his past victims, whether he could extend to himself the same compassion he felt for Belle, whether he could forgive himself not by forgetting his crimes but by fully acknowledging them and choosing to be different going forward. They talked late into the night, the beast wrestling with these ideas while Belle offered support and challenge in equal measure. She pushed him to think beyond his guilt and self-loathing, to consider what actual transformation would require. Not performance for the curse's benefit, not strategic behavior aimed at breaking the enchantment, but genuine internal change that would persist regardless of whether magic rewarded it. It was exhausting work, forcing the beast to examine aspects of himself he'd been avoiding, to confront truths that were painful and humbling. But Belle could see him engaging with the ideas rather than deflecting, could see him genuinely trying to understand what his mother had been attempting to teach him all those years ago. In the following days, Belle noticed subtle shifts in the beast's behavior and thinking. He began talking about the servants differently, not just as victims of his curse but as people with their own suffering and agency. He started wondering aloud about the peasants he'd taxed, whether they'd recovered from his cruelty, whether the next ruler had treated them better. He asked Belle about her observations of poverty and injustice in her village, really listening to her answers rather than simply waiting to speak. Belle watched these changes with cautious hope. The beast was trying, genuinely trying, to expand his perspective and deepen his compassion. Whether it would be enough to break the curse remained uncertain. But Belle felt increasingly convinced they were finally on the right path, finally addressing what the enchantress had actually demanded rather than what they'd assumed she meant. 2 weeks after finding the Queen's journal, Belle woke in the middle of the night with a thought fully formed in her mind. She lay in darkness, turning the idea over, testing it from different angles, and felt growing certainty that she'd found the missing piece. She rose and dressed quickly, too energized to sleep, and made her way through the silent castle to the library where she knew she'd find the beast. He looked up when she entered, surprise evident in his features. Belle crossed directly to him and spoke with barely contained excitement. She'd been thinking about the curse's exact wording, that the beast must learn to love and be loved in return. They'd focused on the love part, on declarations, and feelings and connection. But they'd missed the crucial word, learn. Learning implied process, implied active engagement rather than passive receipt. The beast had to learn to love, which meant not just feeling love but understanding what love required, how it functioned, what it demanded of the person experiencing it. And being loved in return wasn't just about Belle having feelings, it was about the beast accepting that love, internalizing it, believing himself worthy of it despite his past. The beast had learned to love Belle, certainly. But had he learned to love himself? To extend to his own wounded soul the same compassion and forgiveness he would offer to another person in his situation? He remained trapped in self-loathing, unable to forgive himself, viewing his transformation as deserved punishment. Until he could accept Belle's love as something he was genuinely worthy of, not through forgetting his past but through integrating it and choosing to be better, the curse couldn't fully break. Belle watched understanding dawn across the beast's face, followed quickly by despair. Because if her theory was correct, if the curse required him to forgive himself and accept her love as deserved rather than unearned mercy, then he might never achieve it. How could he forgive himself when his cruelty had destroyed lives? How could he accept love as deserved when he knew exactly what he'd been capable of? But Belle pushed back against his despair. Forgiveness didn't mean forgetting or excusing his actions. It meant acknowledging them fully, accepting responsibility, choosing to be different, and then releasing the self-punishment that prevented growth. His mother would have wanted him to learn from his mistakes, not to remain trapped in them forever. The curse had given him a decade to reflect and change. At some point, he had to trust that the change was real, that he'd become someone different from the cruel youth who turned away the enchantress. The beast listened to Belle's argument with visible struggle, wanting to believe her but finding forgiveness impossible. They talked in circles for hours, Belle offering different perspectives while the beast found new ways to condemn himself. It was frustrating and heartbreaking in equal measure, watching someone she loved refuse to accept the mercy she was offering. Finally, exhausted and near tears, Belle asked the beast to simply consider the possibility. Not to force forgiveness before he was ready, not to fake acceptance for the curse's benefit, but to genuinely explore whether perhaps, just perhaps, he'd suffered enough. Whether a decade of isolation and transformation might have balanced the scales. Whether his mother, were she alive, might forgive him and want him to forgive himself. The beast promised to think about it, though Belle could see skepticism warring with desperate hope in his expression. They parted as dawn approached, both too drained for further conversation, both aware they'd stumbled onto something crucial even if the path forward remained unclear. Belle returned to her room and lay awake watching sunrise paint her ceiling in shades of gold and pink. She felt simultaneously closer to breaking the curse and further from it than ever before. They'd identified what was missing for the beast's self-forgiveness, his acceptance of being loved, his belief in his own worthiness. But knowing what was needed and achieving it were entirely different challenges. The rose in the west wing continued its slow countdown, indifferent to their struggles and revelations. More petals would fall eventually, the curse's deadline didn't pause for personal growth or emotional processing. And Belle didn't know how many petals remained, couldn't predict how much time they had to complete the beast's transformation. All she could do was continue supporting him, continue pushing him toward the self-compassion he so desperately needed, and hope that somehow, before time ran out entirely, he would find the courage to forgive himself and accept the love she offered freely. The curse would break or it wouldn't. The beast would transform or he wouldn't. But regardless of outcome, Belle knew she'd made the right choice in returning. Because even if they failed, even if the curse claimed them both in the end, these weeks of fighting together had been worth it. Love didn't guarantee happy endings, but it made the struggle meaningful. And meaning, Belle was discovering, mattered more than certainty. The days that followed Belle's revelation took on a strange, suspended quality, as if time itself had slowed in anticipation of some approaching climax. The beast wrestled visibly with the concept of self-forgiveness, and Belle could see the internal battle playing out in his expressions and silences. He would begin conversations with tentative optimism, exploring the possibility that perhaps he could accept Belle's love as deserved, only to retreat into familiar self-condemnation when the weight of his past actions reasserted itself. Belle remained patient, though patience tested her limits. She wanted to shake him, to force him to see what seemed so obvious to her, that he'd transformed fundamentally from the cruel youth he'd been, that his decade of suffering had achieved genuine change, that he was worthy of love and forgiveness. But she understood that self-compassion couldn't be imposed from outside, couldn't be accepted as a gift no matter how freely offered. The beast had to choose it himself, had to decide that his transformation was real and meaningful enough to warrant release from self-punishment. March arrived with the first genuine hints of spring. The winter that had gripped the castle grounds for months finally loosened its hold, allowing green shoots to push through softening earth. Birds returned to the gardens, filling morning air with song. Even the perpetually blooming roses seemed to respond to seasonal change, their colors brightening, their perfume intensifying. The castle itself felt lighter, as if the building shared Belle's cautious hope that resolution approached. Belle had taken to visiting the invisible servants more consciously, speaking to them throughout the day even though they couldn't respond. She told them about the progress she and the beast were making, about the insights they'd gained into the curse's requirements, about her hope that soon they would all be free. She didn't know if her words brought comfort, but speaking them aloud made the goal feel more achievable, less like impossible fantasy and more like approaching reality. The beast began making changes in his daily life, small concrete actions that suggested he was trying to embody the lessons his mother had attempted to teach. He asked Belle to help him draft letters to his former subjects, apologies for his cruelty, acknowledgements of the harm he'd caused. promises that if the curse broke and he regained human form, he would rule with the compassion and wisdom he should have shown from the beginning. The letters couldn't be sent while he remained cursed, but writing them seemed to help him process guilt in more productive ways. He also began talking about the castle's treasures, the art and books and valuable objects that filled every room, and how he might use them to make amends if given the chance. Perhaps the books could form the foundation of a public library, making knowledge accessible to common people who'd never had such resources. Perhaps the art could be sold to fund schools and hospitals. Perhaps the castle itself could become something useful rather than simply monument to wealth and privilege. Belle listened to these plans with growing emotion, recognizing them as evidence of genuine transformation. The young prince who'd cared only for his own pleasure would never have conceived such ideas. But the beast who'd spent a decade reflecting on his failures, who'd learned to love and be loved, who'd begun the difficult work of forgiving himself, that person could envision using privilege to serve others rather than simply enjoying it. They were sitting in the library one afternoon, Belle reading while the beast worked on his letters, when he suddenly set down his pen and spoke. His voice was hesitant but held something Belle hadn't heard before, not quite hope, but perhaps the possibility of hope. He said that he'd been thinking about what Belle had told him, about learning to accept love as deserved rather than unearned mercy. And while he still struggled with the concept, still found genuine self-forgiveness nearly impossible, he was beginning to understand something important. Perhaps forgiveness wasn't a single moment of decision but rather an ongoing practice, a choice made repeatedly over time. Perhaps he didn't need to achieve complete self-acceptance all at once, but rather could work toward it gradually, learning to extend small mercies to himself the way he would to another person in his situation. His mother had loved him despite his flaws, and if Belle could love him knowing his full history, then maybe, just maybe, he could learn to view himself with similar compassion. Belle felt tears prickling her eyes as she listened to him articulate this understanding. It was progress, genuine progress, even if the beast hadn't achieved complete transformation. He was trying, genuinely trying, to see himself through more forgiving eyes. And that effort, that willingness to engage with the work of self-compassion, seemed more important than achieving perfect enlightenment. She told him she was proud of him, that his willingness to wrestle with these questions showed courage and growth. The beast looked at her with such gratitude that Belle's heart ached. She realized he'd probably never been told he was worthy of pride, had spent his youth being indulged rather than genuinely celebrated for character development. Her simple affirmation seemed to mean more to him than any elaborate praise. They spent the rest of the afternoon in comfortable silence, the beast continuing his letters while Belle returned to her book. The library's familiar warmth surrounded them, and Belle felt profound contentment despite the ongoing uncertainty about the curse. Whatever happened, whatever the future held, these moments together were precious. They'd found something rare and valuable in each other, and that was worth celebrating regardless of magical outcomes. That evening, they ate dinner in the conservatory as had become their custom. The beast seemed lighter than he'd been in weeks, some burden temporarily eased by their afternoon conversation. He told Belle stories about his mother, memories he'd been reluctant to share before because they hurt too much. But now he spoke of her with fondness rather than just guilt, able to remember her love without being crushed by the weight of disappointing her. Belle encouraged him to continue, asking questions that drew out more details. She wanted to know the woman whose values they were trying to honor, wanted to understand what kind of person had inspired such devotion even a decade after her death. The beast's descriptions painted a picture of someone kind and strong, gentle but not weak, able to see the best in people while maintaining clear-eyed awareness of their flaws. As the beast talked, Belle watched his face and saw something shifting. The self-loathing that usually shadowed his expressions had receded, replaced by something softer. He was allowing himself to remember without immediately turning memory into another weapon for self-punishment. He was giving himself permission to have been loved by his mother, to acknowledge that love is real and meaningful despite his later failures. It was progress. Slow, subtle, but genuine. After dinner, they walked through the gardens in the deepening twilight. The air held warmth for the first time in months, spring finally asserting itself after winter's long dominance. Belle breathed deeply, savoring the scent of damp earth and growing things, feeling hope expand in her chest. Everything felt pregnant with possibility, as if the world itself was holding its breath waiting for transformation. The beast stopped at a fountain where water sparkled in the last light of day. He turned to Belle, and she saw that his eyes held tears. He spoke quietly, his deep voice rough with emotion. He told her that he'd never expected to feel what he felt now, loved and valued and seen as worthy despite his past. Belle had given him something he believed impossible, had shown him that transformation was real and achievable rather than simply theoretical. He still struggled with self-forgiveness, he admitted. Still found it nearly impossible to view himself with the compassion Belle offered so freely. But he was trying, genuinely trying, and that had to count for something. He wanted to be worthy of her love, wanted to become the person his mother had hoped he would be. And perhaps, with Belle's help and patience, he might eventually succeed. Belle moved closer and took his large hands in her smaller ones. She told him he was already worthy, that worthiness wasn't something earned through perfect behavior but rather something inherent, something that had always existed even when he couldn't see it. His past actions had been cruel and wrong, yes. But they didn't define his entire being, didn't eliminate his fundamental value as a person. He'd spent a decade learning and growing and changing. That transformation was real, and it mattered more than the mistakes that had preceded it. The beast pulled her into an embrace, careful as always of his strength, and Belle felt him trembling against her. She held him while he wept, giving him space to release years of pent-up emotion, offering the comfort of simple presence. They stood like that for a long time, the beast's tears dampening Belle's hair, her small form anchoring his much larger one. When he finally pulled back, his eyes were red but clearer somehow, as if crying had released something toxic that had been festering too long. He looked at Belle with an expression of such tender vulnerability that she felt her own eyes sting with fresh tears. Then, slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished, he leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was gentle, almost chaste, more question than demand. Belle's hands came up to touch his face, her fingers gentle against his fur, and she kissed him back with all the love and acceptance she'd been offering in words. This was answer and affirmation, proof that his monstrous appearance didn't repel her, that she saw past surface to substance and loved what she found there. When they parted, both were breathless. The beast touched his forehead to Belle's, and they stood like that in the twilight, breathing each other's air, grounded in each other's presence. Belle felt something shift in the atmosphere around them, as if the castle itself had exhaled in response to their connection. She wondered if this was it, if this moment of complete vulnerability and acceptance would be enough to break the curse. But nothing dramatic happened. No flash of light, no magical transformation, no sudden breaking of enchantment. The beast remained a beast, Belle remained herself, and the curse continued its hold. Whatever conditions the enchantress had set, apparently they hadn't yet been fully met. The disappointment was sharp but not devastating. Belle told herself that curses didn't always break in single moments, that perhaps transformation required more time or some additional element. But she also felt doubt creeping in. If that kiss, that moment of complete acceptance and love, wasn't sufficient, then what would be? They walked back to the castle in thoughtful silence, hands clasped between them. The beast seemed troubled by the curse's continued hold, as if it confirmed his belief that he remained fundamentally unworthy. Belle tried to reassure him, but her words felt hollow even to her own ears. She was running out of theories, out of ideas for what else they might be missing. That night, Belle lay awake long after retiring to her room. She replayed the evening's events, analyzing every moment for clues about what else the curse required. The beast had made genuine progress toward self-forgiveness, had opened himself to accepting love, had allowed vulnerability in ways he'd never managed before. So why hadn't it been enough? Belle thought about fairy tales and their logic, about the patterns that govern such stories. Curses typically broke at moments of supreme sacrifice or revelation, when the cursed person achieved complete transformation or when love was proven beyond all doubt. But she and the beast had declared their love repeatedly. He'd achieved genuine character development. What more could the enchantress possibly require? Unless, Belle thought with growing unease, the curse required something she and the beast couldn't provide alone. Perhaps witnesses were necessary, or some public declaration, or the fulfillment of conditions they hadn't yet identified. Perhaps the transformation had to happen in a specific way, at a specific time, under specific circumstances that remained mysterious. The uncertainty was maddening. Belle felt like she was trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces, working from incomplete instructions toward an unclear goal. And time continued its inexorable march forward, petals falling from the enchanted rose according to some schedule only the curse understood. Belle finally drifted into restless sleep filled with anxious dreams. She woke multiple times throughout the night, each time gripped by formless dread that something terrible was approaching. When dawn finally came, Belle rose exhausted and troubled, feeling as though she'd spent the night fighting battles she couldn't remember but whose toll she could feel in her bones. She found the beast in the library, looking similarly sleep-deprived. They shared a quiet breakfast, both too wrapped up in their own troubled thoughts for conversation. The comfortable companionship that usually characterized their mornings felt strained, as if the curse's continued hold had created new distance between them despite their declarations of love. Mid-morning, Belle felt it, that terrible cold she'd experienced once before, the sensation of warmth being abruptly drained from the world. She gasped and looked at the beast, seeing her own horror reflected in his eyes. Another petal had fallen. The beast rose abruptly, his chair clattering backward, and moved toward the library doors with jerky, panicked movements. Belle followed, her heart hammering with fear and dread. They made their way through corridors that seemed longer than usual, as if the castle was reluctant to deliver them to the West Wing and the terrible knowledge it contained. The glass case stood in its usual place, the rose still blooming beneath protective dome. But even from across the room, Belle could see that something was terribly wrong. The flower looked withered now, its petals faded, its stem curved as if struggling to maintain upright position. And at the base, 8 petals lay scattered, one more than before. The beast made a sound like a wounded animal, raw and anguished. He moved to the case and placed both hands on the glass as if he could somehow hold the rose together through will alone. Belle stood beside him, staring at the diminished flower, and felt ice settling in her stomach. 8 petals fallen. Which meant, Belle tried to count the remaining petals through the glass but found it difficult from this angle. Certainly fewer than 10 remained. Possibly fewer than 5. They were running out of time, running out faster than she'd realized, and Belle still didn't know what else they could possibly do to break the curse. The beast turned to her with eyes full of despair and acceptance. He told her she should leave now, while there was still time. Should return to her family and safety, should get as far from the castle as possible before the final petal fell. Because when that happened, whatever transformation the enchantress had planned would likely affect everything within the castle's boundaries. Belle shouldn't be here for it, shouldn't risk being caught in whatever doom awaited him. Belle rejected this immediately and absolutely. She'd made her choice, she stated firmly, and she wasn't leaving. Whatever happened when the final petal fell, they would face it together. The beast tried to argue, tried to convince her that her safety mattered more than his need for company in his final hours. But Belle remained immovable. She loved him, she'd chosen him, and she would not abandon him to face his fate alone. They stood before the glass case arguing in circles, the beast pleading with Belle to save herself while Belle insisted on staying. Finally, exhausted and knowing he couldn't force her to leave, the beast simply pulled her into a desperate embrace. They held each other in the damaged study while the diminished rose marked time toward an ending neither could prevent. Belle felt her own tears soaking into the beast's fur, felt his massive frame shaking with suppressed sobs. This was it, she understood. This was how the story ended, not with dramatic transformation and happily ever after, but with 2 people who loved each other facing doom because love alone wasn't sufficient to break curses. All their insights and efforts, all their declarations and vulnerability, all the genuine transformation the beast had achieved, none of it mattered because they'd missed something crucial, some final piece the enchantress required that remained forever out of reach. They stayed in the West Wing for hours, neither willing to leave the rose even though watching it was agony. The beast kept trying to convince Belle to go, kept offering her chances to escape before it was too late. And Belle kept refusing, kept insisting that wherever his fate led, hers would follow. As afternoon faded toward evening, they finally left the study and made their way back to the library. Neither had eaten all day, but neither had appetite for food. They simply sat together in the familiar space, holding hands, existing in each other's presence while time continued its forward march. The beast spoke quietly about his regrets, opportunities missed, kindnesses never offered, the decade he'd wasted in self-pity rather than genuine growth. Belle tried to counter each regret with evidence of transformation, but her reassurances felt inadequate against the weight of his accumulated guilt. As darkness fell and candles flickered to life throughout the library, Belle made a decision. She told the beast she wanted to spend the night in the West Wing with him, watching the rose together, making sure neither was alone when the end came. The beast protested weakly, but Belle could see he was grateful not to face the vigil alone. They gathered blankets and pillows, made themselves as comfortable as possible on the floor of the damaged study. The glass case loomed above them, the rose barely visible in the darkness despite the candles they'd brought. Belle settled against the beast's chest, listening to his heartbeat, memorizing the rhythm and warmth of him. They talked through the night, sharing memories and fears, speaking truths that felt important even if they changed nothing. The beast told Belle he loved her, that meeting her had been the greatest gift of his cursed existence, that he would carry her memory with him into whatever came next. Belle told him the same, told him she'd never regretted choosing him, that loving him had been the most important thing she'd ever done. As dawn approached, bringing with it pale grey light that filtered through the study's windows, they both felt it, that terrible cold that signaled another petal falling. But this time the cold didn't pass. It intensified, spreading through the room like winter's deepest breath, and Belle knew with awful certainty that this wasn't just another petal. This was the final petal. The curse's deadline had arrived. The cold was absolute, beyond anything Belle had ever experienced. It felt like being plunged into Arctic water, like having every particle of warmth stripped from her body in an instant. She gasped and clutched the beast tighter, feeling his arms tighten around her in response. Through the terrible cold, Belle heard a sound like glass cracking, not the protective case, but something deeper, more fundamental. The sound of enchantment reaching its breaking point. Above them, the rose under its glass dome began to glow with sickly light. Belle forced herself to look up, to witness whatever was happening, and saw the final petal detaching from the stem in slow motion. It floated downward, suspended in air that had grown thick and viscous, taking an eternity to complete its short journey from flower to base. The petal glowed as it fell, pulsing with magic that made Belle's eyes ache to look at directly. When the petal finally settled among its fallen companions, the world seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, nothing happened. The terrible cold remained but didn't intensify. The rose sat dark and lifeless under its dome, all its petals scattered, its stem bare and brown. Belle felt the beast's heart hammering against her back, felt his ragged breathing, felt his whole body tensed in anticipation of some terrible fate. Then the glass case shattered. Not with violence or sound, but simply dissolved, falling away into nothing as if it had never existed. The bare rose stem crumbled to ash instantly, centuries of preserved magic releasing all at once. The ash glowed briefly, then dispersed in a wind that shouldn't have been possible in the enclosed study, scattering throughout the room like dark snow. The beast made a sound of pure agony, his grip on Belle tightening almost painfully before he suddenly pushed her away. Belle stumbled and turned to look at him, and what she saw made her heart stop. The beast was changing, not transforming peacefully but convulsing, his massive body racked with spasms that looked agonizing. His eyes were wide with terror and pain, and he was backing away from Belle as if afraid of hurting her. Belle tried to move toward him, tried to reach for him, but some invisible force held her back. She could only watch as the beast collapsed to the floor, his body contorting in ways that seemed impossible. The terrible cold had given way to heat now, waves of it emanating from the beast's form, making the air shimmer like summer pavement. Belle felt tears streaming down her face, felt helpless rage at being forced to witness his suffering without being able to comfort him. Light began to emanate from the beast's body, not the sickly glow of the dying rose but something brighter, cleaner, almost blinding in its intensity. Belle had to shield her eyes, could only see the beast's form in silhouette, still writhing in what looked like terrible pain. She wanted to scream, wanted to demand that the curse stop hurting him, wanted to offer herself in his place if it would ease his agony. The light grew impossibly bright, filling the entire study, pouring out through the doorway into the rest of the west wing. Belle heard sounds from elsewhere in the castle, crashing and breaking, as if furniture was rearranging itself, as if the entire building was responding to whatever transformation gripped its master. She thought of the invisible servants and prayed they weren't being hurt as well, weren't suffering as the beast suffered. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The light vanished, plunging the study into relative darkness that left Belle blinking away after images. The terrible heat dissipated, replaced by normal air that felt almost cold by comparison. The sounds from the rest of the castle ceased, leaving only profound silence. And where the beast had fallen, a man lay motionless on the floor. Belle couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't process what she was seeing. The man was tall, easily as tall as the beast had been when standing upright, with a lean, muscular build. He wore the remnants of the beast's clothing, now hanging loose on a differently shaped frame. His hair was dark and fell past his shoulders, and even from across the room Belle could see he was young, perhaps in his late 20s. The man wasn't moving. He lay completely still, one arm flung out beside him, his face turned away from Belle. Terror gripped her heart. What if the transformation had killed him? What if breaking the curse meant losing him anyway, just in a different form? What if she'd spent all this time fighting to save him only to watch him die in the moment of apparent victory? Belle found her legs working again and rushed to the man's side, falling to her knees beside him. Up close, she could see his chest rising and falling, breathing. He was breathing, thank God he was breathing. She reached out with trembling hands to touch his shoulder, to turn him toward her, and the moment her fingers made contact his eyes flew open. They were blue. Not the amber eyes Belle had grown to love, but a clear, piercing blue that seemed to look straight through her. The man stared at Belle with obvious confusion, as if he didn't recognize her, as if he had no idea who she was or why she was touching him. Terror spiked through Belle again. What if the transformation had erased his memories? What if the beast she loved was truly gone, replaced by this stranger who wore his face but held no recognition in his eyes? Then the man spoke, and Belle's heart restarted because the voice was wrong, higher and less resonant than the beast's rumbling bass, but the words were unmistakably his. He asked if it had worked, if the curse had actually broken, if he was human again. His hands came up to touch his own face, exploring features he couldn't see, and Belle watched realization dawn in those blue eyes. He stared at his hands, normal human hands with no claws, no fur, just skin and fingers that trembled as he examined them. His expression cycled through disbelief, hope, fear, and something that might have been grief. Belle found her voice, though it came out choked with tears. She told him yes, the curse had broken, he was human again. She could see him trying to process this information, trying to reconcile a decade of being a beast with the sudden return of his human form. He looked lost and overwhelmed, like someone waking from a nightmare only to find themselves in an unfamiliar place. Then his eyes focused on Belle properly, and recognition flooded his features. He said her name, just her name, and the way he spoke it with such relief and desperate love made Belle burst into full sobs. She threw her arms around him, and he held her back with normal human strength that felt strange after months of being embraced by the beast's massive form. They clung to each other on the floor of the damaged study, both crying, both overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had just happened. Belle felt the man's tears dampening her hair, felt his human hands clutching her desperately, and understood that despite the dramatic physical changes, this was still the person she loved. The form was different, but the essence remained the same. After a long moment, he pulled back enough to look at her properly. He apologized for not recognizing her immediately, explained that everything felt wrong and disorienting, like waking up in someone else's body, having to remember how human limbs moved and functioned after a decade of existing in a different form. Belle assured him it was fine, they had time to adjust, time to figure out this new reality together. The man tried to stand and immediately stumbled, unused to his changed proportions and weight distribution. Belle helped steady him, and together they managed to get him upright, though he swayed dangerously and had to lean on her for support. He was much taller than Belle now. Where the beast had towered over her, the man was merely very tall, and his lean build made him seem less imposing despite his height. He looked down at himself, at the clothes that no longer fit properly, at the human body that was both familiar and foreign after so long. Belle watched him process his transformation, saw joy and grief warring in his expression. She understood suddenly that this moment, while victorious, was also a kind of loss. The beast had been his identity for 10 years, had shaped how he thought and moved and existed in the world. Returning to human form wasn't simply relief, it was also a death of sorts, an ending of the self he'd been forced to become. But before they could explore these complicated emotions, before they could begin to understand what breaking the curse actually meant, they heard sounds from elsewhere in the castle. Voices, actual human voices, the first Belle had heard besides the beast's in all her months here. They were shouting and crying and calling to each other, and Belle understood with sudden joy that the servants had been freed as well. The man's face lit up with relief and hope. He started toward the door, still unsteady on his human legs, with Belle supporting him as best she could. They made their way slowly through the West Wing's destroyed corridors, following the voices toward what Belle recognized as the main part of the castle. The entrance hall had been transformed. Where before it had been elegant but empty, now it was filled with people, dozens of them, maybe more, all in various states of confusion and emotional overwhelm. Some were embracing each other, others were examining their own hands with the same disbelief Belle had seen in the man beside her. All were dressed in servants' livery that dated from a decade ago, now hanging loose or tight depending on how their bodies had changed during the years of enchantment. As Belle and the man entered the hall, every head turned. For a moment, absolute silence reigned as the freed servants stared at their former master, trying to reconcile the human prince they remembered with the decade of transformation they'd all endured. Belle felt the man tense beside her, felt him preparing for rejection or anger or accusations he probably believed he deserved. Then an older woman stepped forward from the crowd. She was perhaps 60, with grey hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that held both kindness and shrewdness. She looked at the man, at the prince, Belle corrected herself, because that's who he'd been before the curse, and spoke with a voice that trembled with emotion. She told him he looked like his mother. The simple observation broke something in the prince, and Belle watched tears stream down his face as he nodded, unable to speak. The woman continued, saying that she'd been the Queen's lady's maid, had known him since he was born, had watched him grow from sweet child to troubled youth. She'd seen his transformation into a beast and had suffered her own transformation into a teapot, frozen and aware but unable to speak or act for 10 long years. The prince found his voice and apologized, raw, desperate, absolute apology for what he'd done, for the suffering he'd caused, for the decade they'd all lost because of his cruelty. The words poured out of him, and Belle could hear the weight of guilt and shame he'd been carrying. He told them they had every right to hate him, to leave immediately, to never speak to him again. He wouldn't blame them, wouldn't try to stop them. He destroyed their lives through his selfishness, and no amount of apology could undo that damage. The woman listened to his confession without interruption. When he finally fell silent, exhausted and trembling, she simply said that yes, he'd been a terrible prince. Thoughtless and cruel and entirely unworthy of his position. But she'd watched him through the years of the curse, had seen him struggle and change and grow. She'd witnessed his kindness to Belle, his genuine transformation from selfish youth to someone capable of love and sacrifice. The prince he'd been deserved condemnation. But the man he'd become deserved a chance. Other servants began speaking then, adding their own observations and experiences. Not all were as forgiving as the woman. Some voices held anger and hurt that a decade hadn't erased. But most seemed willing to acknowledge that transformation had occurred, that the prince who stood before them was genuinely different from the one who'd been cursed. They'd been given their lives back, had been freed from an enchantment they'd done nothing to deserve. That was enough for now. The future would reveal whether the prince's change was permanent or merely performance. Belle watched the prince process this complicated forgiveness, saw him struggling to accept mercy he clearly didn't believe he'd earned. She understood that this would be an ongoing challenge, learning to live with his past while moving forward into a different future, accepting that he'd changed while acknowledging the harm he'd caused couldn't be erased. But before they could continue this reckoning, the castle itself began to shake. Not violently, but with a deep rumbling that seemed to come from the building's foundation. Belle felt magic in the air again, different from the curse but equally powerful, and understood that the enchantment's breaking was still unfolding. The transformation of beast to prince and objects to humans was only the beginning. Light began pouring through the castle's windows, but not natural sunlight. This was the same clean, bright light that had accompanied the prince's transformation. Belle watched in awe as the light moved through the entrance hall like a living thing, touching each servant briefly before moving on. And wherever the light touched, changes occurred. The servants' clothing adjusted to fit their returned human forms. Decades of wear and tear on the castle's structure began reversing, damage repairing itself, destruction undoing. The light moved toward Belle next, and she braced herself for pain or discomfort. But when it touched her, she felt only warmth and a strange sense of completion, as if something that had been incomplete was finally being made whole. The light lingered on her for a moment, then moved on to the prince beside her. He gasped as it enveloped him, and Belle saw his ill-fitting clothes transform into something that actually fit his human body, formal attire befitting his station, though simpler than what a prince might typically wear. The light continued its journey through the castle, and Belle could hear the sounds that it was touching every room, every space, undoing all the damage the curse had caused. The West Wing's destruction was being repaired. The torn portraits were being restored. The broken furniture was being made whole. The castle was healing itself, returning to what it had been before the enchantress's visit had changed everything. Finally, the light faded, leaving them all standing in an entrance hall that looked pristine and perfect, as if no decade of abandonment and despair had ever occurred. The servants were whole and human, dressed properly, showing no physical signs of their transformation. The prince stood tall and steady, no longer swaying with disorientation, fully grounded in his human form. And Belle felt different. Not changed, exactly, but as if she'd been carrying some burden she hadn't noticed that had now been lifted. Silence held for a long moment as everyone processed what had happened. Then the woman who'd spoken first, the former lady's maid, began to laugh. It started as a chuckle but quickly grew into full-bodied laughter that was infectious. Soon others were joining in, laughing and crying simultaneously, releasing years of pent-up emotion in a flood of relief and joy. The curse was broken. Actually, truly broken. After a decade of suffering and transformation, of desperate hope and crushing disappointment, of slow character development and agonizing waiting, it was finally over. They were free. Belle found herself laughing too, relief overwhelming her, and she turned to the prince and threw her arms around him. He held her tightly, and she felt his shoulders shaking with laughter or tears or both. They'd done it. Somehow, despite all the setbacks and doubts, despite the petal falling and the deadline arriving, despite everything, they'd actually done it. Though Belle still didn't understand exactly how or why the curse had broken at that particular moment, she found she didn't care. The technicalities mattered less than the result. The beast she'd loved was now a man, the servants were freed, and the terrible enchantment that had gripped them all for so long had finally released its hold. The rest of the day dissolved into celebration and chaos as the freed servants began exploring their restored castle and their returned humanity. The older woman, who Belle learned was named Mrs. Potts, took charge of organizing everyone, assigning rooms and tasks, beginning the work of turning the castle back into a functioning household. Others began preparing food with obvious joy, delighting in the ability to cook and eat and taste after years of being unable to do any of those things. The prince remained in a daze throughout, accepting congratulations and forgiveness from his former servants while clearly struggling to fully process what had happened. Belle stayed close to him, offering silent support, understanding that he needed time to adjust to his transformation and all it meant. She could see him looking at his hands repeatedly, touching his face, examining his reflection in windows and mirrors, as if confirming again and again that this was real and permanent. As evening approached and the initial chaos began to settle, Belle and the prince found themselves alone in the library, now restored to perfect condition, every book back in its place, every piece of furniture whole and undamaged. They stood by the windows looking out at gardens that glowed in sunset light, and Belle felt the prince take her hand with his now human fingers. He told her quietly that he still didn't understand what had finally broken the curse. They declared their love multiple times before without effect. He'd been working on self-forgiveness but hadn't achieved it. So what had been different about that final moment? What had satisfied the enchantress's requirements when everything before had failed? Belle thought about this, replaying the events of that terrible dawn. The final petal falling, the cold and light, the beast transforming in agony while Belle watched helplessly. And she remembered something she'd felt in that moment, not hope or even faith that the curse would break, but simply the absolute conviction that she loved him and wouldn't abandon him regardless of outcome. She'd chosen to stay even knowing it might mean sharing his doom, had committed to him completely without expectation of reward or rescue. Perhaps that was what the enchantress had required, Belle suggested. Not just love declared in words, not just character development demonstrated through action, but absolute commitment tested by fire. The willingness to choose love even when it offered no benefit, even when it meant facing death or worse. Belle had stayed knowing the curse might not break, knowing the final petal's fall could mean both their ends. And the prince had achieved something similar. He'd pushed Belle away, had tried to make her leave to save herself, had been willing to face his fate alone rather than drag her into his doom. The prince considered this, and Belle saw understanding dawning in his blue eyes. Perhaps the enchantress hadn't been cruel in her vagueness, hadn't been setting impossible conditions. Perhaps she'd simply been requiring something that couldn't be faked or performed, love so complete and unconditional that it persisted even without hope of reward. The kind of love his mother had shown him, that Belle had learned to feel, that he'd finally learned both to give and accept. They stood together watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson, and Belle felt profound peace settling over her. The future remained uncertain in many ways. They still had to figure out how to navigate their relationship now that the prince was human, how to rebuild a kingdom that had been without its ruler for a decade, how to help the freed servants adjust to their returned lives. There would be challenges and complications and probably more pain to process. But for now, in this moment, standing in the restored library with the prince's hand warm in hers and the curse finally broken, Belle allowed herself to simply feel gratitude. They'd survived. They'd transformed. They'd learned what love actually meant, what it required, what it could achieve when given freely and completely. The story wasn't over, in many ways, it was just beginning. But the dark chapter that had begun with an enchantress's curse and a thoughtless prince's cruelty had finally come to an end. Whatever came next, they would face it together, as they'd faced everything else. And that was enough. Spring arrived in full force over the following weeks, transforming the castle grounds from winter's stark beauty into an explosion of color and life. Trees that had been bare for months suddenly erupted with blossoms. Flowers pushed through the earth in waves of purple and yellow and white. The roses, freed from their enchanted perpetual bloom, finally followed natural cycles, some fading to make room for new growth, others opening fresh buds that would flower in their proper time. Belle watched these changes from her window each morning, marveling at how much could transform in so short a time. The castle itself had settled into new rhythms, no longer silent and empty but filled with the sounds of human activity. Servants went about their duties with obvious joy, delighting in simple tasks they'd been unable to perform for a decade. Voices echoed through corridors, laughter rang from the kitchens, and life, genuine, messy, beautiful life, had returned to spaces that had known only enchanted stasis for too long. The prince was struggling with his transformation in ways Belle hadn't fully anticipated. Physically, he'd adjusted quickly. The disorientation of his changed body had faded within days, muscle memory reasserting itself. But emotionally and psychologically, the adjustment proved more complex. He'd spent 10 years as a beast, had grown accustomed to existing in that form, had developed an identity around his monstrous appearance. Returning to human form felt less like coming home and more like being forced into a costume that no longer fit properly. Belle found him one morning in the music room, sitting at the piano but not playing, simply staring at his hands on the keys. She settled beside him on the bench and waited, having learned that he sometimes needed silence before he could find words for what he was experiencing. After a long moment, he spoke quietly about missing aspects of being a beast, the strength and size that had made him feel powerful even while imprisoned, the way his monstrous form had matched his internal sense of being fundamentally wrong and broken. As a human, he looked normal, acceptable, but he didn't feel that way inside. The disconnect was disorienting. Belle listened without trying to fix his feelings or convince him he should be purely grateful for the transformation. She understood that healing wasn't linear, that breaking the curse had solved some problems while creating new ones. The prince was grieving for the beast he'd been, even as he tried to embrace the human he'd become. Both responses were valid, both deserved acknowledgement. She asked if he'd given any thought to what name he wanted to be called. For months, she'd known him only as the Beast, a title that had eventually become almost endearing through association with the person beneath it. But now he was a prince again, and Belle realized she didn't actually know his given name. The question seemed to surprise him, as if he hadn't considered it. He told her his name was Adam, though he'd rarely used it even before the curse. As a prince, he'd been addressed by title. As a beast, he'd been called nothing at all. The name felt strange in his mouth after so many years of disuse. Belle tried it out, speaking his name aloud, and watched him flinch slightly as if the sound carried weight he wasn't ready to bear. She understood instinctively that the name represented the person he'd been before the curse, the cruel, thoughtless youth who'd earned his transformation. Reclaiming it meant accepting that past as part of himself rather than something that could be separated and discarded. It was another form of the integration he'd been working toward, another piece of the self-forgiveness he still struggled to achieve. Over the following days, Belle made a point of using his name regularly, helping him grow accustomed to it again. Other servants followed her lead, and gradually Adam seemed to settle into the identity, accepting it as part of his complicated history rather than something to flee from. Belle watched him slowly knitting together the different versions of himself, the boy he'd been, the beast he'd become, the man he was learning to be, into something resembling wholeness. The question of what would happen next loomed over everything. The kingdom Adam had ruled a decade ago had continued without him, presumably under some regent or council. The castle had been abandoned and forgotten, erased from common knowledge by the enchantment that had hidden it. Simply appearing after 10 years and announcing he was the lost prince raised questions neither Adam nor Belle were certain how to answer. Mrs. Potts, who had essentially taken over managing the castle's restored household, sat with them one evening to discuss practical considerations. The castle's isolation would buy them time, they were far enough from the capital that news traveled slowly. But eventually, someone would notice the castle had reappeared, would come investigating, would discover the prince had returned. They needed to decide what story to tell, how to explain a decade-long absence, whether Adam even wanted to reclaim his throne or if he'd prefer to remain in quiet obscurity. Adam admitted he wasn't certain he was fit to rule, that the thought of returning to power terrified him. What if he fell back into old patterns? What if the transformation the curse had forced didn't hold under the pressures of leadership? What if he'd learned compassion but not wisdom, kindness but not justice? The weight of potentially failing again, of disappointing people who'd already suffered once under his rule, felt paralyzing. Belle pointed out gently that these fears were themselves evidence of growth. The old Adam had never questioned his fitness to rule, had never worried about whether his actions served others or only himself. The fact that he now felt uncertainty and concern about his capacity for leadership suggested he'd developed the kind of self-awareness good rulers required. He might not be ready to resume the throne immediately, but he was fundamentally different from the prince who'd been cursed. Mrs. Potts added that the kingdom had managed without him for 10 years and could likely continue doing so a while longer. Perhaps Adam needed time to simply be human again, to learn who he was without the curse or the crown defining him. The castle could remain semi-isolated, a place for him to continue growing and healing before facing the larger responsibilities of rule. The conversation brought no definitive answers, but it eased some of Adam's anxiety. The future didn't have to be decided immediately. They had time, genuine, uncursed time, to figure out what came next. For now, it was enough to simply exist in the present, to enjoy their freedom and connection without constantly planning for uncertain tomorrows. Belle's own future remained equally undefined. She'd abandoned her village life to be with Adam, had chosen the castle and their relationship over family obligation. But what did that mean now that the curse was broken? She was the daughter of a merchant, not nobility. She had no official place in the castle, no role beyond being Adam's. What exactly? Lover seemed too casual, fiancé presumed too much, and they'd never discussed the nature of their relationship beyond acknowledging their love. The ambiguity troubled Belle less than she'd expected. She'd spent most of her life having her place and purpose clearly defined by external circumstances. Being in a situation where she had to actively choose what she wanted rather than simply accepting what was offered felt liberating rather than frightening. She didn't know yet what shape her future would take, but she knew it would be one she'd selected deliberately rather than settled for by default. Adam approached her one afternoon as she was reading in the library, and Belle looked up to find him holding a small wooden box. He settled beside her, the box balanced on his palm, and spoke with obvious nervousness. He said he'd been thinking about the future, about what he wanted and what he could offer. He knew he wasn't the beast anymore, knew that their relationship had developed under extraordinary circumstances that no longer applied. If Belle wanted to leave, wanted to return to her village or explore the world or pursue any path that didn't include him, he would understand. He would be heartbroken, but he wouldn't try to hold her back. But if she was willing to stay, if she could see a future with him despite all the complications and uncertainties, then he wanted to offer her something that represented commitment and choice and partnership. He opened the box to reveal a ring, simple but beautiful, a silver band with a single blue stone that matched his eyes. Not an engagement ring in the traditional sense, he explained, because he didn't presume to claim her as his wife without her full consent and time to consider. But a promise ring, a symbol that he chose her and would continue choosing her every day going forward. Belle felt tears prickling her eyes as she looked at the ring, understanding the weight of what Adam was offering. This wasn't a prince claiming a prize or fulfilling some obligation the curse had created. This was a man who'd learned what love actually meant, offering partnership to someone he valued as an equal. The ring represented not possession but mutual selection, not duty but desire. She told him yes without hesitation, told him she wanted to stay and build whatever future they could imagine together. Adam slipped the ring onto her finger with hands that trembled slightly, and Belle saw relief and joy flooding his features. They sat together in the library's quiet warmth, Belle's hand in Adam's, both of them simply existing in a moment of pure contentment. The weeks that followed brought visitors, tentative at first, then in increasing numbers as word spread that the castle had mysteriously reappeared. Merchants came offering goods, local nobility came investigating rumors, and eventually officials from the capital arrived demanding explanations for a castle that had been absent from maps and memory for a decade. Adam handled these encounters with surprising grace, aided by Mrs. Potts and other servants who'd served his family for years and understood court protocol. He told carefully edited versions of the truth, that he'd been cursed by an enchantress for his cruelty, that he'd spent 10 years in isolation learning difficult lessons, that the curse had finally broken and he'd returned. The story was fantastic enough that many doubted it, but the physical evidence of the castle's sudden reappearance and the servants' corroborating accounts made denial difficult. The regent who'd been ruling in Adam's absence arrived with a mixture of relief and concern. He'd assumed the young prince dead, had taken on leadership reluctantly but had apparently managed the kingdom reasonably well. Now he had to decide whether to cede power back to a ruler who'd proven himself unworthy before his disappearance. The conversation between Adam and the regent was long and difficult, full of uncomfortable truths and careful negotiations. Belle observed these political maneuverings from a respectful distance, understanding this was Adam's challenge to face. But she made herself available for conversations afterward, providing support as he processed what leadership might actually require. The regent eventually proposed a compromise. Adam could return to power gradually, first as a figurehead while others continued managing day-to-day governance, then taking on more responsibility as he proved himself capable. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it bought time for Adam to demonstrate that his transformation was genuine and lasting. Through all these external pressures and negotiations, Belle and Adam's relationship deepened in new ways. Without the curse hanging over them, without the desperate urgency that had characterized their earlier interactions, they could simply be together. They took long walks in the gardens and had lazy conversations in the library. They disagreed about books and laughed at silly things and learned each other's rhythms without life or death stakes attached to every interaction. Belle noticed that Adam still struggled with his reflection sometimes, still seemed surprised when he caught sight of himself in mirrors and saw a human face rather than a beast's features. She understood that internal transformation took longer than physical change, that Adam would likely carry his beast self inside him for years to come. But she also saw him growing more comfortable in his human skin, slowly accepting that the prince and the beast were both parts of who he was rather than separate entities that had to be chosen between. Summer arrived with its long golden days and warm nights. The castle settled into comfortable routines, no longer frantic with the activity of early restoration but humming with the steady life of a functional household. Servants who'd initially stayed out of loyalty began making choices about their futures. Some decided to remain in Adam's service, others chose to leave and rejoin families they'd been separated from for a decade. Adam supported all these decisions equally, understanding that loyalty had to be freely given rather than demanded. Belle received word from her village that her father's health had stabilized. Marguerite and Clarice had adjusted to managing without her and had even, according to Maurice's letter, matured somewhat under the pressure of responsibility. They missed Belle but understood that her path had diverged from theirs. Maurice wrote that he was proud of her, that he could hear in her occasional letters how happy she was, and that was all he'd ever wanted for any of his daughters. The letter brought Belle both relief and a measure of sadness. Her old life was continuing without her, which was right and necessary, but it meant accepting that she could never fully return to it. She'd changed too much, grown too far beyond the person who'd lived in that cottage and dreamed of adventures while managing household accounts. That Belle still existed inside her, but she was now only one part of a more complex whole. On a warm evening in late summer, Adam asked Belle to walk with him to the lake where they'd skipped stones months ago when the curse still held them. They made their way through gardens lush with growth, past fountains that sparkled in slanting sunlight, to the shore where water lapped gently against rocks. Adam had been quiet during the walk, clearly working up to saying something important, and Belle waited patiently for him to find his words. He began by talking about the past year, how Belle had arrived as a prisoner and become his friend, his companion, his love. How she'd challenged him and supported him and helped him become someone capable of more than he believed possible. How breaking the curse had been only the beginning of a longer transformation that continued still. And how he couldn't imagine his future without her in it, couldn't envision the person he was becoming without her presence shaping his growth. Then Adam turned to Belle and formally asked her to marry him. Not because the curse required it, not because circumstance demanded it, but because he chose her and wanted her to choose him back. He wanted to build a life together, wanted her partnership in ruling if he managed to reclaim his kingdom, wanted her voice in all decisions that lay ahead. He wanted her as his wife, his equal, his partner in every sense that mattered. Belle looked at the man before her, no longer a beast, no longer even quite the lost prince he'd been, but someone entirely new forged from the raw materials of both previous selves. She saw in his blue eyes the same person she'd loved when those eyes had been amber, the same soul whether housed in fur or skin. And she knew her answer had never really been in question. She said yes, and Adam's face lit with joy that was almost painful to witness in its intensity. He pulled her into a kiss that was tender and passionate and full of promise for all the futures they would build together. They stood by the lake as the sun set and stars began emerging, holding each other and making plans and simply reveling in the profound rightness of having chosen each other freely, without curse or compulsion, motivated only by love and the desire to share whatever came next. The wedding, when it finally took place months later, was nothing like the grand state affair Adam's first marriage would have been expected to be. Instead, they held a simple ceremony in the castle's chapel, attended by the freed servants who'd witnessed their entire journey and by Maurice, who made the long trip from the village to give his blessing. Belle wore a dress of deep blue that matched Adam's eyes, and Adam wore formal attire that made him look every inch the prince while somehow remaining approachable and human. Mrs. Potts cried through the entire ceremony, happy tears for the boy she'd helped raise who'd become a man worthy of the title. The other servants celebrated with obvious joy, seeing in Belle and Adam's union proof that transformation was possible, that love could triumph over even the darkest curses, that happy endings were real even if they came through pain and struggle. Belle and Adam spoke their vows to each other with full awareness of what they meant, promising not perfection but continued growth, not certainty but willingness to face uncertainty together, not to complete each other but to support each other's ongoing becoming. They promised to choose each other daily, to extend grace during failures, to celebrate growth and forgive stumbling. They promised partnership built on genuine equality rather than romantic fantasy. And when the ceremony ended and they were declared married, when Belle became a princess in the eyes of law and society, she felt no different than she had the moment before. Because the real transformation had been happening gradually over months, had been occurring in every conversation and shared silence, in every challenge faced together and every moment of vulnerability risked. The wedding simply acknowledged publicly what had already become true in private. The feast that followed was joyous and somewhat chaotic, full of laughter and music and the kind of happiness that comes from having survived darkness and emerged into light. Belle danced with Adam, with her father, with Mrs. Potts, who proved surprisingly light on her feet. She ate good food and drank good wine and felt happiness so complete it almost frightened her with its intensity. Later, when the celebration had wound down and the last guests had departed, Belle and Adam found themselves alone in the library where so much of their relationship had unfolded. They sat in their usual chairs by the fire, holding hands, neither speaking but both understanding that this moment was its own form of perfect. Belle thought about the journey that had brought her here. From her cottage to the castle, from fear to love, from prisoner to partner. She thought about the beast she'd first encountered and the man he'd become, about curses and transformations and the complicated path to genuine change. She thought about everything they'd survived and everything they'd learned and all the ways they'd been reshaped by their experiences. And she understood that this wasn't really an ending at all. It was simply another beginning, another starting point for whatever came next. They would face challenges and setbacks, would stumble and recover and continue growing. The curse was broken, but life continued with all its complexity and difficulty and unexpected joy. But whatever came, they would face it together. And that, Belle had learned, was what mattered most. Not perfect circumstances or guaranteed outcomes, not the absence of struggle or the promise of eternal ease. Just two people who'd chosen each other freely, who'd committed to supporting each other's growth, who'd learned that love was as much verb as noun, something you did, continually and consciously, rather than simply something you felt. The fire burned low in the hearth, casting warm light across the library's familiar shelves. Outside the windows, stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human drama but beautiful nonetheless. The castle settled into night's quiet, its stones holding the memory of all that had transpired within its walls, cruelty and curse, transformation and triumph, despair and hope and finally, hard-won peace. Belle rested her head on Adam's shoulder, felt his arm come around her in response, and let contentment wash over her. The future was uncertain, as futures always were. But the present was good. The present was enough. And in a castle that had once been prison to them both, surrounded by books and memories and the promise of all the tomorrows they would build together, Belle and Adam finally found what they'd both been seeking all along. Not a cure for their curses or an escape from their circumstances, but home.